Chapter 1 Their Lives Intertwined. February 6, 2035. YC City. As the Lunar New Year approached, households busied themselves with preparations for the impending festivities. Su Kingsu was no exception. Upon concluding her last workday of the year, she hastily left their workstation without bidding farewell to her colleagues. Opting to descend the 33 flights off stairs rather than taking the elevator, the shad become the customary form of exercise during her workdays. Rumor rateth that many had fallen ill. These wasel so significant treason despite feeling gas and light-headedness, Sheko set the staircase. In truth, she harbored dating go fear, for the vast office building had grown nearly quiet, with the floor housing her company near lit asserted. Theum tides were left with laptop still aglow, the owner's evident locking thinner Guido shut him down. The stingy boss had notre prime de daignon forthis the last time Su Kingsa had seen him was 3 days prior. His persistent cough fever berate in her ears. Yet, even in he oxygen deprived state, his bitty eyes remained fixed on her long legs. Ariel, right? Su Qingxue, momentarily losing her composure, inquired with a hint of irritation. Of course. Cough, 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 am fine. Do you have a time tonight? Teresa gathering some important clients after I finish with them, il drivea home, cough. Even in his compromised condition, the intensity of his gaze did not wane, gradually drifting towards the nematagafa kidneys. Beneath hair-tailored block suit lay a collared striped blouse, her fair skin subtly visible, reminiscent of a masterpiece made sonorous crème parlor. Apologies, but to still have work to complete at night have severe reports to by tomorrow. Su Kingsweckland cheddar teeth, contemplating the futility of fair tasks. Having joined the company lest Hanai Kago and damn it a contagion outbreak, she had yet to engage with any clients, let alone receive abonus. After a month of toiling away, her earnings barely amounted to her baselary, making of intheperchi so fain wout fit a matter of deliberation. Very well, perhaps next time. Theme le boss raised the largatiac up that haunts brimmed with gojaberries indradates now. It contained on libiturable concoction, that Arkly kid sloshing gabutasha gestured. Su Kingsi hostile yexitethethis, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere. Part lijuito aversion ta the bostoni and gaze, and part lijuito dread off to formidable virus especialited, which might be harbored be mentioned attested. That was the last time Su Kingsi wooed lay ice in her superior. Today, thief is sua savine emptier than usual, a third oft he personnel absent, transforming Theon's familiar clamor to an unsettling stillness that breed inexplicable fear. She'd ovalt the chilling sensation creeping up her spine, prompting her to glance back repeatedly, only to be met with the disquieting of electronic devices. Thud. With thas a goff relief, she closed the stairwell door. After answering it was locked, she on her headphones and strode down his stairs. Outside, the cacophony intensified, the shout soft manny blending into singular. Alarming chorus, as if some calamity had befallen the city. Lost in her music, Su Kingsu remained oblivious the chaos surrounding her. February 3, 2035. Shwetian King lowered his feet from the desk, lightened gas cigarette before assuming his previous posture. Nothing happening today it's food but better tadakirist. Hegas doubt the window, where Adelbeauty with long black hair stood opposite Tima 9 the massive glass wall adopposite crossed way. Shwetian King was confident in his vision after all. He was a former pilot in the Air Force, now a helicopter operator for Serta Company. Hispis had called him, instructing him to remain in standby, as an important meeting would soon take place off-site. Whoosh. Heeks hay led the bluish grease smoke, quickly filling the adjacent break room with the noxious foams. Thema 9 the opposite building gap here ed to in his 40s, with a buzzacutandalian frame. Even from a distance of several meters, Shwetian King could sense the predator gaze scanning the girl repeatedly. Isatanen spoke Henrel? He shook his head. A 25, he had yeto experience romantic relationship. His eye was la condemnation oft hun spoke on rulis than a layman tover the possibility of never intersecting with Omionias but flas the girlant. Ah. Suddenly, Thagirl turned and briskly exited the lavish liticorate office, providing Shwetian King a momentary sigh of relief. At least nothing would happen today. Should he consider it regret? Happened to read thice when his veneering abruptly. Hello? Where eth the Hellery out right now? The familiar voice in theatherand ways a common places timil she consuma daily. Imin the breakramafio eurifis. Good. Stay at the company. Wellia Vainenhauer. Yes, understood. Thika ended swiftly, as Siphus mere acknowledgement sufficed. What an irritating fellow. Schwedienke glanced out the window again, but Hegrel had vanished. Outside Ethiopian office, the noise level hottest glittered at the point where could scarce litizern thena cherifed hatrongs below. Dressed in suit sandies, long skirt sandstockings, they were anything beauteously classify a dashaman theory sim bled Maria mechanical assembly. Sigh. Schweti and Kingo Pinetin app feature in Jodar Kicken, and the fierce vidya thought caught to Satan read. 15 critically ill patients from M Nations JJS Center Hospital have collectively escaped, enduring hospital staff and resulting in casualties. The familiar male voice narrating the video sounded devoid of urgency, transforming gag graver a portento farcical spectacle. Reportedly, the patients were a part of a travel group from RB, with a for individuals H Nation. Schwetienking clicked on the comment section, where other marks were even more captivating. Imma students studying im Nation of Ariona be cautious, as there are sick people everywhere. Do not come here at the streets are swarming with police, and gunfiery hosser up at Sutterchase. Look at me thinks are indeed chaotic abroad. Where's Comrade Jang Wo? Knock, knock, knock. Thepalet boss has arrived Hess downstairs. Theurgent knocking Gathador weighs a signal among the employees. Oh, Hesher. Schwetienking tucked his phone into his pocket, Don Edge love sans and glasses, and exited the break room. Awaiting him was the beau secretary, one of his mistresses. In her 30s, a perpetual's cow ladder net her face, as thought of her own Bourier grudge against their Schwetienking dread not delay, offering Gore a smile before hastening towards the levator. As Theodore slid shit, he caught noth flayed a glimpse of te black hair edgerel, yawning gone de Peringics housted. Thuffet was more alignment, her present secaptured is Satanchen wholly a first for Schwetienking in his 25 year so life. His heart raced, leaving Heimung curtain a fit was stuido the leva torsa center sumathindels entirely. February 6, 2035. Over time muis dreadful of immer so osthena to shanaf working during grest horse fernoriason, wasting precious time, akin to a form of murder in Schwetienking size. Heflick thish from a cigarette, that grarum nance falling, the tool carpet. Ignoring it, he continued to shaky a shed. Sigh. How tedious. The vidius on his fanure reel related to the contagion. That morning, his mother had called, advising him to take precautions and sanitize frequently. Residing in the northwest, the Haiti to be affected. Schwetienking felt Topanga for leaf had come here alone seeking better opportunities. The feeling goff being away from Amu was naturally unpleasant, but the thought of improving parents quality of life sustained him. Every year, the Lunar New Year wasteteam helong for. Rumors circulate Don Linov chaos in various regions, yet the veracity of Tosavidi osima dubious. Asha contemplated this, halfer clinid in the sofa, Heffelton unprecedented way VFX Hauschen wash over him, succumbing to slumber. Him? After an indeterminate tespon of time, he opened Heisen some more. Hef found himself seat on the sofa beside a theglass curtain wall, gazing upward sat the sky, sudden shout der Husatenschen, prompting him to look in the direction of the sound. On the top balcony of the opposite he building stood a man and woman theman appeared in what disoriented, Osif intoxicated, while a woman clutched at her head, exuding gas and zoff panic and madness. Behind them loomed a dark figure, seeming like coercing the pair towards the Giof T balcony, a silver riglin tree flecting from Winnipredoa. Ah! Suddenly, Schwetienking shouted, his voice echoing throughout Hefis, only ceasing when the couple plummeted from Thelge. What? What shall die? Right, call the police. Hurry, call the police. Schweti and Kinjianka de pin the facidor, only to discover these entire floor was devoid of fanny cullet was eternally alone. How infuriating. Quies the renatasingle soul around? Just moments ago. It was only now the Thebrup lyra called Theris and Foris over time. In Herego, Hispis had Caladim, adopting a tone of thought stark-like contrasted with his usual domineering demeanor, almost pleading with him to rush to Thefis, and astonishingly, promising Govertai for Schwetienching. This revelation was of Inmar shocking than Thessaneth Thagist unfolded. Shao Shwe, get ready. In about an hour, as soon as I arrive, the plane you will take off immediately, understand? Over two horseshade lapsids into the bowskull, and still, there was no to hint of news, and now, Atragus incident that occurred. Schwetian kingienid against Theglasov t outer wall, gazing gut at the bustling street below, where people swarmed like Yakolonio enormous blackots. Higher ned to catch a glimpse of tet one individuals who had fallen, but through the light blocking window, has soon realized that they is below. The body is off team and woman layun attended, Karshid collided, the street swear littered with the injured, and fight syrup tea in either corner, with lifeless bodies lying quietly, motionless. Call the police. Hurry and call the police. Schwetian king trembled retrieved his phone, utterly disbelieving Thessina before him. Yet, even in a dream, one should still summon the authorities. Beep 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 beep. Their ruisness soon from the receiver for a long time. Nuni answer ethical. Cursiat, pick up, why want any answer? He nearly hurled the phone away, but then it struck him that the Zivocata phone, purchased with a Benusir Sego, washes and lyre remaining connection to his parents. He dashed du toft tebre crewman dinta thiefus si compose, doftos en soft cubicles. Empty. Cafeteria, restroom. Noon. Nothing, absolutely nothing. He was the solely occupant toft teen tyra floor. What on earth is happening? If this is a dream, it is far too vivid. He slapped himself hard several times, hoping for the impossible, but the desolation before him persisted, and the unsevibrant noise of Tiefus failed to return. What on earth is going in? Unbeknownst to him, Somiones stood behind him, slowly drawing closer. October 9, 2004, weather clear, mood excited. The maiden voyage off wind breaker was about to commence, accompanied by 15 scientists, 60 crew members, and 10 soldiers. The Antarctic continent Lumidni Arjavin that thighs was her inaugural journey, carelessness wasutov tequistion, and the leadership had specifically dispatched chetan soldiers to accompany us. These expedition represented a significantist 4-year research team, comprising men young individuals, and it washopped that the harshim to strengthen the resolve. Chapter 2 The girl was unaware of danger. Schwetian king felt hasens of despair. He was saturly wildered bethemed tension soft a girl before him. In her hand, shu ilda das steel knife, its silver gleam blinding hum. Thagirl was clad in a form-fitting black outfit, hurdle land curvaceous figure and dread of imari alluring bethi attire. Her chest twice adorned with thaves that appeared to belong to amilitera thimid film. A mask obscured her face, and brown goggles shielded her eyes, rendering her features entirely unrecognizable. However, these setitales were atheliast off Schwetian king's concerns at that moment. Just moments ago, she had ruthless life led other woman wo approach Schwe, a woman he recognized to Wellis boss secretary, a woman her 30s. Even in her grievous state, woman extended her right hand, adorned with a gold ring, wavering towards the crumpled Schwetian king on the ground. Her gesture did not convey a plea for help. Rather, Dirisim bled pthelastgust safavelin. Why are you? Schwetian king attempt to raise his voice, Butit Kamauta saw Isperfe said with Thysoon identified assailant. Heshhud have been attempting to stop her. If you wish to serve, follow him. Thegirl's face bore no expression. Evnas crimson liquid pulled at her feet from the knife feshi hajustist. She turned, creating a gust of wind, intensifying the metallic scent of blood. What? You said. Hello. Before Schwetian king cold react, Thegirl swiftly exited the room. Thekos outside escalated, distant techplosions punctuating the air, and the Aurora faircraft occasional echoed overhead. With great fort, Schwetian king managed to rise. Huanteto ad the secretarily and gone the ground, but full tutterly powerless, as a former Air Force pilot, he understood that, given her level of bliss, she was bayan saving. An inhumane growl reaver be rata thruffum, shaking his for a sowl. Finally, he removed his black Zakitan leather secretary's face. I'm sorry, farewell. Then he dashed out off the room, pursuing the girl who resembled a special forces soldier with utmost urgency. Listen closely, I willingly say thysence. She abruptly halted, blocking Isbethes stairwell was the man cold, disorganized sounds emanating from the ground floor. Right now, the most important thing just survive, do I understand? Of course, y'all likely have many questions, such as I just collect the woman. Thegirl's voice was calm like water, yet beneath the surface, tumult brewed. Her unique toner resonated like an entire orchestra, instilling gasons of reassurance. Why did he kill her? What on earth is happening? Why is it outside? 5 minutes prior, Schwetien King gone the mysterious girl had arrived at the equipment of the lofty company, which was devoid of life, yet fled with potential makeshift weapons. You've seen it, haven't you? They're infected, do I understand? That disease has Nicurions contracted, and soon they will become like Ethemans outside. Thagiro produced as silver rapetidum, paused for a moment, and then to reopen it ways away for monsters? But they look just like a people yet. Outside, Apperson was said to Panather, despite the latter's disparate techrias, for forgiveness the former paid no haith and Ithiliders. At that moment, twirled out Siduous drenched in red, inaugurating Sinto frust permitted the air, and Schwetien King struggled to comprehend how the girl could casual enjoy her wafer while he observing outside. The variant's human, but now the air the most dangerous monsters. I feel wish to eliminate 'em, come this way. The girl raised her hand, gesturing to her forehead. And also, Trito void moving gat night tabi come a more agitatithin, understand? How do I know so much? Were you? Schwetien King did not glancy out huindo way gain fear gripped him. Adderort had never compania them been during his first flight years ago. Me? Who I am is irrelevant what matters Sigia. Here, take this. Thedra retrieved a bag, own slight larger than a fanny pack, from her tactical back, which appeared well worn. Remember, above all else, the most important thing stager vi vivre thingel sees a facade. Hey where are you going? Thegrelto said the back to Schwedianking Ganthan stewed, offering Gimenu nopened wafer. Ehavi an important mission toatin toya fadialos, when may meet again. Without two Turinganother word, she gently opened Theodore, ensured no danger lurked outside, glanced back a thestil days Schwetyenching, and then stepped out. It wasn't went the door slammed shut that Schwetien King's, naped back to reality bethedemy hershid after her, she had already vanished from sight. What on earth is happening? If this is a dream, please let him wake up. Schwetien King slapped himself hard twice, yet anticipated change failed to materialize. Hello key dathabag, then a thawafern his hand, ultimate lie resisting theurgitoid tand instead pocketing to affair in his jacket. At that moment, has suddenly not said the commotion outside intensifying. He crept out the window, observing gas demonstrators converged towards the bay soft he opposite office building, as if they had found a more interesting pre. Oh no, it's her. Schwetien King spot the girl who had captivated to Satan Shindaspree or her long black hair sway in gas he descended thestair soft opposite the building, wearing headphones. He realized that traversing those in soft light soft stairs would naturally take a time, let alone her seeming lie leisure litisin taken to tato fadertus. It appeared she was utterly oblivious to theperile outside, striding directly towards the side entrancy teeming with minsters. What shall Dido? What shall Dido? Think of something. Hurry. Think of something. Damn it, there isn't time. Schwetyenching, fueled by an inexplicable courage, seized a steel barmiant for assembling frames and grabbed the mysterious girl's backpack, flinging open the window and leaping out. Ah! It seemed that shouting instilled confidence and defiance against fear without the citation, Schwetien King sprinted towards the minsters. Hey! Hurry Andrin! Schwetien King summoned a strength to shout, desperately hoping to capture her attention. However, it was evident that this dactycilded nor salts the girl remainless in Theocean off music, utterly oblivious to whirled outside and to Schwedianking's fervent crease. That people quickly to respond to Schwedianking's presence. There were middle league Gedmalay leaders, their bulging belly sat testament to their years, preparing to head Tararkeetin or 19-year-old university students leading shorts and event fielderly, who typical era lid on wheelchairs, had no joined the of Schwe. Damn it. What Tony Arthis that guy thinking? Schwetien King ran with all his might, weaving throughly after Ali, witnessing an esenobmadness on bloodshed after Nother. Hakud no tap for to stop the throng of people behind Haimon la grew larger, and halting now would surely lead to his doing. Yet, Theon solace found ways in his own stamina. These ways say virtue he could proclaim aloud das a former for Sepulus, the rigorous training had undergone he left thime unafraid of fronting. Finally, he turned into an alley theta pered to be dead end. He was intimately familiar with Therud had to take each day after Thello Ricey apartment building slining Thizalea dressantly installed fee. Having watched countless science fiction films, he wondered if the people behind hun could still manage a Toklam Thelader. Now's my chance. Schwetien King dashed in Tathia Lee, trembling hands grasping the fiery escape-a-thing from the side of T-building. The sudden weight caused his forearm stitch, and with his legs dangling, Al Hope rested solely in his arms and hands. Ah! The monsters behind him surged forth, hands stained with red liquid animant tissue, mere centimeters from his feet. Just a moment more, and the woldrig him down, transforming him into Nuff Tyrone. Not a chance. You monsters! Schwedianking shouted defiantly, his strength momentarily renewed, and doubtless, Hessen dead the latter. Ha, I'm exhausted. Hepender dwihi ways exiting himself so fear slifferash stranger who's named did no tevino, collapsing onto Thelending goft staircase, gasping for breath. Under normal circumstances, these few kilometers swood posnikalingiite wasmer lit the pressure from the horde of people behind, him that weighed heavily upon a. Oh no, that girl. Has steadied himself, suddenly reminded doft has stranger his mission was for from a complete, attracting Thizmonstrous crowd wasmer lit the fierce of his plan. Damn it. Schwetianking raised his gaze, noting that there were a lot least in story sta the roof above him. The fiery escape had been poorly constructed, each rungnero, and the prospecto fascinating storious was daunting. He dead to reach the roof top the gap between T buildings was narrow enough that turning liab should not be insurmountable. Young man, wait a moment. Asheneer at the rooftop, a voice interrupted him. He turned to see an elder limon with hair and a beard Switius now. Leaning out off the window, has scrutinized Schwetianking every move. Eh? You? Schwetianking was taken aback he had not anticipate encountering Ganyo nu hakud leisure like halado him in such a manner. What are you planning Tododo, youngman? Im heading to the rooftop there are numerous monsters below, and theme te nimamit. Monsters? They're no different from the usual theares implied hosu howl stopit nothing to with their goals. The old man coughed a few times, blood staining a shankachif, his appearance ceremonious begona twilight. There is notum for length they discussions no. Come with me's long gas reach the building gay cross, well be safe, at least for a little while. Schwetianking cast a glance at the hordobminsters below, ho hadel reedy breach ed the front door, surgeon into the building housing the fiery escape. I don't need edit my wife that passed away yesterday juito thought the med virus. Now, I am all alone. The old man picked du panold huntin griffleristing be the window and continued. It's the young like yo who out to survive. If witness adalt had you have done, place in jor self finding or tossaviather sas longus epipigist, their show before serval. But, don't worry Iser vid in the military and have seen Miss Harry of chaos. I can hold off those segus le beings for a while. However, behavione condition. The old man turned, retrieving Wachanda photograph, his trembling hands reaching out window. This is me daughter, he Xiaoshu. Please deliver thy swatch to her and tell her their father and mother will always love her. And to not griefris, butcher their topa tithesarman alive. Thep photograph depicted Adel, mature woman with Thorthor there, standing beside the older limon and kindly grandmother. I feel accompanying, y'all be able to tell here in person. Ha, my legison old injury is stepidone nalamine decade sago, and evengoing to Thebe through his struggle now. I can't be a Bernanoy. Fieldman stepped back, and Schwetianking then realized that Fielder Lemon had right leg. But, take this, I implore you. The old man's expression was resolute, as if he had already accepted his fate, yet events such a fast good not prevent the tears from streaming down his weathered cheeks, dripping onto the photograph. All right, it permissa to deliver. Good, then hurry along. I wish you a safe journey. Schwetianking accept teth watch and photograph, and the old man raised thereful, loading it. Through the door, hakud hard the chaotic footsteps soft he monsters drawing nearer. Goodbye, young man, never give you up. Schwetianking ascended da fumererung soft heelader, turned, and dofferet he old monosalyat. Fielder Lemon raised discern with effort, returning gasolutithat, while imperfect, was by and reproach. At that moment, just as Schwetianking set foot on the rooftop, 2 gunshots rang out from the lower floors, followed by an eerie silence. What on earth is happening? Why is this happening? No is not the time for such thoughts, damn it. The distance. Up and reaching the rooftop, Schwetianking discovered that, owing to a distortion of perspective, they get between T building he was own and had Jason Tonu was far greater than he had anticipated. Furthermore, the rooftop was cluttered with construction debris and numerous pipes, leaving insufficient space for Start. Yethemminster swear right behind him, they wudina vida bliriach the rooftop, tearing Hima partandassimilating Hyminto therynx. Damn it, ill risk it, even if it means fulling timidiath, irrefusabi comiminster. Besides, I still have a somach to accomplish. With that hot, Shwetian could gather a resolve, filled with determination. Hebent down, preparing like Yaneth Teredian for us. On your marks. Almost the instant he began his sprint, the door behind him burst open, revealing survivors from the building, and behind them, thousands softminster surged forth. Ah! Shwetianking leaped, aiming for the opposite building. Butilas, Heffelshort, unoblito grasped thief. Istishoitins. Ich knew it who before not. Asha began to plummet, time seemed slow, and a multitude of memories flooded his mind. Reunions with family during spring festival, camaraderie with fellow pilots and the military, solo road trips, and travels with his parents. Damn it, sorcery. Even Shwetianking himself could not discern to whom he was apologizing. Consciousness began to fade, and Theon Seclear skidernet him. Catch him. Just Ashua Sabaudo succumbed to the encroaching darkness, has suddenly felt a warm thin enveloping his hand, spreading throughout his body. It was a hand, delicatethetic, soft as cotton candy, causing favorier around him to become fragrant and sweet. October 11, 2004, weather blizzard, mood extremely excited. Today marks the second day or entire timisit foot on the Antarctic continent. Their eyes notem for rest to immediate like prepare twammers or selvis in scientific activities. The soldier shave banana minsa help in respects, theser possessentis. Stadmit, I find it embarrassing that I cannot comprehend how to handle those attent pulse. The youthful enthusiasm is palpable evenas the Antarctic continent begins to reveal its ferocity, I zeno trace offer in thyre eyes. Sampling has commenced. Chapter 3 The distant dark clouds foretell an imminent snowstorm. February 6, 2035, approximately 12 p.m. The exquisite melody was abruptly interrupted by the shrill ringing of a phone. The jarring noise emanating from the headphones prompted Su Qingxue to swiftly remove her wireless earphones and deactivate the Bluetooth on her phone. Xiaoxue, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. When will you be home? Your brother and sister are coming back this year. The voice on the other end belonged to her mother, instantly dispelling the disdainful tone Su Qingxue had intended to adopt. I am currently heading downstairs. I should arrive by tomorrow morning. It had been a year since Su Qingxue last returned home, and she too eagerly anticipated the journey back. Moreover, she felt an intense loathing for her current existence, akin to that of a soulless being, longing to escape yet feeling utterly trapped. That's good to hear. Many people have been falling ill lately, so make sure to wear a mask for the entire journey. Understood? Yes, don't worry, Mom. Actually, I consider today the beginning of my holiday. I plan to pack my bags this afternoon and leave first thing in the morning. Only after speaking did Su Qingxue recall that there were still clothes left uncollected in her rental apartment. Glancing out the window, she noticed the overcast sky, devoid of any sunlight, as if snow were imminent. All right, call me when you're on the way. You don't need to bring anything back. Your father and I will pick you up. Got it, Mom. Bye. After hanging up, a faint smile crept across her lips, quickly followed by a gentle sigh, realizing how little time she spent with her parents. I should hurry and pack my things. She chose to temporarily forget her worries. Returning home was the most pressing matter at hand. Raising her right hand to put the earphones back on, she inadvertently dropped the expensive wireless device. It tumbled down several steps in the hallway, finally coming to rest against the large window at the corner. My earphones. Su Qingxue hurriedly scurried down the stairs, pausing at the window, bending down, her long black hair cascading with her graceful figure, creating a picturesque scene, albeit with an unsettling backdrop. What is that? Just as her fingertips grazed the earphones, her attention was drawn to a commotion from the adjacent building. A man burst through the glass, sprinting towards her building, clutching something in his hand, while behind him, a horde of bloodthirsty monsters followed. February 6, 2035, 6 p.m. Shui Tianqing sat on the cold floor, gasping for breath, anxiety gnawing at him, not for himself, but for the girl who had exited the file room an hour earlier. He couldn't fathom why he felt compelled to save her, yet in a moment of desperation, she had grasped his hands tightly. Her eyes were the most beautiful he had ever seen. Her black pupils radiated hope, tinged with fear and sorrow. Huff! Ah, it hurts. During his frantic escape, a nail had scraped his leg, not a deep wound, but sufficient to impair his ability to walk, leaving him seated on the sofa, staring blankly at the file cabinets scattered around the room. He could hardly imagine the immense resolve that the seemingly fragile girl must have summoned to have the courage to grasp him as he fell. This thought deepened his concern for her well-being, while simultaneously filling him with self-reproach. It was disgraceful for a grown man to have allowed a girl to venture out alone in search of medical supplies. Outside, the cacophony seemed to have subsided. The screams and cries had vanished, and the sirens that had once echoed were now a distant memory, the gunfire gradually fading into silence. This indicated that the city, at least the area where he and she were located, had succumbed to the monsters. Xue Tianqing attempted to rise and peer outside, but intense pain from all directions thwarted him. The agony in his leg and the muscle strain in his arms contorted his face into a grimace. The phone was also dead. Everything felt eerily reminiscent of a science fiction film. Who was that woman in military attire? Why did she? Oh, he almost forgot about the bag the mysterious woman had given him, which he had been carrying all this time. He felt its weight. What could possibly be inside? A plain sandy-colored satchel contained a handgun, which Xue Tianqing, a former soldier, recognized immediately as not a toy but a standard military-issued firearm. Alongside the handgun were 3 or 4 magazines and several rounds of ammunition, as well as a black cylindrical metal suppressor. Could it really be a silencer? What on earth was that woman? Xue Tianqing skillfully attached the suppressor to the handgun. Such a combination was uncommon in the military, yet his passion for gaming allowed him to navigate this with ease. A soft knock echoed from the file room door, which slowly creaked open, revealing a figure that made Xue Tianqing exhale in relief, his previous worries dissipating like smoke. Sorry to keep you waiting. The girl gently closed the door behind her, crouching before Xue Tianqing as she opened the emergency kit in her hands. This might hurt a bit. Here, bite on this. She produced a white handkerchief from her blazer pocket and handed it to him, oblivious to the gun concealed behind her back. I understand, he stammered, placing the fragrant handkerchief in his mouth, bracing himself for the impending pain. The sharp cry reverberated throughout the floor, as the delicate silk handkerchief proved insufficient to muffle the force of the antiseptic. The girl was startled as well. Just hold on a little longer. She set the alcohol down, carefully dabbed a cotton ball around the wound, and finally wrapped it in gauze, tying a rough bow. Huff, it's done. Her succinct words brought a sense of relief, allowing Xue Tianqing to relax. Thank you. Without you, I might have. It's nothing. You broke the glass in the opposite building to save me, so consider it a favor repaid. But how did you know I was trying to? Actually, I noticed someone peeking into the opposite building a few days ago. It was you, wasn't it? The reflection of your reflective vest was quite conspicuous. That wasn't spying. I just happened to look a few extra times. Xue Tianqing hadn't anticipated that his ruse had been uncovered. He never thought that, as a pilot, the reflective vest he wore for safety would betray him. I don't mind. But she took a seat beside him, her expression complex, her pupils dimming slightly. What should we do next? This building is swarming with monsters. If we could reach the parking lot. The girl rummaged through her pocket and produced a set of car keys. Glancing at Xue Tianqing's leg wound, if we can take the elevator to the basement, there might be fewer monsters. The car is parked not far from the elevator. She stood, gazing out the window. Even from several stories up, a breeze wafted in through the small sliding window, carrying the nauseating scent of blood up close. Her figure was strikingly beautiful. The professional outfit seemed tailored to her, fitting her perfectly. The black tights bore a tear, revealing a hint of her fair skin. If we can drive over to the opposite building, we could take the elevator to the rooftop, where there's a helicopter. If we can take off safely, we might just escape out a helicopter. Can you fly it? Of course. Xue Tianqing pointed to his badge, which clearly read helicopter pilot. That's fantastic. With that, we can? He hesitated, uncertain if he could reach the parking lot or the rooftop in his current condition. Fearing he might faint from blood loss before making it, then, he recalled the mysterious woman's words. Remember, Always remember, the most important thing is to survive. Everything else is trivial. He tightened his grip on the handgun, even brushing against the watch and photo given to him by the retired soldier who had entrusted him with it. Perhaps he did not know the reasons behind it all, but he had to strive to continue living. Huh. What did you say? Shui Tianqing's murmuring caught the girl's attention as she moved closer to him. It's nothing. I was just thinking that since it's getting late, we might wait until tomorrow morning to act. There may be new developments, but spending the night here, for the first time, pure fear flickered in her eyes. Don't worry. Although my leg is injured, it's not too severe, and besides, I have this. Shui Tianqing revealed the handgun he had tucked behind him. Its mere presence provided a sense of security. That's a gun. The girl surveyed her surroundings, her lack of familiarity with weapons evident due to their differing interests. Indeed, it was a peculiar individual who provided this item to me, and the reason eludes me. However, this is our safeguard for escape. Tonight, do your utmost to rest peacefully. I shall keep watch if no extraordinary circumstances arise. We shall embark at dawn. Shui Tianqing struggled to rise, the treatment having improved his injuries somewhat, alleviating concerns of infection or blood loss for the time being. Yet, rest assured, while you slumber, I shall neither abandon nor harm you. If you harbor doubts, you may keep the gun. Shui Tianqing, fearing the girl might misunderstand his intentions, hastily clarified. Understood. The girl did not accept the handgun offered by Shui Tianqing. Instead, she turned and removed books from the shelf, laying them on the floor to create a makeshift mat for two. She then positioned additional volumes at the bottom of the door to the file room, extending them to the corner, effectively crafting a rudimentary barricade. Such keen awareness of safety, Shui Tianqing thought, admiring the girl internally, and he too gradually settled onto the ground. By the way, here, this is for you. Shui retrieved a wafer from his pocket and accurately tossed it to the girl, who had her back turned. I still do not know your name. It would be rather impolite not to know the name of my savior, Shui continued. The girl did not respond, instead tossing him a badge. Her company's identification.it read, Assistant to the General Manager, Su Qingxue. Snow began to fall outside, perhaps symbolizing the sorrow for those who have departed during this frigid winter. Shui Tianqing reclined on the thick stack of books, gazing at the gun in his hand, then at the girl beside him, engulfed in worries about the uncertain future. Perhaps I cannot protect her as I ought, he silently mused, tightening his grip on the gun. October 25, 2004, weather, blizzard, mood, dejected. Today, I received news of a crew member's passing due to illness. The cause remains uncertain, and this news has cast a pall over the entire team, leaving everyone reluctant to utter a word. In my solitary cabin, I feel all the more lonely, often resorting to conversing with myself or, as I am now, writing in my journal. Research activities have been temporarily halted. I hope everything proceeds smoothly and can resume soon. Simultaneously, I wish for everyone to return safely to their homes. Chapter 4. Trapped in the snowy night, the file room was filled with warmth and fear. The night deepened. According to the watch on Shui Tianqing's wrist, it was now 1 a.m. The heavy snowfall outside showed no signs of abating. On the contrary, it intensified, and the frigid air seeped through the window's crevices into the small room, causing each breath to form a mist. After several distant explosions, the city was plunged into darkness. The heating had ceased hours earlier, and fighter jets roared overhead, dropping bombs that blossomed into crimson-orange mushroom clouds, obliterating the towering landmark. The entire building trembled from the shockwave of the explosion, jolting her awake as she glanced warily out the window. All of this had transpired mere hours ago. Still unable to sleep, Shui Tianqing observed her huddled in the corner, trembling from the cold, and he could no longer bear the silence. I am completely wide awake. Su Qingxue lifted her head, seemingly revitalized. So am I. Although I should be on watch, even if I were to sleep, I doubt I could. Shui recalled his days in the military, where night watch was the most daunting challenge, a true battle against drowsiness. Have you served in the military? It's rare to meet someone who can pilot a plane. Su Qingxue's feet had been rubbing together restlessly. Her black tights offered little warmth, and her professional attire was merely superficial. 4 years in the Air Force. Quite impressive. You seem to possess foresight. Su Qingxue clutched her stomach, her expression tinged with sadness. If you don't mind, perhaps we could huddle together for warmth. It would help us both feel more comfortable. Xue Tianqing did not wish to take advantage of her vulnerability. His only desire was to ensure the girl felt warm, so he could find some peace of mind. I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to prevent us from freezing to death before those monsters can claim us. Noticing Su Qingshue's hesitation, Xue pressed on. Well, fine. But don't entertain any strange thoughts, of course not. Do I appear to be a villain? That is hard to say. What is that idiom again? A wolf in sheep's clothing? She stood and gently sat beside Xue, resting her head on his shoulder. I hope you do not let your baser instincts take over. With that, she shifted her position, seeking comfort, her head leaning against Xue Tianqing's shoulder. Certainly not. I never had those inclinations to begin with. The atmosphere shifted subtly. The air of fear gradually dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning warmth that filled the file room. The two remained close, refraining from further conversation. However, the effect of their shared warmth was palpable, raising the temperature of the small space by at least 3 or 4 degrees in a short span. Once more, Xue Tianqing prepared to break the silence, only to be preempted by Su Qingxue. Ugh, that sounds like sobbing. Hey, what is wrong with you? Please don't move. Let me lean here for a moment. Just let me cry a little. All right? Leaning against Xue Tianqing's shoulder. She turned her face, those diamond-like eyes gazing up at him, tears cascading onto his white shirt, transforming its pristine surface to gray. His suit jacket had long since been given to Su Qingxue as a makeshift blanket, now draped over their laps. Why is this happening? The new year is approaching. Today is New Year's Eve. Why must such events unfold? Xue Tianqing realized then that this girl, who had sought refuge in his embrace, was just as ordinary as he, her earlier bravado merely a fade. Wait, look outside. Xue Tianqing gently nudged her shoulder. The outside? There are only those monsters out there. The distant sky ignited once more, flames shooting upwards as if setting the heavens ablaze. Red clouds swirling like a colossal dragon, weaving through the sky. Based on experience, it was the military's attempt to use incendiary devices to halt the virus's spread. What do you think? Although it may be inappropriate to say so, I see the sight quite beautiful. It's like the prelude to New Year's Eve fireworks. Very, very beautiful. Her legs suddenly weakened, and she began to fall. Xue Tianqing instinctively reached out to catch her. Her hands were icy, as though they had never known warmth. Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will protect you. I promise. Su Qingxue pressed her lips together and, summoning her last ounce of strength, kissed Xue Tianqing's cheek before succumbing to slumber. This was the first time Xue Tianqing had experienced such tenderness from a woman outside of his mother. He smiled down at Su Qingxue. Now asleep in his arms, at the very least, I can enjoy a good night's sleep. Xue Tianqing's hand trembled, the lingering scent enveloping his cheek as he gently touched the spot where Su Qingxue had kissed him. His earlier thoughts resurfacing. February 7, 2035, 5:50 a.m. Before him stood his front door, adorned with couplets, and the hallway was filled with the scent of gunpowder. This was the time of year that brought Xue Tianqing the greatest joy. Behind that door lay the people he longed for. The security door was knocked upon, footsteps echoed within, and the door creaked open, illuminating the hallway with light from the living room. Xue Tianqing felt elated. The words mom and dad echoing in his heart countless times. Hey, wake up. Suddenly, the scene darkened as Xue Tianqing's body was jostled repeatedly. What? Who is, finally awake. As Xue Tianqing's eyes adjusted back to focus, he found Su Qingxue kneeling beside him. How did I? It was all a dream. I'm sorry. I must have dozed off. Xue Tianqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had declared himself on watch, yet here he was, being awakened by someone, and that someone was a girl. How frustrating. Though you are the injured party deserving care, could you please avoid sleeping so soundly? I called for you for nearly 10 minutes, and I was beginning to worry you might have mutated too. My apologies. Honestly, I have no idea when I fell asleep. I owe it all to you. Otherwise, if anything had happened while we were both asleep, it would have been quite troublesome. Xue Tianqing instinctively shifted to the side, not wishing to be in close proximity to the irate women. It is well known that, at such moments, they are capable of anything. Indeed, one must request a greater sense of responsibility next time during the night shift. Without a doubt, next time will surely be different, right? Attempting to rise and gaze out the window, Xue Tianqing discovered that the bandage on his leg had been replaced with a fresh one, and the pain had nearly dissipated. This alleviated his prior concerns about being a burden. Thank you. I will. I understand. Su Qinxue seemed transformed, her previous coldness and frailty having undergone a remarkable change overnight. To put it plainly, her eyes and tone, which had once conveyed the demeanor of a stranger indebted to him, now resembled those directed towards a long-time friend, as if they were intimately familiar with each other. Ahem. Well, it is now 6 in the morning. Did anything occur while I was asleep? Nothing particularly noteworthy, though there were several loud noises from the building opposite, akin to firecrackers, which proved advantageous for us, as they attracted numerous creatures from our building. Firecracker sounds? Could it be gunshots? Are you certain there were only a few? No more sounds than that. Indeed, only 3 or 4, followed by the sounds of the creatures moving. By the way, you already know my name, so why the formalities? Su Qinxue, who was adjusting her clothing, expressed her displeasure, her tone laced with aggression. I apologize. I apologize. So, it seems there may be survivors in the building opposite, possibly armed. Yet, even now, acquiring weapons may not be so simple. Contemplating this, Xue suddenly recalled the mysterious girl. Perhaps she returned to seek him out, only to encounter trouble instead of finding him. This is troubling. It appears we must take action sooner than anticipated. Xue Tianqing fully disclosed the matter regarding the mysterious girl to Su Qinxue. At this moment, he felt no wariness towards her. If she intended to harm him, even 10 lives would not suffice. His continued existence was the best testament to her character. Nonetheless, it could be a trap. That girl does seem rather suspicious, does she not? Su Qinxue's mood shifted rapidly. After Xue Tianqing recounted the story, her expression remained grave, even as she clenched her teeth. We cannot rule it out, but our only path to survival lies in that building across the street. Even if it is a trap. Xue Tianqing stood up, his leg injury having improved significantly. Through the small, drafty window, he gazed into the distance. The heavy snowfall had transformed the world into a blanket of white. Abandoned cars obstructing the only 2-way 8-lane road, paralyzing ground transportation completely. Public transport, be it buses or subways, had become utterly hopeless. Xue Tianqing had witnessed hundreds of mutants storming the subway platform, where survivors were in peril. If they were still alive at all, so, what shall we do? Su Qinxue gently prodded Xue's calf, noting his silence as he pondered. I believe we must take this risk. Otherwise, we will surely perish here, either from starvation or freezing to death. Xue Tianqing understood that relying solely on luck was insufficient for survival. A well-structured plan might crumble under unforeseen events, yet having a plan was better than having none. Preparedness is always advantageous. He buttoned his shirt, donned his suit, and the room fell into silence, save for their breathing and the distant growls from outside. November 2, 2004. Weather, clear, mood. Worrisome. As of today, the number of team members who have died for unknown reasons has reached 35. A situation we never anticipated. The medical supplies stocked before departure were still adequate, but the results indicate that the medication was ineffective. Their symptoms began as a cold, followed by severe coughing and hemoptysis, ultimately leading to death from internal bleeding or organ failure. Of course, I am not a professional doctor. I am entirely unaware of their causes of death, and the accompanying physician could only perform basic diagnostics. In summary, this period has been exceedingly arduous, and for the first time, I have felt the desire to return home. Chapter 5. At the brink of despair, she chooses to sacrifice herself. The soles of his shoes crunched against the thick snow. The lack of protective quality rendering each step a form of self-inflicted torment. Surprisingly, Xue Tianqing and Su Qinxue encountered no monsters from the moment they exited the file room until they stepped out of their building. However, they dared not lower their guard. Even in this familiar environment, each step was taken with careful consideration. On the street, various luxury cars were haphazardly clustered together, the heavy snowfall failing to obscure their forms or the bloodshed within. Their owners were either shattered or had joined the ranks of the monsters. This way. Shui Tianqing cautiously directed the girl behind him, who followed closely, her vigilance akin to that of a child out shopping with their parents for the first time. Fortuitously, they arrived safely at their destination. Before them stood a steel door leading to an emergency exit, accessible only by stairs, meaning no one would have entered the building through this route previously. Please, let it not be locked. Ah, splendid. Shui Tianqing exhaled in relief. Had the door been locked, they would have needed to circumvent the front of the building to reach the back entrance, which was situated in a residential area. Such a course of action would significantly heighten their risk. It is noteworthy that directly behind this impressive building lies an urban village housing thousands. The entire building was silent during the day, a disconcerting contrast to Shui Tianqing's usual experience of bustling commutes, making him uneasy. Danger, if visible, would not be danger at all. Look, while scouting, Shui was halted by the girl behind him. They were now on the second floor of the emergency exit, and through the transparent glass on one side, they could observe the situation in the lobby below. Good heavens, in the opulent lobby, a horde of monsters wandered about, resembling creatures from a zombie film. Seemingly indifferent, they would swarm and attack at the slightest sound. Shui Tianqing gasped. The original plan was to take the elevator to the rooftop helipad, as it was the quickest and most energy-efficient option. The lobby's glass was a type of privacy glass, making it difficult to discern the situation inside from the exterior. Had the power outage not necessitated a last-minute change of plans, they would likely already be in the midst of their escape. Hey, look over there. Following the direction of her finger, both Shui Tianqing and Su Qingqua's gazes were drawn to the commotion outside. A middle-aged man was running alone down the street piled high with cars. Pursued by dozens of monsters, their speed reminiscent of middle-aged sprinters. The man glanced back while fleeing but inadvertently tripped over an abandoned electric scooter, sending him sprawling to the ground. Don't come any closer. His leg was injured. With a twisted ankle and excruciating pain, he could do nothing but sit helplessly, dragging himself forward with his hands, nails, and any means at his disposal. Ultimately, the middle-aged man could not escape the relentless pursuit of the monsters. Succumbing to a chorus of screams before losing his life, the horde feasted upon him, but soon they were drawn away by distant sounds, rising to their feet. Initially staggering, their pace quickened, and soon, screams echoed from afar. Followed by an eerie silence. Damn it, I'm sorry. If only I... Shui Tianqing glanced at the gun in his hand, yearning to save the man being devoured, yet rationality repeatedly deterred him. He understood that attempting to rescue him would surely lead to his own demise. And the girl beside him risked becoming the second middle-aged man. I'm sorry. Su Qingqua softly addressed the man's direction, her voice barely a whisper, yet it resonated painfully. Look, she tugged at Shui's clothing again, pointing towards the man's position. What's wrong? The man, who had just lain in the snow stained with red liquid, was now slowly rising. His eyes, once filled with the will to survive, were now vacant and pale, devoid of any semblance of life. His body was mangled, yet he continued to move towards the source of the distant noise, staggering, jogging, accelerating. What on earth is this virus? It has barely been, not even 2 minutes. Shui Tianqing was stunned by the scene before him. Although he recognized that this virus could transform a person directly into a monster, its infectious and fatality rates were unlike any he had encountered before. Yet at this moment, he comprehended the true danger of the virus. In just a few fleeting minutes, a living human being can be transformed into a monster. Such a rapid rate of infection is unprecedented in history. Moreover, upon invading the human body, the virus evidently enhances the physical capabilities of the infected, thereby diminishing the chances of survival. How can such a virus exist? Has fiction now become reality? It is truly, utterly terrifying. Shui Tianqing was filled with worry and fear, his mind clouded with uncertainty about the challenges that lay ahead. However, he thought to himself that perhaps he was far stronger than that man. At least he was not alone, for before the path of life might lead to its end, a girl of exquisite beauty, whom he had never encountered before, had kissed him. It was indeed his first experience. Let us go, he urged. His assistance has been invaluable to us. Most of the monsters in the hall have vanished. With a renewed sense of confidence, he understood that now was not the time to give up. Yes, Su Ching Snow replied softly, supporting him as they moved forward. Time passed slowly, and Xue Tianqing had never ascended the stairs with such urgency as he did today. They dared not make excessive noise, and with each fire door they passed, their hearts raced, their minds haunted by the image of a monster bursting through the door, ready to shred them to pieces. Thankfully, due to recent fire inspections, every fire door remained closed, and they encountered neither person nor monster throughout the 40-plus flights of stairs. The corridor was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. "Are you ready?" They stopped before the door leading to the rooftop, breathless after climbing so many flights while gripped by fear, leaving them both physically and mentally exhausted. Xue Tianqing could feel the wounds on his legs tearing open from the exertion. His body grew weaker, yet he refrained from sharing this with Su Ching Snow, noting the occasional tear that fell from her face. "Yes, I'm ready. If we fail, I won't blame you," she replied. "Is that so? Hearing you say that brings me comfort. Regardless, I will do everything in my power to help us escape this cursed place." Xue Tianqing recalled the mysterious girl's words that they must survive at all costs. "All right," Su Kingsnow's resolute tone provided Xue with great encouragement. Had he faced this alone, his will to survive would not have been as strong. With a clang, the door to the rooftop swung open, revealing snow piled in every corner, untouched by any footprints. Survivors are monsters. The helicopter, which Xue Tianqing knew all too well, rested on the helipad, blanketed by a thick layer of snow. "Wonderful. Hurry, let us go." The two hastened towards the helicopter, Xue tearing off the cover and opening the cabin door. After a moment of hesitation, he pressed the start button. He knew the sound would undoubtedly attract the nearby monsters, but there was no alternative. With a roar, the electronic instruments beeped, overshadowed by the whirring of the helicopter blades. The noise above grew increasingly deafening. This was the most nerve-wracking moment he had experienced since first piloting a helicopter. Despite the cacophony, he felt he could hear the monstrous roars surrounding them. "Put on the headset," he shouted to Su Ching Snow, who trembled, her gaze fixed on the door leading to the rooftop. "As long as we can take off, everything will be fine. Yes, everything will be fine," he muttered, almost as if in prayer, like a devoted believer. The sound of the rotor blades intensified, nearing the speed required for a safe ascent. Just as Xue Tianqing prepared to lift the aircraft, the door to the co-pilot's seat swung open, and a pair of chubby yet powerful hands seized Su Kingsnow's right arm, yanking her out. She screamed, crashing heavily onto the helipad, landing on the marked ground that bore a large H. Wah. The owner of those hands was none other than Xue Tianqing's boss, the proprietor of the building and the helicopter. "What are you doing?" Xue Tianqing ripped off his headset and burst from the cabin, bewildered as he observed his boss and the fallen Su Ching Snow. "So you're this scoundrel who thinks he can escape using my helicopter?" The wind from the helicopter's rotor blades caused both men to sway precariously. Without shouting, they could hardly understand one another. "I don't know what you've done at the company, and the world has become what it is now. Should I wait for you indefinitely?" Xue Tianqing could not forget that it was yesterday when he had called himself, urging him to come to the office. "Heh, I knew you would think of escaping by helicopter." "Excellent. My wait for you has not been in vain. I have no desire to waste words with you. Head immediately to this location on the map." His boss, weighing over 250 pounds, had his flesh jiggling in the wind generated by the aircraft, clutching a map. In this electrified era, the paper map finally revealed its significance. "All right, the monsters below may be rushing up at any moment. We need to leave this place as swiftly as possible." Xue Tianqing reopened the helicopter door, waiting for his boss to board as usual. "Now that's more like it. Get us airborne swiftly." His boss struggled into the helicopter, his white suit covered in dust and splattered with red stains. "Here, let me help you." Xue Tianqing assisted the girl who had been yanked from the helicopter, helping her aboard. "Wait, why are you letting her on? Useless people have no place here." "No, she saved my life. If she doesn't T-board, I want to take you to that destination," Xue Tianqing stated without hesitation. "Saved your life? Ha ha ha, how noble. Otherwise, you would remain merely my driver, unable to let go of a woman." With that, His boss picked up the handgun from where Shui Tianqing had just Saturday, only one of you can live. So think carefully. If you take me to the location on the map, I guarantee you a life of wealth. His expression twisted. Even Shui Tianqing had never seen him like this before. This is bad. I completely forgot about the gun. Please. This helicopter can accommodate one more person, and I promise to get you there safely. This is not the time to waste. Those monsters could come up at any moment, and none of us will survive. That's your problem. I refuse to let someone useless aboard my helicopter. Under normal circumstances, I would never refuse such a beautiful young woman, but if you don't want to help me pilot the aircraft, I will kill you first, then your woman, if you desire. Both you and I can survive, and never have to worry about sustenance, all for the sacrifice of one woman. What? Just a sacrifice of one. Do you understand how many lives have been lost because of this damn virus? Your secretary, your employees, and others who have no connection to you. Should they have to die? Should we stand idly by while others perish? Your theories belong in books. Do not forget we are in the real world. As long as we can survive, sacrificing as many as necessary is acceptable. You bastard! You dare, Shui Tianqing felt his blood boil, ready to rush forth and seize the gun, but suddenly noticed something was off with his boss. His boss clutched his arm, his expression one of sheer agony, his body convulsing, the gun wavering in his grip. Shui Tianqing then noticed a wound on his boss's wrist, unmistakably a bite mark. It hurts. It hurts so much. Damn you too. You wasted my time. It could have been treated. I will kill you. You damn bastard. His boss aimed the gun at Shui Tianqing, the acute pain finally causing him to lose his sanity. His chubby fingers squeezed the trigger, and the bullet shot forth, hurtling towards Shui. Crap! Shui Tianqing had no time to react. The muted sound of the silenced pistol echoed as he realized his fate. He never expected that after all his efforts to escape, he would ultimately perish at the hands of a man on the brink of mutation. Yet he could not foresee that at the moment the bullet was about to pierce his body, a figure suddenly appeared before him, bearing the marks of the fall she had taken. Su Qingsno. In the next instant, the force of the bullet sent her body trembling, collapsing onto Shui Tianqing. Indeed. You must survive. Su Qingsno uttered those words before losing all her strength, her body going limp atop Shui Tianqing. She no longer trembled. November 7, 2004. Weather. XXXX. Garbled. Mood. Terrible. Unfortunately, we suddenly lost contact with everyone. A malfunction has occurred within the communication system and the maintenance personnel. Indeed, the entirety of those responsible for the vessel's upkeep and the base have now perished. To date, a total of 58 individuals have succumbed, exhibiting largely similar symptoms. We are left with no alternative but to perform a rudimentary preservation of their remains before placing them in the refrigerated storage aboard the ship. We are reluctant to leave them in this perpetually snow-laden location. This affliction can only be described as ferocious, with an exceptionally invasive nature that swiftly circumvents, or rather disguises itself from, the body's immune defenses. Patients present with normal body temperatures, yet their condition deteriorates rapidly. Currently, the source of this virus remains unknown, with a mortality rate of 100% and an extraordinary level of contagion, unaffected by ambient temperature. The interval from onset of illness to death ranges from a mere 3 hours to approximately 100 hours. I have transcribed this information from the notes of a deceased attending physician. His handwriting is hasty, and many technical terms I could only infer through conjecture. I sincerely hope for assistance. I long to return home. Chapter 6. Arrival at the Survivor-S Refuge, February 8, 2035, Lunar New Year, late at night. Everyone, extinguish the lights immediately to conserve energy. Outside the rudimentary tents, soldiers clad in military uniforms repetitively announced the same phrase through loudspeakers, their emotionless shouts echoing throughout the vast encampment. It's all right. It's all right. Nothing is amiss. Shui Tianqing switched off the lamp beside him and resumed grasping the hand of the girl lying on the camp bed. Her hand was frigid, yet still remarkably soft and delicate. Su Qingxue did not respond, nor did she stir. The only certainty was that she was indeed still breathing at this moment. However, the area just beneath her left breast was a gruesome sight. The close-range gunshot had exacerbated her wound, resulting in significant blood loss, which explained why her complexion was even paler than it had been the previous morning. Is there absolutely no movement? The tent flap was lifted, revealing a woman dressed in a white coat, the fabled nurse's uniform. She held a notepad, and the short red pencil in her hand was alarmingly worn down. Yes, she is still breathing, perhaps. Xue Tianqing did not glance back at the girl but focused intently on Su Qingshua's eyes, yearning to witness those diamond-like pupils once more. Rest assured, although your girlfriend is gravely injured and has lost considerable blood, fortunately, the wound is not critical. However, it may be some time before she regains consciousness, at least a week. The short-haired girl in the nurse's uniform retrieved a pre-prepared syringe from the medical kit, administering its contents into the transparent forebag above Su Qingshua's head. Thank you so much. Xue Tianqing expressed his gratitude repeatedly, knowing that the initial moments of disaster are often the most chaotic. It was incredibly challenging to find a safe place capable of treating the injured. This stroke of fortune was thanks to Xue's employer. The map in his possession, stained with Su Qingshua's blood, marked several locations designated as safe zones, with the most prominent being approximately 500 kilometers from this refuge, encircled in red and labeled Fortress. However, the specifics of that location remained unclear. Based on the name alone, it might be a bastion of fortified walls brimming with supplies. Yet, Xue Tianqing had no time to contemplate the fortress. His priority was to pull Su Qingxue back from the brink of death. And no need to thank me. We should be thanking you for bringing that helicopter, which is incredibly valuable for saving more lives. Regardless, without you, she would have. Xue Tianqing recalled the events of a few hours prior. It was merely my duty. As a doctor, if one does not save lives, what sort of doctor are they? And you? I heard that when you were found, you were unconscious in the cockpit. Did you sustain some internal injuries? The young male doctor scrutinized Xue Tianqing's body repeatedly with piercing eyes. Now that you mention it, I seem to have forgotten. Honestly, I cannot recall how I arrived at this camp, only that I was flying in the air, but the specifics elude me. Xue Tianqing himself was perplexed. After he had lifted the injured Su Qingshu onto the aircraft, the monsters had burst through the door of the same rooftop, and he hastily took off, leaving the subsequent events shrouded in obscurity. Quite strange. However, that is all in the past now, and the outcome is favorable. You need not remain here. Come outside for some fresh air. It will do you good. The young male doctor gestured for him to follow. Outside the tent, chaos reigned as countless survivors poured into the safe zone's main entrance after undergoing examinations. Their faces were etched with fear. Even when collapsing within the sanctuary, that terror lingered, an indelible mark. The so-called safe zone had been hastily converted from a university. As the Lunar New Year approached, students had returned to their hometowns, leaving this institution largely unscathed when the disaster struck. Police officers, soldiers, and even individuals in urban management uniforms banded together, erecting makeshift defenses at the gates and walls. Xue Tianqing's aircraft had landed atop the school building. People had been sheltering there since the onset of the calamity. The security guard at the entrance was nothing short of a hero, with a mere team of 6 holding their ground for several hours against military and police forces before reinforcements arrived, despite the surrounding area housing a staggering 500,000 residents. I would truly like to meet them. Like most, Xue Tianqing held deep respect for civilian heroes. However, they all perished, buried beneath that wall over there. The young doctor pointed to a nearby patch of ground supported by a few wooden planks. They were all heroes, yet they did not receive the recognition they deserved before their untimely end. How utterly detestable, that malignant virus. He kicked a cone that had been left on the ground. Subsequently, the military and police forces moved in, successfully clearing the infected from the area, and in collaboration with other survivors, erected a makeshift facility in merely half a day. A remarkable feat, by the way. I have something to return to you. The doctor produced a handgun from behind him and retrieved a silencer from his pocket, placing both into the mysterious girl's backpack, which he had been given, and handed it to Xue Tianqing. One cannot afford to lose their means of protection. Keep it hidden from others and stay safe. I must take my leave now. With that, the doctor, whose name tag read Zhao Su, turned and made his way toward the medical area. Oh, Shui Tianqing had no opportunity to express his gratitude before he noticed the doctor vanish into the throng. The camp lights extinguished one by one, leaving only the high-powered floodlights atop the university walls to illuminate the pitch-black streets, silent buildings, and once bustling snack streets. Exhaling deeply, Shui Tianqing returned to the tent, relieved that both he and the girl beside him were temporarily shielded from harm. Yet, after this moment of solace, anxiety returned. He could not contact his distant parents and relatives, their fates unknown. Compounded by the fact that most routes north had been severed, the monster's spread was accelerating far beyond anyone's expectations. In just a few days since the virus outbreak, the entire city had descended into paralysis. Cough, cough. The girl beside him coughed a few times, marking the second piece of good news Shui Tianqing had heard today. The first being that he and she were temporarily safe. She has awakened, hasn't she? He leaned closer to the girl, her complexion devoid of color yet exquisitely delicate, causing his heart to ache. Her eyes fluttered open, lacking their usual brilliance. Where am I? Her voice was barely louder than the wind outside the tent, akin to the chirping of insects. You are in a safe place, free from danger. You need only focus on healing. Shui Tianqing had long been concerned for her safety, not to mention that this girl had saved his life twice, and it seemed she was the only familiar face remaining. Ha, 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 I thought I was doomed. Oh, it hurts so much. I'm sorry, I failed to protect you. Even though I promised to do so, it is not your fault. Besides, the one who sought to kill us was not also. Shui Tianqing was acutely aware that after his employer shot Su Qingxue, he had rushed at the former and engaged him in a struggle. With his military background, he easily overpowered his employer, who had merely been a delinquent in his youth. Ultimately, as his employer neared unconsciousness, he ceased his assault. Knowing he had far more pressing matters to attend to, he then lifted Su Qingxue onto the aircraft. The monsters that charged in after breached the door and overwhelmed his now infected employer, consuming his corpulent form. Yes, he is thoroughly dead. Shui Tianqing attempted to recall the events that transpired after the aircraft took off, but his mind was a blank. Rest well and recover swiftly. There is much yet to be done. Shui silently vowed to lead the girl to find both their families and endure this ordeal in a safe haven. This is the sole endeavor he yearns to accomplish at present. Consequently, he retrieves a handgun from his backpack and secures it at his waist. Speaking of which, after that plane took off, were there any other individuals aboard? Su Qingxue's words enveloped Shui like a dense fog. April 5, 2035. Today, those who have lost loved ones will feel an even greater longing for them. Tomb Sweeping Day is invariably accompanied by sorrow. Shui Tianqing and Su Qingxue are no exceptions. Gathering with others in the university campus gymnasium to collectively mourn and pray for their lost or missing family members. Her injury has healed significantly over the past month. At least she no longer faints unexpectedly while dining or using the restroom, which would be both troublesome and embarrassing for Shui Tianqing. I said, could you please refrain from constantly staring at me? The leading lady of the morning spoke ungraciously, maintaining her distance from Shui after exiting the gymnasium, while Shui, concerned she might faint again, instinctively drew closer to her. That's because, cough, cough, although I have engaged in some inappropriate actions with you, it does not signify that our relationship, it was only upon noticing someone pass behind her that she realized certain portions of their conversation had been too loud. Particularly those that could easily be misconstrued. It is hard to discern. Perhaps she is quite an intelligent person after all. My primary concern is that you might collapse in the restroom again, as you did a few days ago, Put away the knife first. Where on earth did you pull that from? Her face flushed crimson, as if afflicted by some peculiar ailment, brandishing an exaggeratedly large dagger. Moving contrary to the gathering participants. Thus, on this day, which was originally steeped in melancholy, life seemed to possess an unnameable quality, and her expression appeared no longer monotonous. Who, I am so tired. The girl behind her leaned against the wall, panting heavily as if she had just completed a sprint. The black windbreaker she wore appeared utterly out of place. I told you to stop pursuing me. You're clearly injured. While Shui Tianqing edged closer, he remained wary of the gleaming short blade in her hand. Well, in that case, you should not run. No, no, no. If you hadn't drawn the knife first, I wouldn't be running. T. She bore an obstinate expression, and with no benches in sight. She simply sat on the steps. Honestly, Shuet Tianqing extended his hand while standing beside Su Qingshu, yet he failed to catch her bewitching smile. She seized his hand, but in her overzealousness, she lost her balance. Hey! Before Shuet could react, she was already toppling toward him. The two of them lay upon the cool marble surface, the morning sunlight bathing them. The air is truly refreshing. Perhaps it was the indigo sky that lifted her spirits considerably. At least not everyone wishes to eternally remember their dark past. Indeed. But are you truly all right? Even though it is already April, the morning breeze still carries a biting chill. I am completely fine. Are you lying? What did you say? The wind, a gust, just swept by. If only Mom and Dad were here. The atmosphere shifted abruptly, and so too did the surroundings beyond the university campus. Approximately 100,000 monsters were advancing toward the university. While within a dormitory on campus, a thief was discovered pilfering food, leading to a desperate situation where both the food owner's family members were slain. Yet he had forgotten the most crucial detail: the deceased must be dealt with. Only by damaging their heads can one prevent them from becoming part of the monstrous horde. November 12, 2004. Hasty handwriting. There is no food left, and I feel somewhat unwell myself. Theo, be honest. I am no longer concerned about what transpires outside the cabin, for it has been days since any human or creature has made a sound. I am terrified yet feel a sense of honor. I fear becoming the last one left, and my honor arises from the same reason. I must seek sustenance. Yes, I must eat something. It seems I heard gunfire. Oh dear. I long to return home. Chapter 7. On a rainy night, I and he head towards the only light. She has fallen asleep. How many times have I stealthily gazed upon her sleeping face in the dead of night? The count is beyond measure. To be frank, she is my sole anchor in this tumultuous existence. Su Qingshu, this girl with beautiful black hair and captivating pupils. As a man, it is evident that I am woefully inadequate. I have failed to protect my parents. I cannot safeguard the girl before me, and even at this very moment, I struggle to ensure my own survival. If only this were all but a dream. I often find solace in self-conversation, a habit I have cultivated over many years. This practice offers numerous benefits, particularly during the late hours when I can scrutinize my own actions. Of course, it often leans towards self-aggrandizement. 2 months ago, the world underwent a transformation. Shuet Tianqing, a retired military helicopter pilot in my 20s, bore witness to the world's descent into ruin. Initially, it was merely a commonplace infectious disease that garnered little attention. Now, it has claimed billions of lives, and that figure continues to rise, as the panicked voice on the only radio in our camp incessantly relayed. 3 days ago, that voice vanished, leaving only static on every frequency. Today, April 8, 2035, I have not been in contact with my parents for 2 months, nor has Su Qingshu, nor has anyone in the camp. The death of loved ones has not crushed their spirits, but the uncertainty surrounding the fates of those missing seems to drive everyone to the brink of madness. Counting today, Su Qingshu has proposed her plan to leave the camp in search of her family for the 8th time. Although I have evaded her request with various excuses, how much longer can I endure this charade? Rain began to fall outside the tent, a spring downpour that brought no joy to anyone. It no longer signified the resurgence of life, but rather felt like mockery directed at humanity. Ancient trees endure for millennia, while common folk live for but a century. The wind seeped through every crevice of the tent, akin to a relentless flood. Even in April, this canvas shelter, devoid of any heating apparatus, could not ward off the chill of early spring. You sleep so soundly. I noticed a glistening fragment at the corner of her mouth, a sign that she had entered a deep slumber. I could not find rest, so I decided to venture out for a stroll in the nocturnal camp. Not long into my walk, I encountered the young Dr. Zhao Su from before. Over the course of several months, we had formed a friendship, or perhaps more accurately, a camaraderie. Like me, he was a person who had been shaped by military experience. The urge to boast has struck again. What's wrong? Staying up so late? Hurry, follow me. Instead of exchanging a high five, he threw an arm around my shoulder. guiding me toward the direction of the camp, which was also the university's teaching building. A month prior, several planes had dropped bombs, leveling much of the university district. Had it not been for the military and police stationed here waving their red flags, the tent camp on the playground would have been utterly obliterated. Why come here in the middle of the night? You should return to sleep. I suddenly feel a bit drowsy. Among the many buildings, only the one before us, adorned with a massive clock, had survived. Naturally, this structure had become the headquarters for military officials and police leaders. Tianqing, there's no time to explain. Take this. Zhao Su retrieved a card and a white lab coat, identical to the one he wore, from his messenger bag. Put on the clothing and attach the ID badge to your chest. If anyone stops us, say nothing and remember to let me do the talking. Understood? His expression was peculiar, unlike anything I had seen before. It was as if he had encountered something that should not exist. Understood. But why? Wouldn't it be more cooperative if you explained? I accepted the clothing and card, wondering what could have transpired to make him so anxious. After all, his expertise had been anatomy. We will discuss the specifics once we enter the building. For now, just follow me. Let us go. No explanations and shrouded in confusion, yet I chose to trust him, knowing that without him, Su Qingshu would have long. The first floor of the building housed 7 or 8 armed guards, all vigilant even in the dead of night, scanning their surroundings. A dim searchlight illuminated the only path leading to the building's entrance. Flanked by discarded bicycles, desks, cars, and various items once deemed essential. Nowadays, a single can of food could fetch $1,000. Halt! What brings you to the command post at this hour? Do you have an appointment? A dark-skinned guard blocked our path, his weapon instinctively trained on me and Zhao Su. Of course, this is my identification. Your Captain Wang sent me. He should have informed you. Zhao Su is indeed no ordinary individual. Even in the face of the menacingly approaching gun barrel, his eyes scarcely blinked, exuding an air of composure and fluency. Hold on, I need to verify something, he said. In contrast, the dark-skinned soldier resembled a robot. His expression devoid of emotion, as if he were engrossed in some esoteric literary work. Remember, once we enter, stay close to me. Zhao Su noticed the soldier beckoning him, likely a sign of successful verification allowing our entry, prompting him to softly reiterate his instruction. I understand. Rest assured. The building, typically functioning as a library, was grander on the inside than its exterior suggested. Since our arrival at the camp, Su Qingshu and I had never ventured inside. The classical decor emanated a fragrant aroma of solid wood, harmonizing with the distinctive scent of ink from the books, rendering the world around us less dismal. After passing through the sentry post, Zhao Su quickened his pace, ascending the staircase and traversing the corridor. It took him a full 5 minutes to finally halt before a brown wooden door. An eagle was intricately carved upon it, soaring majestically amidst a sea of clouds. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Zhao Su rapped on the door, and almost instantly, a voice responded from within. It's me, Commander Wang. Zhao Su. Not locked, come in quickly. The robust voice emanating from the room hinted at considerable age. The marks of time readily apparent. Commander Wang, is everything prepared? Zhao Su opened the door and strode directly toward an oversized solid wood desk, behind which sat an elderly man with graying temples, clad in military attire and a cap. His weathered face bore sharp eyes that scrutinized the two newcomers from head to toe. Of course, have you prepared your items? Yes, they are all right here. Zhao Su emptied the contents of his shoulder bag onto the expansive desk. Money, copious amounts of it, along with several gold bars. To be honest, even in a goldsmith's shop, one would rarely encounter such hefty ingots. At least, I had never seen anything like it in real life. The wretchedness of poverty. Excellent, truly refreshing. Here, the items you requested. The elder, referred to as Commander Wang, tossed Zhao Su a set of car keys adorned with a well-known green oval insignia. Thank you, but why won't you accompany us? You know full well. Zhao Su's words were interrupted by a gesture from the elder, his gaze directed towards the door behind me, perhaps indicating that the walls had ears. Lower your voice, remember. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone in the camp. I am old, and my opportunities outside are limited. Moreover, my subordinates rely on me. If I leave, they will become a band of scattered soldiers. And eventually, they will devolve into brigands. Who will protect the camp then? But there are no buts. To be honest, had it not been for my deep ties with your father, I would never have divulged this information to you. Is this your friend? The elder's gaze finally settled on me. Yes, at present, he is the only person I trust in this world. Very well, that is good. Go now, and be sure to exercise caution. Always remember, whether beast or man, they will threaten your safety when you are at your most vulnerable. I understand. Please take care of yourself. Zhao Su grasped the elder's hand, reluctant to part. Rest easy, lad. Perhaps I will outlive you all. If you find it difficult to survive out there, returning here may be an option. Indeed, that is a possibility. We shall be on our way now. Farewell, farewell. Zhao Su turned, tears glistening in his eyes. Wait a moment. Young man. The elder called out to me, for surely, Zhao Su's moniker was not young man. Hello. I recognize you. A few months ago, it was you who arrived at the camp in a helicopter, accompanied by a girl. Was it not? Yes, but at that time, the memory is rather hazy. It could be considered a serendipitous encounter. Haha, life is filled with such coincidences. What is your name? Shui Tianqing. Standing before the elder reminded me of my grandfather back home. His stern demeanor concealing a heart full of compassion. I will remember that. Please assist Zhao Su as best as you can. He is as young as you, and in this world, mutual support is essential for survival. Haha, indeed. It is always the realm of the youth. Go now. This is all I can do for you. May we meet again by chance. Farewell, farewell. I remained perplexed as to what Zhao Su or the elder were truly up to. Yet the poignant scene of their parting stirred worry within me. Was there some imminent danger? An underlying truth? Or perhaps a conspiracy? November 15, 2004. Just as I had suspected, I was the sole occupant aboard the vessel. I was free, indeed. No one could impose their will upon me any longer. The dining area reeked, and I had no desire to partake in a meal there, so I returned to my cabin. Today, starting from today, the foul odor infiltrated even my own quarters. How infuriating. Could they not mitigate their own stench? I was confined to my cabin, with no one to converse with. How ironic. No one to converse with. Chapter 8. The ruins within the underground parking lot. The rain fell increasingly heavily, and the neglected tiles lay shattered, with unrestrained vegetation emerging from the cracks, gazing upon this devastated world for the first time. Water pooled everywhere. The city's drainage system had collapsed a month prior, and shovels and brooms had become the best tools for drainage. Zhao Su paid no heed to the puddles beneath him and marched straight ahead. Initially, the water merely dampened his low-top canvas shoes, but soon it encroached upon his trousers and even splattered his shirt with mud. Hey, what is it that has you so on edge? What did you discuss with that man known as Commander Wang back in the office? What does escaping from here mean? I no longer wished to blindly follow him around the camp, shrouded in ignorance. Tianqing, it's just ahead. Follow me. Once we're in the vehicle, I'll explain everything. For now, take off that lab coat. Very well, he, like me, shed his own stained coat, which, though seemingly thin, effectively shielded against the early spring night breeze. The entire camp was eerily silent, as if it were just the two of us here. Aside from the command building, the camp remained devoid of illumination at night, not only to avoid attracting monsters, but also due to the insufficient power from the few generators within the camp to supply the electrical devices. The moon, in such moments, was of paramount importance. Even the faintest glow could illuminate the pitch-black darkness of the night, yet alas, today was a rainy day. This is it. Zhao Su suddenly halted, and through the beam of his flashlight, I could see that the building was a single story, featuring only a solitary room. Inside was a staircase, and the exterior bore no markings, as if deliberately erased. Clearly, this was the entrance and exit to the underground parking lot. Commander Wang had just given me car keys. Our vehicle awaited us in this underground garage. Aside from a select few individuals, no one in the camp was aware that beneath our feet lay emptiness. Zhao Su crawled across the muddy ground. The main entrance had been sealed off, leaving only a side opening just large enough for a person to pass through, albeit requiring one to crawl. Are there monsters down there? Had I known, I would have brought a gun. I felt a twinge of concern. Given the current environment, one could not afford to be careless, lest they meet death or join the ranks of the deceased. Fear not. If this place weren't absolutely safe, Commander Wong wouldn't have sent us here for equipment. I'll go in first. Once I'm inside, check to see if anyone else is around before you follow. Is this a rendezvous with some clandestine organization? But I understand. Zhao Su quickly squeezed through, and after a moment of ensuring the coast was clear, I mimicked his actions and crawled into the narrow artificial tunnel. Following the beam of the flashlight, the interior walls of the building were coated in a layer of black mold, having fallen into disrepair without the maintenance of a property management company. It resembled a prehistoric concrete cave. The stench of decay and the slimy handrails of the staircase made lingering here unbearable. Yet hearing Zhao Su calling my name from ahead urged me to press on down the stairs. Upon descending, an iron-like odor infiltrated my senses, though at the time, I had no inkling of what it signified. After passing through a fire door, the world opened up before me. The underground parking lot was astonishingly vast. The flashlight's glow was utterly insignificant in this pitch-black expanse. Hundreds of vehicles were parked within, their surfaces cloaked in dust. Even the once magnificent luxury cars had lost their luster. There, look, that's our ride. Zhao Shu directed his flashlight towards an off-road vehicle. Though it, like its companions, was besieged by dust, it remained a costly possession. Yet in this apocalyptic world, only the capacity to drive held significance. Help me illuminate the area. I'm searching for the keys. Wait, where did I place them earlier? Ah, I found them. Zhao Shu rummaged through his shoulder bag for quite some time before finally retrieving the car keys, which had been the object of my longing for months. Huh. Why isn't it working? This can't be possible. Hey. Zhao Shu pressed the unlock button several times, yet the vehicle remained utterly unresponsive. It must be either the keys or the car's battery. I'll try the mechanical key. He pried open a corner of the key fob, revealing a metal key, which he inserted into the car's lock and turned. A click echoed. The key was jammed. This can't be. Is this not the right vehicle? But there's only this model here. Damn it. Could it be? Commander Wong. No, that can't be. He and my father are such close comrades. He wouldn't deceive us. Let me try again. Damn. It's completely locked. Zhao Shu was engulfed in confusion beside the vehicle. He attempted the driver's side door and then the trunk, but regardless of his efforts, it became evident that the key in his hand bore no connection to this car. They merely shared the same brand. Now you can speak, Zhao Shu. What exactly are we doing? I patted his shoulder, signaling him to cease his nearly frantic actions. All right, here's the situation. A few days ago, I ventured out with several others in search of medical supplies. You know this. I initially intended for you to join us, but upon seeing you and Su Qinshu are engrossed in each other, I refrained from informing you. I'm well aware of that. Didn't we end up quarreling over it? As friends, you should have communicated your intentions before heading into danger. Yes, I admit that was my mistake. However, we were accompanied by several soldiers tasked with our protection. Zhao Shu leaned against the car's hood and continued. Thanks to the helicopter you piloted, we located supplies at a hospital approximately 200 kilometers from our camp, but during our return, we stumbled upon a horrifying sight. What sight? His expression, which I had never seen so filled with terror, caused me to feel a surge of concern. We witnessed hordes of monsters advancing towards the camp. Their numbers were beyond counting, merely an overwhelming sea of darkness. Had we not been aboard your helicopter at that moment, we might have been discovered by the monstrous horde. Hordes of monsters? Could they be hunting together? Like a pack of wolves? Yes, when we first spotted them, we were equally astonished. Based on recent encounters, these creatures were thought to be drawn merely by sound, surging forward in a frenzy. However, if they naturally prefer to congregate, their strength would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Indeed, if that were the case, without adequate weaponry, their sheer numbers could easily overpower us. But upon returning to the camp and reporting this to Commander Wong, he chose not to disclose this information to others, not even to his subordinates. Zhao Shu sighed deeply. Sigh. What troubles me most is what transpired yesterday. I discovered that my colleagues, who had accompanied me in search of supplies, along with those soldiers, have vanished without a trace within the camp. Not only I, but their families also have no idea where they have gone. Could it be that they were? That is precisely my concern. Commander Wang and my father share a deep camaraderie, yet one can never truly know another's heart in this world. Everyone is capable of change. Huh? Ah? Zhaoxiu, be careful. Just as we delved into discussions of human nature, I suddenly noticed several figures materializing behind him, or rather, shadows of figures. Before we could react, they had encircled us. Some wore military uniforms, while others donned white lab coats, appearing no different from ordinary individuals. However, they shared a chilling commonality. Each bore a grotesque wound on their necks, as if it had formed only recently, with blood still fresh and crimson. They had been resurrected, yet instead of becoming heroes as depicted in tales, they had transformed into monsters. They were the very individuals who had ventured out with Zhaoxiu in search of medical supplies. This is bad. I reached behind me, only to realize I had left my handgun behind. In the camp, possessing private weapons is illegal. Not only firearms, but even knives are heavily restricted. The entire situation stemmed from the onset of food rationing. What dreadful luck to be ensnared by a friend of my father. Truly despicable. Zhaoxiu and I prepared ourselves for confrontation. This was the first time we were so close to monsters, their very breaths audible, accompanied by an omnipresent stench of blood. November 2004. What on earth has transpired to cause such commotion? My head is pounding. I feel as though I might perish. The liquid, red, is all over my hands. Sounds emanate from the cabin. Is the banquet commencing? Surely not. It must be some experiment. The pounding is relentless. My back aches down my head. My head. Chapter 9. The lonely elder prepares to visit the girl who had just been sleeping. The stench of blood had never been so overpowering. The entire underground parking lot resounded with the sounds of conflict. Dust-covered fire extinguishers, decorative vases in the elevator lobby, trash bins, and beer bottles within them had become our weapons. Zhaoxiu and I stood back to back, struggling against the 7 or 8 monsters. They still retained the clothing they wore in life, and each attack made us hesitate, granting them opportunities. The danger loomed over us constantly, and soon, we found ourselves devoid of suitable weapons, resorting to fists, feet, and our very bodies as instruments of defense. Behind you. Watch out, Zhaoxiu shouted, kicking down a monster that was about to pounce on me. To them, it was hardly a blow. From the radio broadcast still functioning earlier, we learned that once infected by the unknown virus, it swiftly infiltrates the human immune system, leading to the host's rapid demise. Subsequently, upon seizing control of the host's thoughts and bodily functions, the virus enhances the host's abilities to ensure its own survival. In peace, they would have been track and field champions and weightlifting victors. Yet now, to survive, we humans must unleash all our strength, driven by the primal instinct to live. Zhaoxiu, in front of you. I see it. Even more terrifying was the realization that the flashlight we had brought was nowhere to be found. The environment was engulfed in darkness. The only sources of illumination were the few ventilation windows in the underground garage and the occasional flash of lightning slicing through the sky. Be careful. To your left. There are 2 behind you. No matter how many times we knocked them down, they always managed to rise again. As time passed, Zhaoxiu and I were reaching our limits. Even the slightest movements left us gasping for air. My heart raced, the metallic taste of blood lingered in my mouth. Everything felt reminiscent of the grueling training of new recruits, yet infinitely more terrifying. Ugh, damn. These fiends? I leaned against the side of a car, gasping for breath. The oxygen here was thinner than on the surface, making recovery all the more arduous. Was this truly how we would meet our end? What an unremarkable demise. Zhaoxiu leaned beside me, his right hand resting on the car door, appearing utterly exhausted. But at least, we didn't endanger others. In that moment, thoughts of my parents and family surfaced, as did the image of the girl sleeping in the tent. Her name was Su Qinxue, my savior. How could I have promised to protect her and help her find her family, only to die like this? It felt like a profound betrayal. Then, if that is the case, let us fight one last time. If we can take out even one, it's worth it, of course. I grasped his outstretched hand, helping him straighten his weary frame. It seemed to restore some of his strength. I thought, If we allowed these 7 or 8 monsters to escape to the surface, the survivors in the camp would be ambushed in their slumber, unaware of how they perished. Such a death would be far too humiliating. Kill! The underground parking lot reverberated with our united battle cry as Zhao Xiu and I charged towards the advancing monsters. Their white pupils appeared utterly grotesque. The battle raged on, an unyielding tempest of conflict that showed no signs of abating. They would never relent, and neither could we succumb to defeat. Not until the very end. Whoosh! A monstrous creature appeared behind me, its foul breath creeping dangerously close to my neck as its hand rested ominously upon my shoulder. Shui Tianqing. Be careful. Zhao Su attempted to rush over to my aid, but was impeded by several other beasts. Cursed fate. He struggled to break free, finding himself in a precarious predicament. Damn it, even after fighting so fiercely for so long. In the end, it was still infuriating. Damn it. Images of Su Qinxue flashed incessantly in my mind. Is this what the documentaries refer to as life flashing before one's eyes in the face of death? I had always considered it mere superstition. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the darkness, and just as swiftly, whoosh, in the final moment before the creature's razor-sharp teeth sank into my flesh, its head was pierced. Crashing heavily to the ground, the dull thud resonated continuously until, standing in the illumination, only Zhao Su and I remained. My eyes, having adjusted to the darkness, could not bear to meet that light, and just as Zhao Su and I pondered who had come to our rescue. The source of the light spoke first. Is it you? Shui Tianqing. Is it? That voice, which had only recently become familiar to me over the past few months, felt as though it belonged to another lifetime. I would never mistake it. It was her, Su Qinxue. Is it you? Su Qinxue? Of course. The beam of light vanished, and a figure emerged from the shadows, athletic and poised, akin to a seasoned athlete. Without a second thought, a singular desire surged within me to rush forward and embrace her. Hey, what are you doing? The prior combat had ignited a fervor within me, yet in the face of death, my entire being felt as though it had plummeted to an icy chill. Her body radiated warmth, tinged with a delicate fragrance. I found myself at a loss for words, the urge to express myself overshadowed by the immediacy of action. Please, let go of me. You smell. My apologies. It was only then that I recognized the mingling of my sweat with the creature's blood, rendering me in desperate need of a bath. How vexing, my clothes, you owe me for them. The sense of crisis evaporated in an instant. I found solace in the mere sight of her eyes. Thank you. Perhaps it was the silence that spoke louder than words, for the entire bunker fell into tranquility. The sound of rain outside the ventilation window could be heard distinctly, with distant rumbles of thunder serving as reminders to remain vigilant. What are you two doing awake at this hour? Moreover, Su Qinxue surveyed her surroundings, her light-patterned pajamas now tattered and worn, the same set she had bartered for with a package of snacks just weeks prior from a new mother. So, it's like this? Zhao Su slumped to the ground, and I too felt an unprecedented weariness, my legs devoid of strength. Go be honest, I truly admired Zhao Su. He somehow possessed the energy to explain to Su Qinxue why we were here. I see, but it's rather strange. Look, Su Qinxue crouched before me, retrieving a set of car keys from the pocket of her pajamas, identical to the ones Zhao Su had received from Commander Wang. A stranger gave these to me, stating that he knew you would encounter danger here. He was the one who informed me. As she spoke, she inadvertently pressed a button on the keys, and the nearby vehicle emitted a confirming beep as it unlocked. Report, Commander, we have not located their bodies, and the vehicle filled with supplies has also vanished. An hour later, Commander Wang arrived at the bunker with a dozen soldiers under his command. I understand. Do not disclose today's events to anyone for the time being. Tomorrow morning, announce to the camp residents via the loudspeaker that we are preparing to evacuate. Evacuate? Commander, are we taking the residents with us? That would be quite inconvenient. Certainly, after careful consideration, it is best to inform the residents of the situation. Those who wish to accompany us may do so, while those who prefer to venture out on their own may follow their own path. Commander Wang produced a photograph, a family portrait depicting him with his loved ones. Indeed, The heart is hard to harden. He placed the photo over his chest, straightened his military uniform, and strode towards the command center, his steps noticeably heavier. As night fell, the first raindrops struck the top of the tent. Huh? Su Qinxue awoke to the sound of rain, glancing around to find the nearby bunk empty. Shui Tianqing was nowhere to be seen. She had experienced a nightmare, dreaming of reuniting with her parents during a celebration when a monster unexpectedly emerged, poised to bite her neck. Just in time, Shui Tianqing appeared to save her, but he too was bitten by the creature. Phew, thank goodness, it was just a dream. The camp was eerily silent, the occasional cries of infants echoing through the spacious grounds. Ensuring the sounds would not attract monsters beyond the walls, he must have gone for a walk. She slipped on her shoes, but as she prepared to leave, she noticed Shui Tianqing's handgun resting beneath her pillow. Perhaps inadvertently exposed, Su Qinxue paid it no mind, simply covering the gun with the bedding, brushing aside the already tattered mosquito netting of the tent, and stepped into the darkness of the camp. Brr. It's rather chilly. She adjusted her hair, the once smooth strands now dry and split, the last time she had used shampoo being 2 weeks prior. During this time, she had merely rinsed it with water a few times, allowing it to air dry. Hello, Dada? The sudden voice from behind startled her, her feet momentarily leaving the ground. You are the girl who came here a few months ago with that helicopter pilot named Shui Tianqing? Aren't you? The man before her was older, standing alone in military attire. Yes. May I ask who you are? You need not concern yourself with my identity. I simply wish to inform you that your friends are in danger. Not far from here at the parking lot. The elder wasted no time, speaking plainly. Danger. Within the camp. Su Qinxue felt skeptical of this elder's claims. It was a rainy night, and he stood alone. Revealing such alarming news, every aspect raised suspicion. Yes, if you do not hurry to save them, you may never see them again. Here, take this. It may come in handy later. The elder handed Su Qinxue a small bag. And despite her hesitance, she accepted it. Before she could inquire further, the elder had already walked away, disappearing into the shadows. Could it be that they were truly in danger? But what if it was a trap? It would have been better if I hadn't had that dream. Shui Tianqing. She recalled the nightmare, then thought of the elder's expression. Perhaps the weathered features of his face had appeared somewhat distorted in the flashlight's glow. Yet he did not seem to be deceiving her. Thus, she returned to the tent, retrieved the handgun, and sprinted in the direction the elder had indicated, quickly arriving at the so-called parking lot, where she soon heard the sounds of scuffling through the ventilation window. Following the staircase down, she finally reached the fire door, witnessing Zhao Su and Shui Tianqing shouting fiercely as they battled against 7 or 8 surrounding monsters. She turned the flashlight to its brightest setting, raised her handgun and aimed. Year 2004, XXXXXXXXXX. I saw someone walk past from outside the cabin. He was strange, too strange. He wanted to come in. But I already have friends, and besides, they are quite ugly and smelly. Where are my friends? The words on the door lock say that friends cannot come in, and I cannot be without friends. Chapter 10. Those stories that have already vanished. March 15, 2035. Su Qinxue's condition had improved significantly. The pain that once clouded her eyes had diminished considerably. The first words she uttered today expressed her desire for snacks and fruit, but upon noticing my hesitation, she quickly amended her statement, saying she simply wished to sleep a little longer. Zhao Su, the doctor who had visited earlier, brought us some food, expired bread, a can of beef, and several bottles of water, all stained. Today marked my first venture beyond the wall since arriving at this camp. To be honest, the items he provided felt akin to the parting meals of yore. The camp's entrance was constructed from tanks rendered useless due to a lack of ammunition and the original university gates. While the walls were formed from thick stainless steel plates reinforced with dual supports, though not speak of monsters, even a living person would find it a formidable task to turn back. Once a university campus, this place now resembles a military management zone. Makeshift towers stand at the 4 corners of the camp, and flanking the entrance are, besides a solitary tank, 2 bunkers constructed of concrete. It is said that many lives were sacrificed to perfect this camp, including soldiers, civilians, and the elderly. Anyone who could offer their strength joined the fight to protect it. They are all heroes. Outside the camp lies an eerie silence. The buildings and streets are devoid of sound, yet everyone is acutely aware that even the slightest noise could summon the lurking monsters from their dark corners. Be cautious. Stay safe. Return swiftly. As I prepared to step out of the tent, I heard Su Qingshua's second utterance of the day. Her gunshot wounds had brought her to the brink of death time and again. Under current medical conditions, rescuing her from the clutches of mortality is nothing short of a miracle. Her complexion is frightfully pale, devoid of color, and her speech is feeble, evoking a profound sense of sorrow. I know you are waiting for me. I, too, yearn to lighten the atmosphere with a jest, yet my heart is heavy with the gravity of our plight. The path ahead is muddied and seemingly devoid of hope. Half an hour later, before the camp gates, exercise caution. Commander Wang instructed each soldier or civilian preparing to venture out for supplies. He bent down to adjust a young man's backpack and tactical vest. Each hook and Velcro strap bore an array of equipment: smoke grenades, stun grenades, and formidable hand grenades. The weapons varied widely, from the latest Type 19 assault rifles to the long-serving Type 95 rifles. Type 95B short-barreled rifles, and even some Type 81 rifles that had been in service since the 1980s among them. The most enviable was a middle-aged man clad in combat gear, fully equipped, wielding an M99 semi-automatic sniper rifle. His temples were speckled with gray, and his eyes sparkled with a fierce light that ignited an inexplicable fighting spirit within me. Judging by his rank, he appeared to be a captain. You must be the retired pilot who brought the helicopter to the camp. While I was still entranced by the new Type 19 rifle in my hands, the captain approached me. Yes, that is I, Comrade Captain. Perhaps due to years of military training, my hand instinctively rose to render a proper salute, only to be hindered by my gear, nearly striking him in the face with the rifle but due to the momentum. Well, commendable courage, by the way. What was your rank in the army? Third-class sergeant major. To be honest, I wished for a hole to swallow me whole, having nearly harmed a fellow comrade. All eyes turned to me, their expressions filled with mirth and relief. What is your name? Shui Tianqing. Apologies, Captain, I shall remember. You will serve as my observer and provide cover for everyone. Understood. The middle-aged captain seemed unfazed by my near mishap. Instead, he regarded me with a kind gaze that felt familiar, reminiscent of my squad leader during basic training. Open the gates. Commander Wang, though not particularly tall, exuded a commanding presence. With a grand gesture, the tank that served as the gate began to move slowly, its tracks malfunctioning and only able to shift at a crawl. Subsequently, the gates of the university, now the camp's entrance, swung open, revealing a chaotic street beyond. Debris littered the ground, wrecked vehicles lay strewn about, and not far off, skeletal remains hinted at a world irrevocably altered. Humanity's dominance has been shaken by the rise of another species. Monsters, zombies, and mutants. They are devoid of pain and emotion, driven solely by an insatiable hunger and the urge to infect new hosts. Just over a month has passed since the apocalypse, and humanity has suffered immense casualties. In this city alone, over 1 million lives have been lost or transformed into monsters. Let us proceed. I closely followed the captain. Accompanied by Zhao Su and a dozen others, we, known as the Suicide Squad within the camp, embarked on our mission. I pondered whether we would return safely to IT seemed as elusive as the distant clouds. Impossible to grasp. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the weather has been peculiar. Our region has seen incessant rain throughout spring, followed by dense fog, as if it were a punishment. After an undetermined duration of walking, my feet began to ache, and our group finally halted. Ahead loomed a large supermarket, likely brimming with supplies. A soldier in uniform reported to the middle-aged captain. All right, one team will secure the perimeter while the other enters the supermarket. Exercise caution and maintain silence. My observer and I will provide cover from above. Report any discoveries via radio. The captain gestured toward a 6-story building not 50 meters from us, an incomplete apartment complex that had once been intended as a high-rise landmark. Now standing at just 6 stories, understood. Each voice was hushed, as if constricted by an unseen hand, suppressing any sound that might attract the attention of lurking monsters. After a brief respite, I followed the captain's lead to the unfinished apartment building. A nauseating odor permeated the air. "Come, do not look." The captain patted my shoulder, and I quickly averted my gaze from the source of the stench. The building's found at until the noise generated by the friction between the engine and the tires completely dissipates. One can truly appreciate the profound silence of what was once the bustling center of this city. It is akin to a deathly stillness. While the tasks of others have temporarily come to a close, we too have additional matters to attend to, so follow me. Captain Lee tidied up his gear and retrieved the walkie-talkie once more. Command Center, Unit Number 11 is prepared to continue the search for other survivor camps. Copy that, Unit Number 11. Please exercise caution. As dusk approaches, the sun gradually sinks below the horizon, and darkness descends, occasionally pierced by inhuman howls in the distance. I could hardly bear to stay in such a room before. At this moment, he and I find ourselves in a hotel room. It has long been abandoned. The lobby on the first floor is in disarray, yet the guest rooms remain orderly, untouched save for a thick layer of dust. Everything retaining its former state. It seems particularly odd to be lying on the expansive bed of the presidential suite, draped in various gear, yet the chance to rest is something we both eagerly desire. I understand, initially, I believed my role as an observer would be relatively easy, but unexpectedly, I have become the most unfortunate and weary individual within the team. However, despite my grievances, I find myself inexplicably devoid of any annoyance towards the captain, who is a full 20 years my senior. He bears an M99 sniper rifle, weighing several kilograms, along with other equipment and a tactical backpack, totaling a burden of 30 to 40 pounds. In contrast, my own load is roughly only half of his. In truth, my primary task this time is to locate other camps. I apologize for not mentioning it earlier, but the mission requires utmost confidentiality. He produced a battered paper box from his backpack and handed it to me. At first, the camp could barely sustain itself, but as the number of survivors grew, so did the mouths to feed. Not to mention food, even drinking water could not last half a year. I opened the box, revealing individual military rations, varieties of chicken and rice, beef stew, biscuits, chocolate, and applesauce, a family of vitamins. This may be the last standard military ration. A token of gratitude for your willingness to accompany me on this perilous journey. Captain Lee smiled, then stood up to shatter a light bulb, casting its fragments onto the thick carpet of the hotel. Chapter 11. Those stories that have already faded away. Part 2. Night grew deep, and sleep eluded me. Captain Lee was likely in the same predicament, tossing and turning, burdened with thoughts. "Captain, are you unable to sleep?" I pondered for a moment before deciding to speak. Fortunately, I am not alone in this exceedingly quiet night. Yes, it has persisted for quite some time. Since the apocalypse began, I have not had a good night's sleep. He quickly turned to face me, the fabric of his gear brushing against the silk sheets, leaving marks upon them. "May I inquire about the mission? Are you wondering why it is only the two of us executing this task? In truth, I am rather unpopular in the camp." Why is that? My instinctive inquiry left me regretting my curiosity about the reasons behind another's unpopularity. My views differ from those of Commander Wong. He believes we should hold our ground and wait for rescue, whereas I contend that reinforcements will not arrive. Rather, if we do not actively seek a way out, we will either starve to death or turn on one another. With the victor claiming dominion, you must understand, my unit was among the first to initiate rescue efforts. The chaos at that time was nothing short of appalling. Adults disregarded the safety of children, frantically clamoring for a place on vehicles, while women were pushed aside by men, and the elderly were left unsupported. Even now, whenever I close my eyes, those images resurface in my mind. Captain Lee shut his eyes and gently shook his head, a look of desolation in his gaze, making him appear even older. Thus, from that moment, I realized that the rumors of an outbreak of infectious disease were false. Otherwise, such chaos would never have ensued. This conjecture was confirmed after the first soldier under my command sacrificed his life. By the way, could you pass me your applesauce? I do not mind the other items, but I cannot part with that. Of course. I extracted the well-sealed gray package bearing an apple design from the box beside me. Even in the darkness, the moonlight illuminated it clearly. Thank you. Thank you. Now, let me continue. The captain, as if he had found a treasure, carefully tore open the small bag of applesauce, savoring it bit by bit. Go be honest. If I could turn on the television and watch a good movie right now, it would be nothing short of perfect. Yet, that kind of blissful life has long since passed. We are left to face the monstrous beings that emit those sharp, haunting howls. The soldiers under my command were attacked by the hospital's chief physician. At first, we thought it was merely a bite on the arm, nothing serious, but within half an hour, that soldier began to exhibit symptoms of fainting, convulsions, and a persistent high fever. Captain Lee's words reminded Xue Tianqing of the man they had seen hunted by monsters on New Year's Eve alongside Su Qinxue. His transformation had occurred in a shorter span of time. Later, we merely wondered whether he had contracted a disease and did not dwell on the matter. It was not until the second, third, and eventually the 100th soldier perished that we truly comprehended the virus's horror. Communication had nearly ceased. Thus our mission is to seek out other camps, places that are safer and more self-sufficient. The desolation in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a mixture of anger and hope. Suddenly, I recalled the map that had nearly led to the demise of Su Qinxue's boss. Regrettably, it had vanished, and we could not find any trace of it in the camp or the helicopter. I remember it marked many locations, some labeled as safe zones, others as fortresses. They should all be secure havens. Curse it, where could that map have gone? Tomorrow morning, we shall press onward, aiming for the nearest military outpost. Some survivors who fled to our camp mentioned that the safe zone there is underground, an absolutely secure place. I understand, Captain. Let me lend you a helping hand. Good, young man. I believe you do not wish to spend the remainder of your days behind those walls. Our ultimate goal is to uncover the source of the virus outbreak and eradicate it entirely. Captain Lee stood upon the bed, resembling a sculpture crafted by a master artist. Were it not for the night, I am certain he would appear even more admirable. He spoke the truth. If survival in this world is merely a duty, then eradicating the virus requires sheer courage. I admire his bravery and confidence. Even with only the two of us, and despite the virus having erupted for barely over a month, he has already begun contemplating the means to reclaim this world from the clutches of monsters. That is wisdom. Young man, remember, never give up, never succumb to despair, for you are unlike me, an old man in the twilight of his life. I will remember, Captain. Thank you. The atmosphere in the room has eased considerably. I now understand him more profoundly, and he no longer seems as unapproachable as he once did. Instead, in my eyes, he is merely an elder, imparting strength to his younger counterpart. The long night swiftly passed during our conversation. And when we gathered our gear and descended to the hotel lobby, the sky was no longer a mere grayish-white but bathed in the golden light of the sun. Goodness, this is the first time seeing the sun and a clear sky in over a month. I can only imagine that Su Qinxue, still at the camp, is also experiencing this life-affirming light. Speaking of her name, I suddenly found myself missing her. Oh dear, the weather is exceptionally pleasant today. Captain Lee was in high spirits. Even though we had not rested at all the previous night, by the latter part of the night, we felt more like we were hosting a nocturnal gathering. Unsurprisingly, we had consumed all the rations we had over the past few days. Yes, my relationship with Captain Lee has evolved beyond mere hierarchy of commander and soldier. Northeast direction, we shall march forth. Our motto for today's departure, if I could choose anew, I would certainly ensure he had ample time to rest. The sunlight was unexpectedly strong, banishing the accumulated dampness and moisture from the earth by afternoon. Captain Lee walked behind me. As a sniper, he needed to maintain distance, while I, as a vanguard, was to lead the way at the forefront. Although our team consisted of only 2 members, our combat capability far surpassed that of armed civilians in the military. My shooting scores were always commendable, though I had never engaged in actual combat. And the world's upheaval has now granted me an opportunity one never desired. It seems there is some movement ahead. Stay concealed. The walkie-talkie crackled with a voice steeped in the weight of time, prompting me to crouch beside a car reduced to a mere husk by flames. This city, once vibrant, had endured several bombings following the outbreak of the virus, transforming many iconic landmarks into desolate ruins. Occasionally, the streets bore witness to the massive craters left in the aftermath of the explosions. Approximately 100 meters ahead, in front of a convenience store, two monstrous figures armed with silencers loomed. They had to be eliminated. I glanced back to see Captain Lee, now prone atop a bus, aiming his M99 sniper rifle towards my 10 o'clock direction. There, a man and a woman, both garbed in convenience store uniforms, wandered aimlessly, their appearance evoking a deep sense of sorrow. Received, I retrieved a silencer from my equipment belt, affixing it to my weapon before taking aim at their heads. While cinematic portrayals of vanquishing such creatures with a single shot have become commonplace, the brutal truth of its efficacy was only validated after the sacrifice of many lives. After all, we were not ensconced in a science fiction film. With a sharp crack, two bullets sped from the barrel. The first struck the male creature, followed swiftly by the second, which found its mark in the female's forehead. It seemed that despite the passage of time, my marksmanship remained intact, although this was against relatively stationary targets. Excellent. Continue advancing to the convenience store to scavenge for supplies. Indeed, the sole silver lining of this apocalyptic dawn was the relative abundance of resources. However, as time progressed, the massive factories ceased production, and the remaining packaged goods would soon vanish. Inside the convenience store, the ambience still echoed the world before the end, with shelves brimming with an array of products, ripe for a veritable spree of zero-cost shopping. Alas, our capacity was limited. We could only procure some drinking water and snacks before securing the roll-up door for our next visit. Just as we prepared to depart, a bullet whizzed perilously close to my cheek, the metallic tang of blood soon filling the air. Careful. 3 o'clock. Captain Lee swiftly raised his weapon, retaliating in the direction from which the bullet had come. The sound of the large-caliber sniper rifle resonated, a thunderous report that could surely be heard throughout half the city. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from all directions, rendering us pinned behind the abandoned vehicles, even the act of raising our heads a formidable challenge. This is dire. We've been ambushed. In retrospect, it was naive to think the convenience store would be devoid of patrons. The enticing array of goods might very well be a trap. Captain, over there. I noticed a gate behind us, its lock merely ajar. If we could pass through, we would reach the rear of the convenience store. All right, I'll cover you. You retreat first? No, Captain. I'll cover you. Hurry. He seemed poised to argue. Yet the urgency of the moment rendered discussion futile. With bullets raining down upon us like a relentless storm, I produced my solitary smoke grenade, hurling it toward the direction of the metallic tempest. The white smoke billowed rapidly. 3, 2, 1, go. I lifted my weapon, firing at the abandoned building where I could see the flash of gunfire, striving to suppress the enemy. Captain Lee kicked open the gate, shouting, "Retreat! Cover me!" His sniper rifle fired once, piercing through thick concrete, and the cacophony of surrounding gunfire diminished somewhat. Fortuitously, we emerged from the convenience store unscathed. Scaling the wall and traversing a narrow path, the gunfire finally dissipated, plunging the world back into silence. Huff, huff, huff. In a security room of a nearby residential complex, we gasped for breath, the tension, exhaustion, and fear causing our hearts to race perilously close to bursting. Damn. How infuriating. Not even a warning before opening fire. Who could they possibly be? Captain Lee sank to the floor, yet remained vigilant, his weapon poised for action. Yes, but why? Is it for our equipment? It should be the monsters we face now. Human nature is invariably complex. The apocalypse births two kinds of adversaries, the catastrophe itself and humanity's own kind, and of course, these relationships can often be inseparable. Just over a month into the apocalypse, and already there were those resorting to banditry. It was clear that two of us were far too few. Captain Lee began to regain his composure, slowly rising. The exertion had flushed his face red, while I felt no better, my legs feeling alien beneath me. So, should we call the camp for support? Alone, we would struggle against a larger number of foes, especially since our mission was merely reconnaissance, and our supplies were scant. I had only received 3 magazines from the camp, amounting to 90 rounds. The mysterious girl's pistol remained under Su Qingxu's pillow, a token of assurance. After the earlier skirmish, I had barely 60 rounds left, Facing a dozen bandits with such limited resources was utterly inadequate. Unlike the monsters, their movements were far more unpredictable. Captain Lee held an object resembling a short fairy wand. I recognized it immediately as a handheld signal flare, initially intended for locating a new camp. Now, we would have to endure at least 6 more hours until darkness fell. He handed me the signal flare while checking the ammunition in his gear. Truly the end of days, in the end. We must be wary of both monsters and our own kind. His bitter smile was tinged with anger as he chambered his weapon, then retrieved his pistol to inspect the ammunition. I too began my preparations, readying myself for a confrontation with the bandits who had ambushed us. This would mark my second encounter in combat against humanity. Chapter 12. Those Stories of the Past, Part 3. The sun continued to cast its light upon this forsaken land. The awaited night had yet to arrive, and Captain Lee and I stood atop a towering building, anxiously observing the movements below. I could see approximately 7 or 8 individuals entering the first floor of our building. They had confirmed our location and encircled us an hour ago. The street battle had depleted our ammunition, and the occasional incursions of monsters had only added to our woes. The bandits wielded formidable firepower. Equipped with standard-issue arms, their marksmanship might have left much to be desired, but the sheer volume of bullets could achieve their intended purpose. Had I not possessed a tactical backpack with inserts, I would likely have perished in the recent barrage of gunfire. Li's situation was no better. While covering my retreat, he had been struck in the calf by a ricochet, leaving a gash several centimeters deep. Though he had managed to staunch the bleeding in time, this injury had rendered him nearly incapacitated, and now our survival relied solely on my ability to maneuver against the bandits. A wave of nostalgia washed over me for the days spent in the camp. Although fraught with anxiety, they lacked the life-and-death tension that now hung over us. Indeed, as human beings, we often seek to escape reality after weighing our precarious circumstances. Captain Lee, if I do not return. I hesitated, recalling my earlier promise to Su Qingxue that I would take her to safety and help her find her family. And what of that solitary elder who had shielded me at the cost of his own life? How could I betray their hopes? Captain Lee, I will see you soon. With renewed determination coursing through my weary body, I opened the rooftop door without casting a glance back, descending the staircase. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of him gripping a grenade, perhaps a last resort should I fail. The structure I now traversed had once been a hotel-style apartment. Mercifully, it had escaped the carpet bombing. With only a few windows shattered, the corridor was eerily silent, a cool breeze brushing against my face. Moving across the thick carpet, I made no sound. This floor housed numerous rooms, each door firmly shut. Perhaps due to the system's collapse, which left no one to perform repairs, the doors that had once been remotely accessible were now inoperative. Simply turning the doorknob would suffice to gain entry. True to its luxurious nature, the hotel rooms were adorned with opulence that did not compromise on taste. However, I had no time to revel in this comfort. I removed a grenade from my gear, scouring the bathroom for cotton string within the welcome kit. Fortunately, the carpet in the corridor is a soothing shade of azure, perfectly matching the cotton thread I possess. I carefully wrapped the thread around the pull ring, securing the other end to the shoe cabinet in the adjacent room, allowing the cotton to traverse beneath the door before restoring both doors to their original state. Thus, a rudimentary yet effective trap is meticulously prepared. The adversary comprises merely 7 or 8 individuals, and judging by their marksmanship, it is evident they lack professional training. My chances, while not abundant, are not entirely negligible. Retrieving Captain Lee's pistol from behind me, I note it contains only 3 bullets, a woefully inadequate supply. The tactical knife discovered in my backpack emerges as a potential last resort. Soon enough, I catch sight of the bandits' trail. Their gunfire resonates alarmingly close, seemingly emanating from just a few floors above. They, too, will expend ammunition and perhaps suffer casualties while encountering monsters along the way, which ultimately serves my interests. However, what troubles me more is the possibility that the gunfire may attract monsters from several kilometers around. Cursed be my thoughts. I cannot dwell on them any longer. Having resolved to survive, I position myself in the stairwell and shout down towards the bandits several flights below. unleashing a torrent of profanities unfit for youthful ears. They do not respond, merely raising their weapons to unleash what seems an inexhaustible barrage of ammunition upon me. The stairwell becomes engulfed in a deluge of steel, bullets cascading like torrential rain, even piercing through the concrete stairs to reveal the rebar within. During this chaotic episode, I remain sheltered just outside the stairwell door. Before long, the tempest of gunfire subsides, replaced by the sound of hasty footsteps. "Up, go take a look." A man's voice resounds ominously in the confined space, crystal clear even to my ears outside the stairwell. I raise my pistol, positioning it at the crack of the door. As soon as a man's head appears, I fire, the bullet striking him squarely in the shoulder. The force of the close-range shot propelling him violently against the walled in an instant. His comrades retaliate with a hail of bullets, countless rounds embedding themselves in the fire door, the metallic clang resonating painfully in my ears. The opportunity has arisen. I crawl forward, intent on luring them towards the trap I have set. Captain Lee, disregarding his leg injury, charged towards the man. A gunshot rang out, and before my very eyes, a bullet pierced through Captain Lee's abdomen, striking the wall behind him with a resounding clang. He clutched the man's gun hand tightly, rendering the injured man momentarily immobile. "Tianqing, I have already fired the flare. Remember what I told you before. Do not linger in one place for too long. There is no safe haven in this world. Keep this photograph safe for me." He delivered a powerful punch to the man's face, tossing a photo from his jacket pocket towards me, then reached for his waist where a grenade was hanging. With a metallic click, he pulled the pin and, summoning his last ounce of strength, shoved the man into a room. Throughout this ordeal, I attempted to rise countless times, but was thwarted by the pain in my abdomen. The taste of rust increasingly overwhelming in my mouth. A deafening explosion followed, and once again, the world fell into silence. On the ground lay nothing but a scorched carpet, Captain Lee's handgun, and a family portrait of his daughter, son, wife, and himself. Just before losing consciousness, I seemed to hear a familiar voice calling my name, a girl, someone I recognized. The voice sounded like Su Qingxue, albeit with a subtle difference. It was more mature, in my final moments. I glimpsed a figure rushing towards me, crouching before me, murmuring something, and then, darkness enveloped me entirely. Chapter 13. The Tide of Corpses, a few kilometers from the camp. April 11, 2035. Su Qingxue sat in the second row of the car, stretching and yawning. "Where are we now?" She leaned her hands against the front passenger seat, a delightful fragrance wafting up to my senses. How vexing! Why does she, despite having gone days without a bath, still manage to exude a pleasant scent? I pondered this as I eased off the accelerator. Indeed, long-distance driving was not suited for me. Just 100 kilometers ahead, the city would come into view. Zhao Su pointed at the map as he spoke, his eyes bloodshot from days of travel. We had been taking turns driving, yet fatigue still weighed heavily upon us. Su Qingxue attempted several times to take the steering wheel, but we rebuffed her insistence. After all, on the second morning after leaving the camp, she had nearly driven the vehicle into the H River. This incident had swiftly eroded our trust in her, raising doubts about the legitimacy of her driver's license. Perhaps she had bribed the instructor. It seemed plausible. We passed through several small towns, most of which were overrun by monsters, with no survivors in sight. We dared not linger in any one place for too long. This habit, or rather this sense of caution, had been instilled in us by a former middle-aged man. "It seems we have a long way to go." Actually, what is the matter?" I observed her every movement in the rearview mirror. She seemed to harbor some unspoken burden. Just say it. Although conditions are limited, I'll do my best to accommodate you." The road conditions improved significantly, and I pressed the accelerator once more. The engine's sound pleasantly subdued, with commendable sound insulation. "I need to use the restroom." Understood that I couldn't tell if it was her anatomy or the fact that she had drunk too much water. But this was already the third time she had needed to relieve herself that morning. Zhao Su stifled a laugh beside me. Had I not been driving, I would have surely demonstrated the grappling techniques I had recently learned. The car came to a gentle halt. The weather in April was delightful, the sun's warmth just perfect, with tree tops adorned in budding flowers and patches of green sprouting on the ground. occasionally interrupted by small, unidentified blossoms. Perhaps they already sensed that the rulers of this planet were gradually changing, as monsters encroached upon our territories, transforming peace and happiness into slaughter and bloodshed. Don't wander too far. Make it quick. How could such a thing be done quickly? Su Qingxue hurled her nearly empty water bottle at me. After a month of intense training, her stamina and strength had noticeably increased. The former office intern was slowly maturing, striving to carve out a place for herself in this post-apocalyptic world. However, she had a tendency to become quite violent at times. Yes, if the opportunity arises, it would be best to keep her away from alcohol. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. After waiting a few minutes, we resumed our journey towards the location marked on the map as the safe zone. April 9, 2035, 3 days prior, Commander Wang paced back and forth in the command room. According to reports from the frontline reconnaissance teams, a massive tide of corpses was now merely 5 kilometers from the camp. Their numbers were staggering, blotting out the sky, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see. Report. This is the first line of defense. We can already see the dust raised by the tide of corpses approaching head-on. Report. The Air Force reports that the tide is crossing the bridge. Should we destroy the bridge? Should we destroy the bridge? Commander Wang's enormous desk was cluttered with several walkie-talkies, which had been buzzing incessantly since 9 o'clock that morning. Initially planning a stealthy retreat, he ultimately decided to muster all forces to withstand the tide of corpses, choosing to stand and fight alongside the camp. Shortly after the announcement was made, a small portion of the camp's inhabitants chose to leave, while the majority of the civilians opted to remain, assisting the military in vanquishing those grotesque monsters. Men and women, from the elderly in their 70s to children in their teens, ascended the camp's walls to defend this place they could call home. Detonate immediately. Commander Wang had no time to ponder. He simply uttered those 4 words. Soon, the military and civilians within the camp heard the distant sound of an explosion. The bridge spanning the One River was obliterated, ending its 2-decade-long service. Countless monstrous remains were swept down the river, yet the tide of corpses showed no signs of altering its course, treating themselves as stones to fill the riverbed point one by one. 1,000 and more, they charged fearlessly against the rushing waters, driven by a singular goal: to reach the humans within the camp. Report to the commander, the tide has not changed direction. It seems they intend to fill the One River. Commander Wang stood quietly at the window, listening to the Air Force's second report. Here, where once he could only see wave after wave of exuberant university students entering campus, now he could only witness the trembling of people in fear within the makeshift camp. Understood. Return immediately. He realized the helicopter's fuel was running low. This might be the last flight for that aircraft. Some regret washed over him, a sense of guilt towards his friend's son and the man who had given him the helicopter. Commander Wang lifted the walkie-talkie and continued, "All troops, prepare for battle." As soon as the order was given, everyone armed with weapons loaded their ammunition. Every line of defense readied themselves to greet the tide of corpses with a torrent of steel. Overnight, Commander Wang appeared significantly aged. Having neglected to shave that morning, he seemed even more despondent than usual. Yet he understood that as the camp's commander, he could not falter. Thus, he steeled himself once more. Picking up the walkie-talkie again, this time addressing everyone within the camp, "A horde of indeterminate numbers of monsters is approaching us, unstoppable and brutally savage. However, we are far more terrifying, for we cannot afford to lose our home, our loved ones, or our lives. To extinguish us, they must tread over each of our bodies, forcing us to exhaust every bullet, to shatter every blade, to break every bone in our hands. I declare that from this moment on, everyone in the camp, myself included, shall engage in the defense of our home. Humanity shall prevail." He slowly set down the walkie-talkie, removed his military uniform, and donned the tactical gear of an ordinary soldier. Chambering his handgun and rifle, sliding a tactical knife into its sheath on his belt, he stepped out of the command room and headed straight for the front gate. "Commander, welcome to the last line of defense in this battle for survival." Soldiers and civilians saluted him, dressed in a motley array of clothing, their weapons a hodgepodge of types. Yet in Commander Wang's eyes, they were all symbols of hope. He recalled his earlier intentions to conceal the imminent tide and silence those who knew. Harboring resentment towards himself, If only he had been truthful from the start. Perhaps. Commander Wang had no time to dwell on the past. His sole task now was to lead the people in the camp to survive. Carrying the weight of guilt, hope, anticipation, and fear, he yearned for reinforcements, but communications had long been severed, and no one responded to the repeated calls of the radio operators. He glanced at his watch, then turned his gaze to the distant horizon. Awaiting the final judgment. Outside the camp's walls, 2 lines of defense had been established, with nearly all available heavy weaponry deployed along them. Mortars, howitzers with only a few shells remaining, and the air defense missiles were also in short supply. The soldiers had ample ammunition, yet firearms were woefully insufficient. April 12, 2035. Look, what is that? As the fuel of our vehicle neared depletion, the long-awaited sight finally emerged before us. A formidable gray wall, constructed from reinforced concrete and towering over 10 meters high, resembled a colossal fortress, encapsulating nearly half of the city within its confines. Beyond the wall lay a trench, equally broad, while above the water's surface, a steel bridge had been erected. Crowds gathered atop the wall, soldiers patrolling diligently, while workers clad in reflective vests continued to enhance the massive bastion. Suddenly, a deafening crack rang out. Before we could approach, our vehicle was struck by a bullet, undoubtedly fired from an anti-material sniper rifle. In an instant, the engine was perforated, and we lost all power. With a rumble, the gate began to open slowly, and several military vehicles advanced toward us. Guns were lowered, and the occupants disembarked. I concealed my handgun beneath the seat cushion, one gifted by a mysterious girl, and the other, a sidearm belonging to Captain Lee. The remaining firearms, ammunition, and equipment had been procured by Zhao Su in exchange for a sack of gold. Besides the weapons, we also carried an ample supply of emergency rations sufficient for over a month for the 3 of us. Do not move recklessly. They will undoubtedly fire first in such a situation, Zhao Su cautioned. He exited the vehicle first, instinctively crouching by the door, remaining still. The military vehicles drew nearer, finally halting at a short distance from us. A dozen fully armed soldiers, including female combatants, disembarked from a few of the vehicles. They donned gas masks, obscuring their faces entirely. Swiftly, they encircled us, and a man, presumably the leader, stepped forward, aiming his firearm at our group. "Who are you, and where do you come from?" His voice boomed, resonating with authority. At least it seemed that the provisions at this camp, or rather base, had not yet encountered issues. "We are merely survivors. From FG City, we heard there might be a safe zone here and wished to take a chance." Despite the ominous black muzzle pointed at us, I found it less terrifying than the despair brought on by a sharp blade pressed against my neck. "FG City? How could there still be any survivors there? Speak. Who are you really?" "We truly are just survivors," I reiterated. "However, we have an important matter to report to the commander of the base. Bring them in for testing to see if they are infected. If anyone shows signs of infection, execute them on the spot." The commanding voice commanded with a sweeping gesture. 3 individuals, including the sole female soldier, stepped forward and knelt on the ground. Having grown numb from the long drive, I was forcibly brought to my knees, just like the other 2. A machine approached my neck, emitting a series of beeps. The female soldier reported to the man, "No infections detected." She sounded rather impatient. "Very well. Temporarily escort them into the base. Confiscate all their belongings and check for any weapons." The man turned and boarded the military vehicle, which began to advance toward the base's entrance amidst the swirling yellow dust. After being searched, the 3 of us were ushered into another vehicle. The interior of this vehicle reeked of gasoline. Suffocating us. 2 soldiers sat across from us, including the aforementioned female soldier, both wielding 191 rifles, truly lethal works of art. "Drive slower. You were going too fast earlier, and I nearly got car sick." The female soldier rapped on the partition with the driver's cabin before removing her gas mask. Beneath her mature facade lay exhaustion. Her eyes were striking, though dark circles adorned her fair skin as if covered in dust. Her cropped hair danced in the wind that rushed into the cabin, framing her face with a blend of authority and a hint of charm. "Just yesterday, several other survivors arrived at our base. You needn't worry about being infected. It's merely a simple procedure. You'll have your belongings returned shortly, and we will arrange accommodations for you." She spoke without lifting her head, her sense of fatigue seemingly permeating the entire vehicle. Had we not just undergone a tense and thrilling experience, we might have found ourselves yawning alongside her. By the way, why do you wish to meet the leadership of this base? Suddenly, she recalled something, raising her head to scrutinize us with her drowsy fox-like eyes, eventually settling her gaze on me. "Well, we have a request of him," I admitted. "Oh, it must be a troublesome matter then. My apologies. I'm quite tired. I'll leave it to you." "Just don't wake me when we arrive," she said, nudging the nearby male soldier with her elbow before leaning back against the vehicle's interior, drifting off to sleep almost instantly. What a peculiar individual. How utterly fatigued must she be, to sleep so soundly despite the bumpy ride and the presence of strangers. As I pondered this, the military vehicle gradually came to a halt. Through the windshield, I could see a massive door slowly opening, revealing half a city laid out before us. "Disembark." The man referred to as the leader awaited us at the vehicle's front. As soon as the vehicle stopped, the double doors swung open, and several armed soldiers yanked us out. The girl who had been sleeping soundly remained undisturbed in the cabin. "Escort them to the observation room first." "I'll inform the mayor," the leader instructed. "Understood." The male soldier who had shared the cabin with us replied hastily, eager to avoid the leader's inquiry about the sleeping girl's condition at such a critical moment. "Follow me." The soldier exhibited no sense of urgency as he led us, and it was only then that I noticed Su Qingxue beside me, casting a resentful glance my way, her expression akin to a curse. The city was vast, showcasing tidy roads and a steady flow of vehicles, as if we had entered an entirely different realm from the towering walls outside. Even as survivors, we were treated like rare specimens. Attracting the attention of onlookers clad in suits and elegant dresses. Chapter 14. The Survivor Camp the size of half a city. April 10, 2035. Camp. Report. Just as Commander Wong had taken a sip from his coffee, a soldier burst into the temporary tent. "Speak." He clenched his thermos tightly, his unease repeatedly overcoming his rationality. "Commander, the first line reports that the tide of corpses has crossed the One River and is expected to reach the first line in 1 hour. Order them to take the offensive, reducing their numbers while they cross the river." Commander Wong set his old thermos down on the dusty wooden table, a place once frequented by university students enjoying leisurely lunches, now bereft of even decent tea leaves, forcing him to resort to instant coffee from a vending machine. Prior to this, his troops had attempted to intercept the tide of corpses as they crossed, but the results were far from promising. The sheer enormity of their numbers proved overwhelming. Additionally, lurking in the dark corners of the city, scattered monsters posed a threat to the units tasked with thinning their ranks, leading to exponentially rising casualties. "Yes, Commander." The young soldier exited the tent, leaving Commander Wong alone within. The morning sun shone brightly, and a refreshing breeze brushed against his unshaven face, making him feel even older. In the distance, the tide of corpses advanced slowly. A significant battle between humanity and monsters was about to unfold, obstructed by the university town. Both sides understood that whichever party faltered would lose everything, with no chance of revival. Thus, an unusual silence enveloped both humans and monsters alike. April 11, 2035, afternoon. Footsteps approached from outside, unmistakably belonging to a robust man, his stride steady and imbued with strength. Bang! The iron door was pushed open, and a muscular man clad in a military green vest, his skin dark and rippling with muscles, strode, or rather, crashed, into the tent. "You are the new survivors? I've heard you wish to meet the commander of this base. Might I inquire as to why?" His speech was deliberate, imbued with politeness that contrasted sharply with his imposing exterior. Clean-shaven and impeccably dressed, he appeared as though he had just stepped out of the iron. Unlike us, who looked like refugees. Even the only woman among us bore dust on her short-sleeved jacket, though she remained cleaner compared to the two men. We had stumbled upon this base purely by chance, previously unaware of its extensive scale and seemingly secure environment. The two companions accompanying me were utterly disengaged, barely glancing at the man who had barged in, conveying a sense of, "We leave it all to you." "Safe?" "Certainly." This place has been under construction for a year, making it one of the first of its kind in the country, dubbed the Doomsday Survival Experience Center. However, none could have anticipated that the apocalypse would truly arrive. The man let out a bitter laugh and tossed a colorful brochure onto the table, which contained information about an apocalyptic survival experience center. Ironically, none of the more than 10 directors who invested in building this place survived. All perished on the day the apocalypse descended. Originally intended for the affluent elite, this establishment is now populated solely by ordinary individuals. You mentioned luck earlier, and I suppose this is what it amounts to. The man surveyed Zhao Su and Su Qinxue behind me, perhaps sensing no immediate threat, and then rapped on the iron door behind him. Unshackle them and let them go, he said. I apologize, but the weapons you brought must be surrendered to the base for centralized management. As for the damage to your vehicle, I can only express my sincerest regrets. The man did not press us further about our circumstances. Instead, he produced a sheet of white A4 paper with the bold red words application form emblazoned at the top. You don't strike me as bad people. Here's the deal. According to base protocol, to see the commander in person, you must first submit an application. Many individuals pester him over trivial matters like unsuitable accommodations or inadequate meals. And my job is to pre-screen these requests to prevent him from becoming even more overwhelmed. We truly have an urgent matter to attend to. If we delay too long, who knows what might happen. I suddenly recalled the conversation I had with Zhao Su and Su Qinxue during our escape from the base on that rainy night. If we just walk away like this, will people accuse us of fleeing? Zhao Su, sitting in the passenger seat, loaded bullets into the magazine. Of course, we look no different from those who are running away. But to save that camp, we need external assistance. Gripping the steering wheel, driving through the muddy and obstacle-laden road felt like a nightmare. External assistance? Where can we find that right now? Su Qinxue, the map. Before I could finish my sentence, the girl in the back seat had already placed the map into my hands. It was a secret pact between us to always carry the map with us, no matter the circumstances. Look, the circle drawn here marks the location of the nearest safe zone to the camp. While I'm uncertain if reinforcements exist there, if we don't take the chance, our odds of success will be even slimmer. Where did you acquire this map? It even includes the University City camp. Zhao Su gazed at me incredulously, and I shared a similar astonishment. That day, the day after the apocalypse struck, my boss shot Su Qinxue, and I killed him on the rooftop. For him, the legacy he left behind was merely that helicopter and the several safe zones marked on this map, along with the area labeled Fortress. It has since been proven that the black circles on the map were not mere figments of imagination. The University City camp has been verified. It's a long story. But trust me, we will find something at this location that could potentially save the camp on the brink of collapse. At that moment, we had no other choice. Over a month ago, a middle-aged man I knew as Captain Lee had told me that the only way forward in this dire time was for everyone to unite, to bolster their strength and collectively resist the monstrous army. If we were divided and harbored ulterior motives, humanity would ultimately succumb to the monsters. All right, since you say so, I will believe you. Zhao Su scrutinized the map, and glimmers of hope could be seen in his eyes. I'm sorry, but I am powerless. You must submit your application first. The muscular man waved his hand dismissively before opening the door and striding away. Application? At a time like this, who has the luxury to submit applications? I hurled the brochure onto the floor and nearly sprinted out of the suffocating room. By the time I emerged, the muscular man had vanished, and the corridor was only populated by armed soldiers. It was evident that this building had remained unchanged, whether before or after the apocalypse. It resembled a prison. At the end of the corridor was a door. That man must have exited through there. With no time to waste, I hurried toward that direction. Just as I flung the door open, intending to find that man, a figure suddenly appeared before me. I tried to halt myself but lost my balance, crashing straight into the figure. What the hell? Seriously. Could you watch where you're going? The one I had collided with was the short-haired girl who had escorted us earlier. I'm so sorry. I was too hasty. Did I hurt you? How could you not have hurt me? She pouted, her irritation practically manifesting on her face. I truly apologize, but I have no time. Can you help me? Help you? How shameless of you. You collide with someone and instead of offering compensation, you ask for assistance. This matter concerns the lives of many. I implore you. I added, if I owe you compensation, I promise to fulfill any request you make in the future. Please. I realized I had never begged so earnestly before, especially not to a girl. Well, then tell me your story first. If I can assist, I will do my best. But remember your promise. If I need your help later, I won't hold back. She brushed the dirt off her clothes and tidied her short hair, patiently waiting. The situation is like this. Just as I began recounting my plea for aid, she abruptly interrupted me. All right, I understand. Follow me, just you alone. Zhao Su and Su Qinxue had somehow appeared behind me, and the short-haired girl tugged at my sleeve, signaling me to follow her. Shui Tianqing, it's fine. I'll be back shortly. The urgency of the situation compelled me to leave Su Qinxue behind for the time being, the outcome of her wait uncertain. This base's expanse dwarfed the University City camp by a significant margin. With shopping malls, hotels, roadside eateries, and food streets all operating normally, of course, currency had quickly lost its significance in this world. Most transactions were now conducted through barter. I observed individuals trading entire cartons of cigarettes for meat, while others exchanged gold and jewels for boxes of drinking water. Their faces radiated smiles, as though the apocalypse had no bearing on them. May I ask for your name? The short-haired girl, gripping the steering wheel, suddenly inquired. We were seated in a new energy vehicle, and it was evident that the future of fuel-powered cars was growing increasingly precarious. Our group had expended considerable effort seeking fuel for the off-road vehicle we had been driving. Since I entered her car, a drowsy aroma enveloped the interior. It bore a subtle floral fragrance, not overwhelming, yet certainly not a synthetic perfume. It was a natural scent, pure and untainted. It reminded me of Su Qinxue, sitting in the back seat during our escape from the camp. Indeed, the natural fragrance of girls seemed to be a shared gift. Shui Tianqing. For someone who had only adjusted to the apocalypse for 2 months, this new life felt strangely foreign, leaving me somewhat ill at ease. I'll remember that. Aren't you going to tell me your name? I'm Wang Wanling, one of the doctors at this base. What about you? What did you do before the apocalypse? Wait, let me guess. She drove onto an overpass, where numerous soldiers were directing traffic. I would guess it's a rather masculine profession, perhaps a fitness trainer. No, not that. Then maybe an athlete. Neither. Well then, are you one of those street delinquents? The type who always enjoys fighting? Certainly not. Not only is that incorrect, but I was a helicopter pilot in the military. Of course. I knew you couldn't possibly be a street thug. It seems I completely missed the mark, didn't I? I wanted to laugh, yet I suddenly found myself unable to. I realized that when someone harbors a matter of profound importance, especially one that concerns countless lives, they cannot easily express joy, even in the face of absurdity. Rest assured, Shui Tianqing, I will ensure you meet the commander. After all, I promised you, and don't forget, if I succeed in helping you, you must fulfill your end of the bargain. Of course, as long as it's within my power. I won't hesitate to comply with any of your requests. By the way, your belongings are in the glove compartment. I had intended to return them to you, but I didn't expect to knock you over. My belongings? I opened the glove compartment to find 2 handguns inside. One given to me by the mysterious girl during the apocalypse, and the other the sidearm of Captain Li, who sacrificed himself to save me. Both were of great significance to me, and this. Wang Wanling extracted 2 photographs from the pocket of her dark green tactical short-sleeve shirt. I regret to inform you that your belongings have been confiscated. But these 2 photographs must hold significant value for you, and her hands were the images of the old man's daughter, who had shielded me, as well as a family portrait of Captain Li. Thank you. This truly means a lot to me. It's quite all right. The atmosphere inside the vehicle became somewhat delicate. We traveled in silence towards the highest building within the base. This towering structure loomed large, perhaps offering a panoramic view of the entire city from its summit. I couldn't help but recall the building that housed my company when Su Qingsu and I fled that city a few months ago. The sight of the monstrous creature prowling the lobby and the man overwhelmed by a horde of corpses. At this thought, an unsettling sense of danger washed over me, not emanating from the girl beside me, but from an unfamiliar direction. Chapter 15. The Defense and Offense of the Camp, April 10th. 2035. Night. The survivor camp, once a university campus, now blazed with lights, as bright as day. There was no longer any need to concern ourselves with the notion that light and sound might attract monsters. After nearly half a day's march, the vanguard of the zombie tide was merely a few kilometers from the camp's first line of defense. Soldiers atop the first line could already discern the distant, dark mass of the approaching horde through their night vision goggles. "Turn on the searchlights," commanded the young commander of the first line, who had only been in service for a mere 2 years. Yet, at the oath-taking ceremony, he was the first to step forward, resolutely volunteering for the defensive battle at the first line. Following him, the 2nd, 3rd, and even the 1,700th soldier stepped forward, all acutely aware of their perilous situation. There was no time for deliberation. Faced with the colossal zombie tide, they could only chamber their bullets and prepare for combat. Boom! The 4 searchlights stationed along the first line blazed to life, illuminating the distant horde. "Fire the mortars!" The young commander waved his hand, and with his shout, several armored vehicles equipped with 120mm mortars unveiled the coverings from their dark green barrels, loading the hefty shells within. Boom! The heavy projectiles soared through the air before crashing into the oncoming zombie tide. Just one shell felled a multitude of monsters, debris scattering in all directions. As the bombardment intensified, noticeable gaps began to emerge in the horde. But these voids were promptly filled by the relentless onslaught of the undead. "Prepare to detonate the explosives. 3, 2, 1. Detonate." Boom! The flames shot skyward like a slumbering dragon awakening from its slumber, erupting from the ground amid the horde. In an instant, thousands of monsters were engulfed by the inferno, while countless others were reduced to mere fragments. "Prepare for the second phase of detonation. Fall back, engineers." Understood. The engineering unit promptly retreated to the first line. "Engineer team, this is the 15th Squad. We have yet to complete our mine-laying mission. Point 15th Squad. We are about to detonate the explosives. Evacuate to a safe distance immediately." The entire 15th Squad resolved to sacrifice themselves to buy time for the first line after completing their mission. "What? 15th Squad. Return immediately. Damn it, Commander. The 15th Squad has chosen to perish alongside those damned monsters." "What?" "Order them to retreat at once. Immediately." Suddenly, amidst the ruins of the city, a barrage of gunfire erupted. Despite the thunderous booms of the mortars shaking everyone's eardrums, the distinct cries of humanity could still be heard amid the gunfire. Point 15th Squad. This is the commander of the first line. I command you to retreat immediately. The young commander seized the radio from the communications soldier, shouting into it, "Boom, damn it. Who ordered you to detonate the explosives?" "The 15th Squad has not yet." "Report, Commander." According to the sniper team, the 15th Squad detonated their explosives after exhausting their ammunition, sacrificing themselves heroically. "What? Damn it, damn it. All personnel prepare for battle." The young commander cast aside the radio, grasping the rifle at his side. "Report, Commander. The zombie tide has entered the explosive zone. Wait for it. Once the vanguard of those damned monsters passes, detonate." "Yes, Commander. Detonate." Boom! The explosives closer in proximity detonated, sending shockwaves and vibrations throughout the entire line, dislodging helmets from many soldiers' heads and toppling several to the ground. The night was as bright as day, with massive flames visible for over 100 kilometers. Damn monsters! Why? Despite the previous 3 explosions inflicting significant losses upon the horde, they remained unscathed, their numbers still overwhelming, hundreds of thousands strong. The voids left by the obliterated monsters were quickly filled once more, as if it were an endless cycle. "Report, Commander. The mortar ammunition has been nearly exhausted. Requesting missile support from the camp. Fire them back to hell." "Yes, camp. This is the command post of the first line. Requesting missile support. Requesting missile support. Position 040. The camp command center has received your request. Covering strikes will commence shortly. Stay concealed." Within the camp, only 2 missile launch vehicles remained, originally designed for air-to-air missiles, but now left with little choice. Position 040 ready for launch. Vehicle 1 ready. Vehicle 2 ready. Launch. Boom! 2 missiles shot skyward at incredible speed, sharply veering to the right and heading towards the first line. A tremendous roar sliced through the sky. Two golden trails piercing the night, soaring over the heads of soldiers and civilians alike at the first and second lines. Closer and closer, boom. This explosion obliterated the horde, leaving nothing but an orange-red mushroom cloud, a sight both beautiful and perilous. Those caught beneath that cloud were vaporized in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Excellent. It seems they are not invulnerable. When faced with missiles, they meet the same fate. Hooray! The soldiers on the first line cheered in response to the young commander, believing the horde had lost its primary combat capability and was on the brink of collapse. Yet, fantasy often falters against reality. From the direction of the mushroom cloud came a roar unlike any human sound. The sound resonated as if the monsters had been provoked. Sniper team report. Sniper team report. A large number of monsters are appearing directly ahead. There are more on the sides, above. There are monsters in the buildings above. My God, they are everywhere. Reflecting on that scene still sends chills down my spine, as the vast horde, framed by the mushroom cloud, regrouped and charged towards the positions, beginning to run. From the ruins on the side, a multitude of monsters emerged at alarming speed, swiftly closing the distance to the defenses. Monsters descended from the heights of the destroyed buildings on either side of the positions, defying the laws of nature. Normal organisms would not survive such a fall, yet those that landed within the positions sprang to their feet mere seconds later, rushing towards the soldiers. Even with their bodies grievously harmed, they retained an agility that surpassed human limits. Kill! The young commander chambered around and fired at the approaching monsters, fully aware that this was a mission destined for failure. Yet if no one took action, the entire camp would surely perish. Soldiers, police officers, civilians, men and women, engaged in combat with the monsters, wielding firearms, blades, and even stones, benches, and mortar shells, utilizing anything that could shatter the creature's bones. Report. Commander. The first line has begun close quarters combat with the monsters. Casualties unknown. Understood. Carry on. Commander Wong kept his night vision binoculars firmly in hand, stationed at the lookout by the university's wall, surveying the distant chaos. The mine-laden roads erupted sporadically, claiming the lives of several monsters, leaving them as mere heaps of bones. Meanwhile, the monsters assaulting the first line were but a few kilometers from the second line. The second line of defense lies approximately 500 meters before the final stronghold. Commander Wong descended from the watchtower. His expression grave and his thoughts tumultuous, he was acutely aware that the first line of defense would soon crumble, yet he found himself devoid of troops to deploy, and the firepower support had long since dwindled. At this juncture, all hope rested upon the last two lines of defense. Report to the commander. The horde has traversed the minefield and has united with the vanguard that ambushed us. This meant that a mere 1,700 individuals were tasked with repelling hundreds of thousands of monstrous foes, resulting in an insurmountable burden of approximately 70 creatures per person. Such a feat was utterly unattainable. Inform the commander of the first line to hold the position at all costs, even if only one remains. They must endure until noon tomorrow. Understood, Commander. The messenger crossed through the gates, traversing the second line of defense, heading toward a realm filled with terror and anguish. At this moment, communication via radio had lost all significance. Each of the 1,700 men on the line was wholly engaged in battle, oblivious to the sounds emanating from the camp. Commander Wong lowered his binoculars, silently wishing, "May hope arrive. I implore you." April 11, 2035, afternoon. I wish to see the commander. Wang Wanling didn't even spare a glance at the soldier waiting at the entrance of the skyscraper. Her voice was barely above a whisper, making it a struggle for me to hear. Understood, please enter. The soldier did not impede us. Instead, he respectfully opened the door for us. Oh, be frank, I hadn't encountered such an electronically controlled door in months. How is it? We entered. Haven we. Stay close to me. I'll take you to meet the commander. Oh. Pride emanated from her exquisitely crafted visage, her lips curling upward, her eyes sparkling with vitality, and the breeze gently tousled her dark green hair, rendering her a striking sight. Before long, we arrived at the elevator. Apart from the two of us, the building was predominantly filled with soldiers clad in uniforms. with a few ordinary civilians seated on sofas in the lobby, sipping coffee and puffing cigarettes, their laughter echoing remnants of a once thriving past. Ding! The elevator doors slid open, releasing a wave of high-quality fragrance. 45th floor. I really dislike riding elevators. With her back to me, she murmured, her hand trembling slightly as she pressed the button. I don't like it either. It always feels a bit unsafe. During my previous workdays, I too shunned elevators, as those steel boxes provided no sense of security, a habit that remains unchanged to this day. This moment, I recalled Su Qingsheng, who, like me, opted for the stairs after work. My friends, they need not worry. Someone will arrange their accommodations. Hey, what is wrong with you? Her legs appeared weak, and standing still became a daunting challenge. She attempted to turn around but suddenly lost her balance, toppling backward. Hey! I caught her. Her delicate skin felt chillingly cold, her body drenched in a sheen of sweat. Wake up! Wake up! Hey, Wang Wanling! She had lost consciousness in my embrace, her weight light as a feather. Cradled in my arms as if a gust of wind could carry her away. Her long eyelashes fluttered, her complexion becoming even more pallid. Her slender fingers clutched my arm tightly, and even as I tried to pry them loose, I feared injuring her delicate grasp. What exactly is this? My rationality prevented me from committing any socially inappropriate actions. I merely spoke to myself. From my current vantage point, her concealed world lay bare before me, prompting me to divert my gaze elsewhere. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and we locked gazes. What is wrong? You collapsed suddenly. I'm fine. Just She sprang up like a startled cat, her hands clutching her chest, a look of disgust crossing her face. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Are you all right? Just now you pervert, Pervert? How can one casually label such a thing? You dared to spy on me, speak. Did you take advantage of my unconsciousness and touch? How could that be possible? Even if I wished to, there wouldn't have been time? You've confessed? No. Will you please just listen to me? Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing a dozen or so individuals outside. The scene they encountered was of me half lying on the marble floor of the elevator, while Wang Wanling shielded her chest with her hands, her face flushed, and I remained innocent, regardless of what I had witnessed. Come in. A voice resonated from within the intricately carved grayish-green wooden door, emanating from a spirited middle-aged man. Linger, why is your face so red? The middle-aged man stood, towering at least 1.90 meters, his penetrating gaze softening as it fell upon Wang Wanling. I just encountered a lecher in the elevator. What? Security team, assemble. Wait, Dad. I was joking. Such jokes shouldn't be made lightly, Linger. You nearly gave me a heart attack. The man hung up the phone, proving to be her father. Indeed a man of action. Who is this person behind you? His hawk-like eyes then turned toward me, sending shivers down my spine. This is my boyfriend. What? The security team. I was joking. Really? He is my friend, and he needs your help. Wang Wanling cast a glance my way, her expression oddly suspicious. Phew, that surprised me. His gaze shifted from my eyes to the handgun peeking from my thigh holster. This is Colonel Li Tongxing's handgun. Why is it with you? I instinctively recoiled until I collided with the display cabinet behind me. Did he know Colonel Li? Chapter 16. The shadows within the base. So, it is like this. The middle-aged man, Wang Wanling's father and the commander of the vast base, sat by the window, exhaling deeply. I never anticipated that. After half a year, we would be separated by such a vast chasm. Those monsters are truly despicable and detestable. After hearing my tale, as the sun waned and night began to encroach, a sense of dread filled me regarding the safety of the university city camp. It was he who saved me. Without him, I wouldn't be standing here now. Therefore, I implore you, please save the people in the camp. Indeed, Father, please assist them. He wouldn't beseech you if it weren't a last resort. Wang Wanling stood behind her father, speaking softly, the setting sun casting a warm glow on her dark green hair, making it appear luminous. I understand, but I must confer with several other commanders, you see. Even though I am the commander of the base, military authority does not rest solely in my hands. He rose, gazing into the distance as he continued. If you merely possessed Colonel Lee's handgun, it would be difficult for me to believe your words. However, that photograph has granted me some trust in your claims. The photograph he referred to was the family portrait Colonel Lee often reminisced about during his leisure. Please, you must believe me. Not a single word I speak is a lie. The camp is undoubtedly embroiled in fierce combat, and if we delay any longer, it will face annihilation. All right, you may retire to rest for now. I will notify you of the deliberations' outcome as swiftly as possible. But, oh, come now. Wang Wanling approached me, grasping my arm, and after a brief farewell to her father, she led me out of the office. Is that not Wang Wanling? Greetings, a young man appeared before us, likely in his mid-20s, dressed in military attire, the medals on his chest and the 2 stripes and 2 stars on his shoulder gleaming. What brings you to see my father? I came to deliver some documents. Where is Miss Wang? Who is the man behind you? His expression mirrored the distaste Wang Wanling had displayed upon encountering him. An unmistakable aversion etched across his features. He is my boyfriend. Thud. The thick stack of documents in the hands of the man with the rank of lieutenant colonel slipped from his grasp. Crashing to the floor. Boyfriend. How truly. Congratulations, heh. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. He squatted to gather the scattered documents, frequently casting malevolent glances in my direction. I apologize, but we are quite exhausted and wish to rest. So we shall be returning to our quarters, Shuetunqing. Let us go. Wang Wanling is truly someone who knows how to offend others. She casually declares to everyone that I am her boyfriend. And even the first time I laid eyes on that man with the lieutenant colonel rank, it was evident he harbored secret affections for her. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, Wang Wanling seems to detest him. However, that does not imply I should serve as a shield for her. Yes, I suppose it is time to rest early. Farewell. Wang Wanling bid him goodbye with a hint of irritation, and I could only wave my hand as I was led to a room not far from her father's office. What is this place? My room. Come in with me. This seems inappropriate. Before I could refuse, she pulled me inside. Meanwhile, a young man nearby observed everything, repeatedly muttering something under his breath. Shuetunqing? Despicable, loathsome, cursed. However, neither of us heard his curses, and we were both oblivious to the fact that those very maledictions and malice would profoundly alter our lives. Your father. He must be discussing matters with others by now, right? Speaking of which, I should probably find my friends. This marks the second time I find myself alone with a young unfamiliar girl. The first was with Su Qing Snow, when we spent the night in that document room. My palms never sweat, yet whether it is this time or the last, not only my palms, but my entire body feels as if it is radiating heat. Wait a moment, I'll let you go soon. Perhaps if you leave now, you might run into that annoying person. Why is she sitting beside me? There is so much space in this room, yet she chose the seat closest to me. That annoying person? Are you referring to the lieutenant colonel? Lieutenant colonel? What lieutenant colonel? He is merely the son of the chairman who built this base, and he received his rank due to his father's contributions. Oh, I see. Then why do you dislike him? In truth, I should not have asked her such a question, but in this confined space, a lack of conversation would render the atmosphere too awkward. He is pursuing me, but his approach is merely typical of a rich heir. I do not fancy such love that has no expiration date. Wang Wanling brushed back the strands of hair that had fallen around her eyes, and I could even hear her heartbeat and breath. I see. That is quite. I have witnessed how wealthy young men pursue girls. Once they grow tired or find a new interest, they promptly forget the girl. The son of my former boss was exactly like that, changing girlfriends almost every month. Phew. It is rather hot in here. She suddenly removed her outer jacket, revealing a thin, short-sleeved shirt underneath. Actually, I owe you an apology. I uttered this with bated breath, my gaze fixed on the distant mountains. Phew. The scenery there brings a sense of peace. Apology? Back in the elevator. It is no problem. I have already forgotten about that incident. It doesn't matter. She shook her head, reaching for the belt buckle of her tactical pants. Really? The air conditioning today is atrocious. It feels as though this room could suffocate a person. She unfastened her belt and, before my very eyes, removed her long pants, setting them aside. Phew, thank goodness. I silently reassured myself that everything was not as terrifying as I had imagined. Beneath those long pants, she wore a pair of black shorts. Aren't you hot? Ah. Oh, I'm fine. Since I've been accustomed to poor conditions for a long time, how could I not be hot? My short sleeves beneath the jacket are already soaked through. By the way, may I ask you a question? Please do. I did everything possible to avoid making eye contact with her, yet the pervasive fragrance enveloped me with every breath I took. Was that girl earlier your girlfriend? Well, to be honest, I could not answer her question unilaterally. For me, Su-Ching Snow is my savior. If we were to discuss emotional ties, it would ultimately be my one-sided admiration for her, yet Su-Ching Snow herself seems oblivious to it. The proof of my affection for her is that at this very moment, simply mentioning her name conjures her image in my mind, and I find myself thinking of her, worrying for her safety. It is fine if you do not answer. I do not know why, but when I first saw you today, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, like in that dream I had while resting in the car. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called from outside. Is Dr. Wang Wanling in? Your father is looking for you. Time flies. At this moment, the sun has completely vanished, leaving an expanse of darkness outside. Oh, I understand. I will be right there. She opened the wardrobe and hastily selected 2 pieces of clothing to wear. As she did so, I noticed a watch on the second shelf of her wardrobe, identical to the one on my wrist. However, it was not particularly remarkable. My watch is not a limited edition, but rather an ordinary retail model, though it holds extraordinary sentimental value for me. It was a gift from my parents on my 20th birthday. Shui Tianqing, tomorrow morning at 6:15, 3 attack helicopters and 7 transport helicopters will take off from the base to support the university town camp. The army convoy will depart an hour early. And you and your friends must gather at the airport by 5 o'clock sharp, understood? This was the most delightful news I had heard in months. Shortly after nightfall, Wang Wanling's father summoned me to his office to share this splendid tidings. At this moment, I was seated in the car driven by Wang Wanling, heading toward the residential area designated for survivors within the base. With a full 6 hours remaining until 5 o'clock a.m. Tomorrow, I do not expect to rest well during this time, as I am still somewhat anxious, worried about the distant tide of corpses. Perhaps by now, they have already overrun the camp, slaughtering its inhabitants to the point of complete annihilation. I fear that the rescue I have sought may be in vain. However, upon seeing the girl pacing in front of the residential area, it seemed as though all my worries vanished into the night sky. Your friend is waiting for you, See you tomorrow. I will come to pick you up for the airport. Wang Wanling appeared transformed from the first time I met her. Now, she displayed none of her previous pride. Resembling a child who had made a mistake. Perhaps it was the lighting within the base and the ambient lights in the car that made her face appear even redder than before. Thank you, and please extend my gratitude to your father. I will forever remember this kindness. By the way, about that previous matter. The previous matter? The one where you promised to grant me a wish. Oh, I certainly have not forgotten that. That's good. Let's get out of the car. I need to go rest. See you tomorrow. Her car sped away from the residential area, and suddenly, the surroundings felt eerily silent. Not just quiet, but accompanied by an unsettling chill. This chill was not merely bone-deep, but penetrated my very blood and organs. Phew? I realized someone was behind me. Hey, you. You startled me. Su-Ching Snow, who had been pacing in the residential area, had somehow approached me from behind. The light from the street lamp illuminated her face, revealing that she was not just angry. Is that so? My sincerest apologies. I did not expect someone of your however. It seemed that she suddenly recalled something, promptly retreating to obstruct my path. Su-Ching Shua leaned in closer, inhaling the scent that clung to me, her expression tinged with a hint of disappointment. Truly, she was the daughter of the base commander. The fragrance emanating from her was infuriating. She murmured to herself, as if in flight, retreating further away from me. Hey, wait a moment. I still have no idea where our assigned room is, I exclaimed, hastily pursuing her into the area referred to as the residential district. This place had once been a sizable upscale community, featuring villa neighborhoods, high-rise apartments, and various condominiums. In the past, residing here was something I could scarcely imagine. Yet now, in the wake of the apocalypse, this former luxury enclave had transformed into a refuge for survivors. Strangely, despite the community's vast scale, after nightfall, aside from a few street lamps illuminating the courtyards, not a single household was lit. Each building appeared shrouded in darkness. Su Qingxue, Zhao Su, and I were assigned to an apartment building, where the opulent lobby on the first floor was accessible only through facial recognition or a passcode. The elevator operated similarly. Without the card Su Qingxue held placed on the sensor, it would not function. Another elevator, is it? I thought, shaking my head in resignation as we entered the lift, one after the other. Did you encounter any trouble today? Did anyone give you a hard time? She inquired, her tone apologetic. I am sorry for leaving you behind. It was just that at the time. It's all right, as long as the rescue mission is underway. After you got into that girl's vehicle, someone brought us here and handed us the keys and this card. Is that so? It seems this place is quite accommodating to survivors from outside. Yet, something felt amiss. What's wrong? The elevator doors opened slowly, and Su Qingxue stepped out first. Approaching the door, she retrieved the card and placed it on the sensor. With a click, the door swung open. It was actually Zhao Su who had discovered that this space was perhaps not as benevolent as we had imagined. Once I stepped into the room, Su Qingxue hurriedly shut the door behind me, confirming the corridor through the peephole before relocking it and securing the anti-theft chain. What's the matter? Have you uncovered something? Of course, Zhao Su replied, approaching me, a pair of binoculars in hand. Like the other residents, the room was enveloped in darkness save for a solitary lamp resting on the shoe cabinet by the entrance. Note: all military ranks, medals, and equipment names mentioned in this narrative are purely fictional, and any resemblance to actual entities is coincidental. Chapter 17. Salvation and Destruction, ultimately choosing the former April 13, 2035, morning. In the distance, the horde of corpses finally converged, a dark mass advancing towards the camp like a river. Their numbers were incalculable, likely in the hundreds of thousands. Outside the camp, the first line of defense had been completely overrun by the monsters, leaving not a single soul to make a sound. The smoke and the cacophony of gunfire had gradually dissipated. The total collapse of the first line represented a tremendous loss for the entire camp. The military and civilians of the first line were not only the elite within the camp, but also the most heavily armed. Now that this first line had been breached, a multitude of monsters had crossed the original positions, launching an assault on the second line, which was inadequately fortified. Commander Wang, nearing 60, had seen and heard much throughout his life, and yet the sight of such a scene, the sacrifice of so many soldiers, brought tears to his eyes. Report to the commander. The monsters are merely 100 meters from the second line. The front line requests permission to fire to eliminate the enemy's vanguard. Inform the commander of the second line that I shall be there shortly. Commander, how can you leave the command center? What if, are you suggesting that once I sacrifice myself, no one will command the troops? If the second line falls, the camp's defensive strength would be virtually zero. If they all perish, who else can I command? In the defense battles over the past few days, all available artillery and ammunition for attacking the enemy had been exhausted. Presently, the only explosives remaining were grenades and a meager supply of rifle grenades. I had missed my chance once before. I did not wish to let others down again. Commander Wang secured his pistol at his waist, slung his rifle over his back, and affixed grenades to every available pocket on his person as he stepped outside. The soldiers waiting for him were already prepared, each bearing equipment weighing as much as they could withstand, taking on as much as possible. They exchanged glances but spoke not a word, refraining from trivial chatter or distractions. In this moment, they fought for their lives and for the survival of all. They understood the brutality of this war, having witnessed it through binoculars and other means of distant observation. The thunder of artillery, the cries of soldiers, and the despairing screams echoed through the camp, where scarcely anyone could be seen sleeping or recounting amusing stories. The only sounds were the clinking of weapons and the labored breaths of those carrying ammunition. Having lost the first line, it is now our turn to act. I will not conceal anything from you. After several days of fierce combat, the monsters have not diminished significantly in number, as soldiers. We must advance to the second line to contribute our strength for their swift salvation. I hereby announce that all capable of combat, regardless of gender, who wish to support the second line, should follow me. I acknowledge that you may lack weapons, but when comrades fall, pick up their arms and continue fighting. Commander Wang understood that there was no alternative path. He had envisioned countless retreat strategies. Yet due to the unique geographical conditions, traveling from the university town to the opposite bank of the Min River necessitated traversing the horde's advancing route. The other routes had either been utterly destroyed or were perilous ravines. Thus, he had no choice but to stake everything on the fighting spirit of all capable individuals within the camp. Perhaps, just perhaps, they would achieve victory, winning humanity's first direct confrontation with the monsters. Yet for now, that remained but a glimmer of hope. He could not rely solely on illusions. Therefore, he commanded the final surface-to-air and air-to-air missiles to be prepared for launch. This would serve as the last line of fire support, reserved for the most critical moments. Commander? The commander of the second line felt a pang of sorrow upon witnessing Commander Wang's heavy gait. He understood that the appearance of the commander on the front line signified the arrival of the gravest peril. From this moment forth, I am no longer the commander. I, along with the hundreds behind me, are your subordinates. We shall execute your orders. Understood. I comprehend. Command the reinforcement squad to the northwest corner of the defense line to support the station troops there. Additionally, Squad Leader Su, distribute the remaining reserve weapons to the soldiers in the reinforcement squad who lack arms. It is the commander's will. All personnel, prepare for battle. Ahead, the relentless horde was drawing near, employing their previous tactic of speed to confound their adversaries. When the opposition perceived the horde moving slowly, the monsters would suddenly accelerate. However, this strategy had been wholly deciphered. The position of the second line was unlike that of the first, surrounded by the ruins of high-rise buildings, but rather situated on the edge of a basin. Such terrain was defensible even in the era of melee combat, let alone with the superior weaponry wielded by the soldiers. Boom! The sky was ablaze with crimson flames, and a tremendous explosion erupted from the heart of the horde, a towering mushroom cloud rising to consume countless monsters. That was the camp's last remaining long-range support weapon. Boom! Another explosion reverberated, another mushroom cloud billowing forth. When the third explosion resounded, the horde had already advanced into the basin. Open fire! Like the sudden shift of weather, bullets and grenades cascaded upon the horde like rain and hail. The large-caliber sniper rounds easily piercing through the bodies of 7 or 8 monsters. Though not necessarily fatal, they shattered their spines, rendering them incapable of anything but crawling forward. Assault rifles and machine guns emptied magazine after magazine, and the ground was littered with spent shells, forming small hills beside each soldier. Commander Wang held his breath, focusing intently as he aimed at one monster's head after another, firing with deadly precision. His guard unleashed a barrage of fire, transforming his fear into wrath as he roared at the advancing horde. The camp's non-combatant residents joined in the effort to supply ammunition to the front lines. Some in groups of 3 or 5, others in clusters of 7 or 8, heaving wooden crates that threatened to crush their shoulders, transporting box after box and bundle after bundle of bullets and grenades. The rate at which supplies diminished was almost proportional to the number of monsters that fell, yet alas, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. Within just an hour, the stockpile had decreased by 2/3. Grenades had run out, and the pace of ammunition resupply was slowing. Certainly, the cost paid by the monsters is also considerable. After an hour of battle, it is impossible to count how many monsters have fallen in the basin. Some even noticed while changing magazines that the basin was visibly filling with the bodies of the slain monsters. The warriors dared not show the slightest sign of laxity. They barely blinked, fearing that a creature that was just a dozen meters away could suddenly leap before their eyes. Their movements grew increasingly rapid, their trajectories became more elusive, and targeting their weaknesses became ever more difficult. Ding! I'm out of bullets, Commander Wang shouted, raising his rifle, which had fired nearly 1,000 rounds and was on the verge of exploding from the heat. The muzzle glowed red, particularly striking under the morning sunlight. I am out too. Me too. I don't have a single bullet left. More and more warriors found themselves devoid of ammunition, and the tide of corpses drew ever closer to the edge of the basin. Comrades, everyone, fix bayonets, commanded the officer of the second defensive line, his own weapon having fulfilled its purpose. Charge the enemy. Under the leadership of the commander, Wang and thousands of warriors wielding bayonets, machetes, and short blades surged forth from their positions to confront the relentless horde of monsters. Blood and the suffocating stench intertwined as the two forces collided, resembling a colossal meat grinder. Kill. Everyone was calm. She sprang up from the sofa like a cat sensing danger, darting towards the door. Of course, she did not forget the instructions from Xue Tianqing and Zhao Su. Always carry a gun, stay vigilant, and avoid glass eye in her left hand. She held the silenced handgun that Xue Tianqing had entrusted to her before departing. Hello! Standing outside the door was none other than Wang Wanling. She was clad in a white short-sleeved t-shirt and black tactical pants that hugged her legs, identical to the outfit seen earlier that morning by the window. A few hours prior, after Xue Tianqing and Zhao Su had given her their counsel, they had gotten into this very woman's car. Are you looking for me? Su Qingque's tone was as cold as hidden ice in the crevices of a winter canyon. We've met before. I am Wang Wanling. Is that so? Xue Tianqing told me before he got off at the airport that I should come here. Oh, well, I certainly owe him my thanks. May I enter? Su Qingque did not reply but merely turned and walked into the living room. Resuming her seat on the sofa. Excuse the intrusion. Wang Wanling understood this as tacit permission, and she quietly entered, closing the door behind her. She deliberately sat beside Su Qingque, who instinctively shifted her position. I am Su Qingque, if you wish to know. She brushed her long black hair and gazed out at the towering buildings in the distance. Of course I want to know. I thought you wouldn't tell me voluntarily. You didn't come here just to learn my name, did you? Su Qingque's movements were somewhat stiff. She was not adept at dealing with strangers. However, recalling her discussion with Xue Tianqing and Zhao Su the previous night, she decided to speak up. Indeed. Wang Wanling once again closed the distance between them, making Su Qingque uncomfortable. She appeared a few years younger, her large eyes fixated on Su Qingque during their exchanges, forcing Su Qingque to avert her gaze from her intense stare, which left her feeling drained. May I call you Sister Qingque? Taking such liberties right from the start was off-putting. Ahem, if you wish to call me that. I have no objections, even though we are not particularly familiar. Not at all. I actually feel a sense of familiarity with you. As if Wang Wanling realized that mentioning that matter or that name at this moment would likely provoke Su Qingque to draw her firearm. The black silenced gun beside her was far from a toy. Familiar. Where might we have met? Su Qingque turned her head, her intense gaze challenging Wang Wanling's. Should not have been anywhere, but Sister Qingque gives me a very warm feeling. Is that so? In truth, when I first laid eyes on you, it felt like chatting with an elder sister. Here, I made some snacks for you. Wang Wanling opened the iron box she held, revealing 4 egg tarts. The enticing aroma and the nostalgic taste of egg tarts made Su Qingque swallow several times. I actually have a few things to attend to. I must get busy now. We'll talk later. Sister Qingque. Well, I must take my leave now, Sister Qingque. Eat the snacks quickly. They won't taste good once they cool down. Wang Wanling walked to the door, offering a few brief reminders before bidding Su Qingque farewell. What a peculiar individual. But Su Qingque recalled a distant relative's daughter, who was a decade younger than her and would always cling to her whenever they met, following her everywhere. She felt nostalgic for those days and missed her family, whose fates remained uncertain. With a smile, she picked up an egg tart. Beneath the egg tart lay an envelope. Do not go out alone tonight. Lock the door. The handwriting was exquisite. The survivors within the camp had boarded vehicles heading to the base. I took my place in the passenger seat beside a middle-aged man who was reticent. We exchanged little conversation during the return journey. Leaving the university city camp, departing from a place that had once provided refuge was bittersweet for anyone. Perhaps conditions there were poor, a stark contrast to the base, yet it had once sheltered a community. Now, its task was officially over. Up ahead is the base. Everyone disembark and prepare for inspection. A male voice echoed through the intercom as multiple trucks and armored vehicles halted not far from the base entrance. So many people. This is inconvenient. This was the longest sentence I had heard from the driver during the ride, surprising me and instilling an uneasy premonition about the base. Perhaps, clad in military attire like him, he had no idea I was among the survivors, leading him to speak such words, Shui Tianqing. The survivors returning to the base received a mixed welcome from some locals, while many others merely observed them with cold indifference. Shui Tianqing, did you encounter any danger on your journey? Zhao Su approached me through the crowd, looking as if he had something significant to discuss. You were not in peril from monsters, but from people. A fleeting expression of unease crossed his face as he pulled out his phone from his pocket. Look, this is a video taken when the plane arrived at the airport. Though communications had been entirely severed, people retained their phones, which had once been essential items before the apocalypse. Perhaps it was also a form of hope, a fantasy that one day communication would be restored, allowing them to contact their loved ones. The video depicted a gathering of soldiers near the airport camp, yet they were not in uniform. Most wore civilian clothing topped with tactical vests. They clustered together, seizing several men and women from a building, lining them up and subsequently executing them. What is this? Shu, lower your voice. This video is for your eyes only. We cannot speak of it now. But why kill civilians? In any case, this base is rife with peculiarities. I suspect this video is merely the tip of the iceberg, with more sinister plots lurking beneath. Indeed, I felt something was amiss since our arrival at this base yesterday. When the three of us arrived, nearly all the residents showed no interest in our presence. Instead, they hurried past us, their gazes reflecting something darker than mere indifference. Yes, henceforth we must exercise caution. Should we inform others of this matter? No, but we must be prepared. It seems we won't be staying here long. After responding to Zhao Su, a vehicle approached our direction and I recognized it as Wang Wanling's. We can discuss this further upon our return. Regardless, today has been productive. The survivors from the University City camp are temporarily safe. A fitting response to our efforts in recent days, I understand. I will take my leave now and not interrupt you. Hey, what do you mean by that? Wait, don't go. Zhao Su climbed aboard the nearby truck and drove off, leaving me standing alone. This guy. The electric vehicle rolled to a gentle stop beside me, and the driver lowered the window on her side. Come aboard. I'm here to take you back. It seemed I had no reasonable grounds to refuse. Entering the car imbued with an unusual fragrance for the third time. How was the journey? Did you encounter any dangers? She offered me a drink that had been prepared in advance. The weather was exceptionally hot today, and the beverage felt as if it had just emerged from the refrigerator. Oh, thank you. No, but the losses at the camp were severe. If I had arrived a few days earlier to seek help, perhaps, I'm sorry. If only the higher-ups at the base could have united and deployed forces sooner. No, I do not blame you or your father. The fact that you still sought to rescue others is commendable. There are those who would kill a living being for mere supplies. Memories of past days with Captain Lee flooded my mind, a wave of nostalgia and fear washing over me. Are you planning to stay here for the long haul? Wang Wanling's sudden inquiry caught me off guard. Of course, but if there are difficulties, no, you misunderstand my meaning. She started the car, the absence of engine noise making it feel slightly lacking. Actually, what I mean is, the vehicle was cruising along normally when, out of nowhere, an armored truck surged from the side, cutting sharply in front of us. Its speed was formidable, and before long, it had left us far behind. What kind of driving is that? Wang Wanling exclaimed in frustration, yelling at the retreating taillights of the truck. The previous topic had thus been abruptly concluded. After narrowly avoiding a traffic mishap, I returned safely to the assigned apartment building with her. This place was teeming with hundreds, if not thousands, of survivors from the university town camp, while the staff at the base were organizing their accommodations. Thank you for picking me up. I need to head back now and catch up on some sleep. Wait a moment. Just as I was about to enter the hallway after getting out of the car, I was called back by Wang Wanling, who gestured for me to come closer. What's the matter? At 10 o'clock tonight, come to my room. I have something important to discuss with you. Come alone. All right. Her gaze held an emotion I could not yet comprehend. Perhaps it was concern, or perhaps hope. but there was something deeper that eluded my understanding. One thing was clear. She was someone I could completely trust. Though we had known each other for less than 2 days, it felt as if we were longtime friends, with any awkwardness stemming solely from our differing genders rather than any other reason. Understood. 10 o'clock, right? Yes, I can't come to get you. So take this. This is the car key. There's a vehicle in the parking lot over there. Drive it and show this to the guard on the road. They will let you through. She handed me a card that, aside from a red seal, was otherwise blank and unremarkable. I'll head back now. Shui Tianqing. See you tonight. All right, take care. I could not fully grasp her intentions, but I guessed it might relate to the strange occurrences I had discovered about the base in the past 2 days. Just as I was about to turn back upstairs, I heard a familiar voice. Starting to exchange tokens of affection. Are we? W? The voice belonged to Su Qingxue, who appeared quite displeased that I had left her here to keep watch alone. Chapter 19. Turmoil at the base. Part 2. Night fell, and rain began to fall from the sky. I walked alone through the corridors of the apartment building. IT was in disarray, as if it had just endured a catastrophe. The newly arrived residents were devoid of bright lights or cheerful laughter. Everything was eerily silent, rendering the entire building as lifeless as a ghost town. Are you really going alone? A few moments ago, Su Qingxue murmured at the door. Even in her hushed tone, with her head bowed, I could sense the weight of her concern. From the note she received, it was clear that this base harbored certain unseen dangers that had been overlooked. Even now, after completing the rescue operation, that feeling had not diminished. In fact, it had intensified. Don't worry. Zhao Su and I will keep a close watch here, I assured her, though my response was inadequate, and I regretted handling her concerns so dismissively, especially since she was genuinely worried for me. At this moment, the only way I could honor her expectations was by returning to her safely, a goal I would pursue at any cost. In the parking lot outside the apartment building, several cars were haphazardly parked, covered in dust as if they were abandoned warriors who had fought for years. Pressing the button on the car key, one of the compact cars responded to my anticipation, its headlights flashing brightly in contrast to the dim streetlights. Shifting into gear, I released the handbrake, and after some hesitation, I fastened my seatbelt. The building glowed brightly. Visible from nearly 10 miles away, I pressed down on the accelerator, the roar of the engine shattering the surrounding silence. As the speedometer fluctuated, I steered the car towards the building. Along the way, in the native residence area, I witnessed a vibrancy distinct from the survivor gathering zones. There, the atmosphere was lively and decadent, seemingly untouched by the apocalypse. Their attire mirrored that of individuals frequenting nightclubs just months prior. To them, the end of the world appeared to be a fabricated myth. Even the roars of monsters failed to draw them away from their revelry in bars. Traffic lights, surveillance cameras, traffic police, taxis, private cars, buses, and even an operational subway station were present. My first experience navigating the city was when Wang Wanling drove me. Because she had taken the elevated highway directly, I had not realized that beneath it lay such a realm. So, what did that video and that letter signify? What do they foreshadow? Or rather, what is it that Wang Wanling wishes to convey to us? With these pressing questions in mind, I accelerated, passing through 3 or 4 checkpoints before arriving smoothly at the parking lot in front of the building. The cars here were lined up neatly, reminiscent of a time before the impending doom. Hello, please present your access card. A soldier at the entrance blocked my way. Here, this card was personally handed to me by Wang Wanling to help with the checks along the way. Welcome home. Compared to the seemingly deserted survivor community, this place felt transformed, as if it belonged to an entirely different world. I in the lobby on the first floor, some lounged on long sofas enjoying late-night snacks, while others sipped steaming coffee in the indoor garden. I in a corner, small groups of scantily clad women raised their glasses in merriment. I felt a twinge of fear, apprehensive of such a world. Therefore, I hurried towards the elevator, and just as I was about to press the button to go up, a hand reached ahead of me and pressed it first. I turned around, only to be momentarily blinded by an unfamiliar sight. It was a color I had never encountered before, a dazzling silver that compelled one to squint. Her silver hair cascaded down to her waist like the Milky Way, and her military uniform seemed tailor-made for her. Her eyes, filled with sorrow, were fixed ahead, completely oblivious to my presence. Ding! The elevator doors began to close slowly, leaving only the two of us in the confined space, her breath harmonizing with the music playing inside. "Which floor are you going to?" I was not particularly gentlemanly. I had no habit of opening doors for women, nor had anyone ever asked me for such assistance. However, pressing the button for her floor seemed a trivial act, and I didn't mind. Which floor are you going to?" Her silence led me to believe she hadn't heard my question, prompting me to inquire again. "Were you asking me?" "Of course I was asking you." "Am I inquiring about the rusty screw on the elevator ceiling?" "Yes." "Oh, the 45th floor." "Understood." Beneath her beautiful exterior lay a disposition that made her difficult to engage with. Surprisingly, her destination was the same as mine. The 45th floor. Ding! I despised the dizzying sensation that follows riding an elevator. As the doors had not yet fully opened, I stepped out of the confined metal box. The silver-haired girl trailed behind me, and in the corridor, we parted ways, one to the left, the other to the right. At that moment, I had no inkling that I had been followed throughout my journey through the city until I reached the building entrance. Ding dong! As I rang the doorbell, it opened almost instantaneously. "Come in." Wang Wanling, clad in a bathrobe as if she had just stepped out of the shower, was drying her hair with a towel. Her dark green locks evoked a sense of reassurance. "How peculiar! I apologize for having you come over so late, but there is something of great importance to discuss. Please take a seat." This was the same familiar room. The same comforting scent, the same her. That letter, sure. She placed a finger over her pink lips, fresh from her hot shower. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, resembling ripened apples. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed from outside. "Come, let us move to my room." This was not my first visit to this room. The last time my heart raced, and that feeling was still vividly etched in my memory. "You weren't followed? Were you?" She sat on the incredibly comfortable bed, adorned with white sheets and pillowcases that mirrored her fair, rosy skin, adding a splash of color. "Followed? You remember the lieutenant colonel we encountered a few days ago, right?" "Yes, of course." That young man, donned in military attire, exuding an air of accomplishment. He is the son of the leader of another faction within the base, a faction that does not agree with my father's policy of sheltering survivors in the base, believing we should expel all survivors instead. Wang Wanling's expression turned serious, a first for me. As for the operation to rescue the survivors from the university camp, it was only secured because my father's influence in the base is more formidable. That letter you gave to Su Qingxue, consider it a warning to remain vigilant. There may be danger lurking nearby. I have been quite busy lately and may not have the time to assist you, but I will do my utmost to navigate the situation with them. Understood, but you must also prioritize your safety. To be honest, in just the few days I've been here, I've sensed that the atmosphere is somewhat off. How splendid! I had thought you were oblivious to the situation. Here, take this. Should anything arise, feel free to contact me using it. She handed me a walkie-talkie. In these times, the means of communication have dwindled, leaving only radios and landlines at our disposal. Thank you. If you encounter any difficulties, I shall do my utmost to assist you as well. Very well. She rose and opened the door to her room. May I step out for a moment? I need to change my clothes. Oh, perhaps I should return home instead, as it is getting quite late. I truly could not think of a valid reason to linger in her room at such an hour. For if we were to be discovered at 10 o'clock at night, one could only imagine the rumors that would arise. Stay here for the night. It would be unsafe for you to return alone at this hour. Even through the door, I could discern the urgency in her voice. To be honest, as a man sharing a room with such a beautiful girl, the experience was indeed extraordinary. But it's quite all right. This is not merely a matter of whether or not it is acceptable. Rather, it delves into a deeper, more ambivalent dilemma. With a loud creak, the bedroom door swung open, revealing Wang Wanling clad in a wine-red onesie, exuding an air of maturity that belied her youth. How do I look? Of course. It suits you perfectly. In truth, I dared not meet her gaze, my eyes fixated instead on the darkened window, which offered no glimpse of the nightscape outside. Thank you, however. My room only contains a single bed, but rest assured, I am a sound sleeper and will not disturb you, Is that so? That is indeed a commendable habit. It felt as though events were veering towards an awkward and troublesome direction. I even questioned whether her invitation to this room at 10 o'clock was intentional. No. Such thoughts would be overly self-indulgent. Very well then. Look, she placed an extra pillow and cushion in the center of the spacious bed. Creating a makeshift barrier. Wouldn't that resolve the issue? Given the circumstances, I implore you to be accommodating. All right, I had no desire to dampen her spirits, especially as she appeared so joyful. Just moments ago, her expression while recounting the upheaval at the base had sent a chill down my spine. Should a schism arise within the base, it would inevitably lead to a struggle for power. The victors would continue to govern, while the vanquished would face expulsion, or worse, the loss of life. Compared to the apartments allocated to your fellow survivors, the conditions here are comparatively superior, so please do not mind. Wang Wanling neatly arranged her slippers and, in doing so, organized my tactical boots as well. Of course not. Even the apartment conditions are 100-fold better than what we once experienced. In fact, the apartments now surpass my pre-apocalypse room by a significant margin. I have not visited your camp. I have resided here since before the world fell apart. This place was once an upscale apartment building, and the entire floor we occupy is my family's property. After the apocalypse, it transformed into the command center. Why do you still choose to live here? Surely, being surrounded by so many people can be bothersome at times. I have grown accustomed to it. I am quite particular about my sleeping arrangements and can hardly rest elsewhere. I rarely travel, and it allows me to spend more time with my father. A wealthy girl before the apocalypse turned doctor after, she must surely differ fundamentally from most spoiled offspring. It is worth noting that the responsibilities and dangers faced by doctors in this new world far exceed those before the fall. And as a young woman, her chosen path is all the more arduous. Nevertheless, your bed is genuinely quite comfortable, soft yet not the kind that envelopes one entirely. Is that so? I am glad you find it satisfactory. This bed was a gift from my mother. However, since the onset of the apocalypse, through the makeshift barrier of pillows and cushions, I could faintly hear her sobs. Losing loved ones in the aftermath of the apocalypse is a tragically common occurrence. Yet the anguish and torment it brings are everlasting. Hearing her quiet cries, I could not help but think of my own parents. Where might they be now? What are they doing? Are they resting safely somewhere? Or perhaps, I dared not continue that thought, as one tends to envision scenarios that are unfavorable to oneself. I am sorry. After several minutes had passed, she finally spoke again, allowing me to exhale a sigh of relief. Why are you apologizing? It should be I who feels remorse for bringing up the matter of the bed, which has evidently stirred your sorrowful memories. I should be the one to apologize. There, you truly did not know, did you? As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss. Rest now. It is getting late, and tomorrow I shall be responsible for waking you. Very well. I could hardly ascertain whether I would find sleep that night. The sensation was entirely different from that of 2 nights prior. My previous sleepless night stemmed from the tension, excitement, and anticipation of rescuing my former camp. Tonight, however, I feared I would again be deprived of rest. Owing to Wang Wanling's wine-red onesie, her fragrance lingering in the air, and the overpowering scent of the bedding enveloping me, I lay rigidly beside her, utterly awake and devoid of any inclination to sleep. I dared not turn, stretch, or even move, attempting to keep my breaths as quiet as possible. Meanwhile, Wang Wanling quickly succumbed to slumber, her steady breathing a source of envy. From my position, I could see the sky outside, and it reminded me of a quote I had encountered somewhere. The sun, moon, and stars shall cease to exist if they fall within the greedy grasp of humankind. Just as I was beginning to restore a semblance of normalcy to my life, it seemed fate was poised to drag me once more into a cruel and bloody abyss. Not a single star adorned the night sky. Even they had forsaken us. Chapter 20. Turmoil in the Camp, Part 3, June 1st, 2035. The summer morning bore an increasing warmth, and during this period, we had scarcely ventured from our assigned apartments, leading a reclusive existence. The atmosphere within the base grew ever more tense, with sporadic gunfire echoing through the air. Seemingly random incidents targeting survivors who had sought refuge from outside. Yet, with the assistance of Wang Wanling's father, Zhao Su, Su Qingxue, and I had undergone 2 full months of military training, significantly enhancing our physical abilities and skills. Naturally, the primary objective of this military training was to prepare for the imminent threat of factional conflicts. The menace posed by monsters seemed to fade into the background, for they could not breach the towering walls. During our 2 months within the base, the impact of the monsters on our lives was negligible. They were unable to scale the mountainous walls and could only howl in futility from the outside, attempting to intimidate the residents within. However, today, this tranquil existence took a sharp turn for the worse, as chaos suddenly enveloped the entire base. Have you all seen the notice? They say they are implementing food rationing. Su Qingxue held up a white A4 sheet. Densely packed with black text. It appears that regardless of the scale, food remains insufficient in the end. Zhao Su fiddled with his handgun. Thanks to the commander's influence, restrictions on weaponry had finally been lifted. I understood his intention. Should the situation turn perilous, at least the weapon in his hand could serve as a bargaining chip. Wang Wanling's father was also discreetly cultivating his own power, preparing for an eventual confrontation with another faction. No one wished for conflict during these times. Yet when survival is at stake, some may take desperate measures. It seems the broadcast is addressing the food rationing as well. I opened the window and could hear the cacophony of hundreds of loudspeakers emanating from within the base. It sounded just like the commander himself. Greetings, dear citizens. I trust you have all learned from various sources that our base will be implementing food rationing starting tomorrow. However, please do not be alarmed. This is merely a temporary measure, and it will not be long before it is lifted. We have established contact with military shelters several hundred kilometers away, and ample supplies will soon arrive. I urge all citizens to remain calm and confident as we navigate this challenging period. The commander's words echoed repeatedly through the broadcast, yet it was evident that his statements were almost entirely fabricated. There are hardly any military shelters in the vicinity, let alone an abundance of supplies. The colossal metropolis consumes food in quantities that can be measured in tens of millions or even billions daily. The reserves within the city, including the scant provisions scavenged by reconnaissance teams from surrounding villages, counties, and cities, are merely a drop in the bucket, utterly insufficient to sustain the entire population's daily meals. In fact, the standards have already been lowered since a month ago. Both the quantity and quality of bread and vegetables have significantly diminished. As for snacks and beverages, they have become luxuries. We ought to tighten our belts. Zhao Su pinched the excess flesh on his belly, shaking his head with a wry smile. Starting from tonight, it would be prudent for someone to keep watch. Otherwise, if all 3 of us fell asleep, we would have no time to react in case of an emergency. It is vital to understand that allowing survivors from outside the walls to enter the city for refuge contradicts the food rationing system. Those opposed will undoubtedly use this as an excuse to attack the ZC providing shelter. Very well, I agree. I will take the night shift. Zhao Su rose, fastening his pistol at his back. I will first head to the medical area. We can discuss things further this evening. His previous role was that of a doctor, and he now serves in the base's medical unit. As for Su Qingxue and me, one is a guard, and the other is an assistant to the commander. I believe it would be more fitting for her to take on the role of guard. For reasons unbeknownst to me, her displayed talents in grappling and combat often haunt my dreams. Despite her slender arms and legs, she handles people with remarkable skill. There are times when I, a former military pilot, find myself outmatched by her. Stay safe, don't worry. You both should as well. Zhao Su gestured towards the pistol on the table, implying that we should also be armed for unforeseen circumstances. Will we manage to get through this safely? After Zhao Su exited the room, Su Qingxue picked up the pistol, inspecting the bullets within. The room felt somewhat empty with just the 2 of us, as if our voices echoed. What about that map? The map, marked with numerous remote locations, serves as a secret among the 3 of us. Aside from us and our late boss, no one else is privy to it. Even with transportation, reaching any location indicated on the map poses a considerable challenge, as aviation fuel is running low, threatening the functionality of all aircraft in the base. This means that to reach the nearest safe zone, one must drive nearly 2,000 kilometers. Under normal circumstances, such a distance would be easily covered in 2 days. However, in this era rampant with monsters, every kilometer traversed presents unknown dangers. That map is kept by her, serving as our last bargaining chip. not only marks the locations of numerous safe zones but, more importantly, indicates the position of our home. Over the past few months, we have repeatedly planned how to safely return home to find our loved ones, but the increasing number of monsters outside the walls has continually disrupted our plans. By day, they resemble ancient soldiers besieging a city, using their roars to intimidate the residents within. By night, they rest in the fields and grass, ambushing our supply teams and other survivors attempting to enter the city. Furthermore, we have encountered marauders lurking outside the city. However, due to the deep moat surrounding the base, they have merely fired a few shots before retreating after injuring soldiers. Calling Captain Xue, the commander requests your presence. Just as I spread the map across the table, the intercom crackled to life. Indeed, even in the apocalypse, work remains unavoidable. Received. I'm on my way. Today is supposed to be Saturday, yet the significance of days has seemingly diminished. For the military and civilians within the base, Monday has become the most crucial day of the week. As it is the designated day for food distribution, I'll go with you. Being alone at home feels uneasy. All right. There's no reason to refuse, especially since it's the first time the house will be empty. The security on the streets has deteriorated significantly compared to before, with rampant looting of stores, vandalism of vehicles, and assaults on pedestrians. The soldiers tasked with maintaining order can only fire warning shots to temporarily halt their actions. Before long, they will return to the streets, taking reckless risks. My car has been struck multiple times by flying cans. Yet it seems to have become a common occurrence. In fact, rumors have circulated for days about the impending implementation of a food rationing system within the base, leading to the ensuing chaos. It appears that our days here are numbered. I pressed the accelerator, swiftly leaving the city and heading towards the more strictly controlled areas. Indeed, we should. Su Qinxue gazed worriedly out the window, having seen such brutality more than once before. During her 2 months here, the base has undergone tremendous changes, with a new faction rising, demanding the expulsion of survivors from the camp to secure more abundant food and resources. The survivors' faction is far weaker than theirs, with many perishing in various mishaps. In our apartment building, someone was shot dead by a sniper while at the window. The high-ranking officials at the command center, including the base commander, who happens to be Wang Wanling's father, have paid little attention to the matter, as everyone knows who is to blame. There is not only a desire for pacification, but also preparations for revenge. It is time to consider an escape route. Truly, I had initially thought I could stay here for a long time. The original plan was to use this base as a central point, spreading outwards before ultimately reuniting with my family in this impregnable fortress. Little did I expect that the crisis would erupt within the walls that had withstood the monster's assaults. The car, as usual, slowly made its way toward the building, but something felt amiss. Why are there no guards at the checkpoints? Odd. Anyone traveling from the city to this building must pass through 3 checkpoints to reach the open-air parking lot on the first floor, yet today there were no soldiers manning the checkpoints. Only empty booths. Could it be that the command center is in danger? I wholeheartedly agree with Su Qinxue's sentiments. The soldiers here are on duty around the clock, and such a situation has never occurred before. We need to hurry. There may be a threat. Prepare your weapons. I pressed the accelerator, and the car's engine roared as we picked up speed. The sound of knocking at the door jolted Wang Wanling from her slumber. She rubbed her eyes and quickly drank the half glass of water resting on her bedside table. What was that just now? Thud. This time, she clearly heard the woman's scream echoing from the corridor outside, followed by a gunshot, after which silence fell once more. What? Wang Wanling leapt from her bed, opened her wardrobe, and retrieved a Walther P99 handgun. After checking the ammunition, she chambered around, stripped off her burgundy nightgown, and hastily donned a t-shirt and jacket. Her pants and shoes were readily at hand, having been prepared for any unforeseen events. Those fools, they don't even know which room the commander's daughter is in. Keep looking, capture her. The corridor echoed with the footsteps of 7 or 8 individuals, and from their conversation, it was evident that they were searching for her. This indicated that the newly emerged faction had begun to take action. Hello? Hello? Is anyone there? Hello? Wang Wanling switched channels on the intercom, attempting to contact Xue Tianqing, but the signal here seemed to be jammed, leaving only static in the device. What should I do now? Father? She understood that the men outside were targeting her to compel her father to relinquish his power entirely. However, once that power was surrendered, both she and her father would become expendable, destined for endless suffering and death. Thus, she resolved not to sit idly by any longer. Peering through the peephole, she saw that the men had begun searching door to door. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots reverberated ominously in the confined space, as if each shot sent tremors through their bodies. Wang Wanling found herself with no other options. Staying here would only lead to a grim fate. Given the circumstances, she retrieved her backpack from the safe, slinging it over her shoulders, and took down the family photo from the frame on her desk. She carefully tucked it into her inner pocket, securing the magazines to the straps on her thighs. After a brief farewell to the room, she turned and approached the door. Once more, she peered through the peephole, only to be startled to find a figure standing outside, seemingly checking the room's interior through the peephole as well. Ah! She fell backward, almost letting out a cry. However, the sound of her heavy landing on the floor still managed to attract the attention of the figure outside the door. Clad in a helmet, goggles, mask, and a full camouflage outfit complete with a bulletproof vest, Wang Wanling could not discern the man's features. In that moment, all she could do was raise her pistol toward the door. Deep down, she understood that if those men were to capture her, given her unique circumstances, her fate would not merely entail death. Ah, what should I do? Right now? Should I? Ultimately, Shui Tianqing. The gun's sight wavered as her trembling hands shifted from side to side. And ultimately, she resolved that if that person were to break in, she would first eliminate him before seeking an escape. If escape proved impossible, she would take her own life. Under no circumstances could she allow herself to be defiled. Creak, creak. It seemed the individual outside was attempting to pry open the door, the clash of metal against metal producing a sharp noise. Not long after, the sound of the door being tampered with abruptly ceased, replaced by voices. What's wrong? Is there something special about this room? Then let us hurry up and capture the commander's daughter. That one is quite beautiful, a person who can only be admired from afar. The man with the coarse voice seemed to be speaking to himself, while the one who had been trying to break in merely nodded in response. Who can save me? Please? Shuedianqing. Qingxujia. I beg you. You all? Tears that had been welling up for quite some time streamed down Wang Wanling's cheeks. She realized that she was unlikely to escape this calamity. She aimed the gun at herself. Preparing to pull the trigger, boom! The door of the room was kicked open, revealing a man standing outside, entirely covered in various pieces of equipment. Bang, bang, bang. He fired his weapon. Chapter 21. Side Story. The Solitary Olga, January 17th, 2035. Olga's mood was quite dismal as she strolled alone through the campus. As a university student, her experience during this period could at best be rated a mere 60 out of 100. Lacking the care of family, the isolation from friends, and the protection of a boyfriend, her life as a young woman felt draped in shades of gray. Yet, her spirit was not so feeble. After a brief adjustment, a smile returned to her face. She felt little connection to the upcoming New Year celebrations, as her relatives at home treated her as if she were invisible. The early loss of her parents had been a catastrophic blow, which explained the oscillation between her moments of strength and fragility. Honestly, wouldn't it have been better if the holiday had started a couple of days earlier? Today, with the break just beginning, train tickets were nearly impossible to procure. How about I ask my boyfriend to drive us home? He just bought a new car. Even in the biting winter, the group of friends wore short skirts, complemented by sheer tights and knee-high boots, a current trend of the times. Olga never succumbed to the allure of ephemeral fashions. Her true preference lay in athletic attire. Beneath her long-sleeve coat, she donned a well-known brand's long-sleeve sports t-shirt, while her lower half was clad in fitted black trousers and a pair of muted-colored running shoes, which were, in fact, quite expensive and one of her last indulgences. She loved jogging in the park near the university town, where a vast lake spread before her. Both morning and evening runs offered her solace, though the latter brought her greater ease. Whenever she donned her form-fitting compression leggings for her runs, her spirits soared. This was why her physique was more toned than that of her peers, resembling a blend of model and athlete. Her long silver hair, inherited from her mother, who was of ELS descent, bestowed upon her not only her mother's striking beauty, but also that captivating blue gaze. Since her school days, that unique eye color had brought her much trouble. It began with intrigue, turned into disappointment, and ultimately led to estrangement. Almost all the boys regarded her as an object of secret admiration, fantasizing about the moments they might share with her. Yet, she consistently rejected their affections, believing that being alone allowed her greater freedom to perhaps that guy won't return home this year either. Right? Why go back? Staring at the walls at home is no better than staring at the walls in the dorm. Olga approached the dormitory door, where 3 other girls resided. Their laughter echoed throughout the hallway, and she understood their intent was to make sure she heard them, to further isolate her, leaving her feeling dejected. Those girls appeared to her as mere children, engaged in trivial games of pretend. She never paid much attention to what they said or did. Her own small happiness remained untouched by anyone. Even so, she pushed open the door and entered the dorm room, where she had spent 3 years. Everything felt so familiar, yet utterly loathsome. The intense scent of perfume often left her breathless, while the belongings of the 3 other girls cluttered every corner of the room. In stark contrast, her own space contained merely a bottle of shampoo, a toothbrush, a cup for rinsing, and a bar of soap. Speaking of her family background, or rather her own circumstances, they were not particularly dire. Yet, she had clear plans for her future. She aspired to open a flower shop after graduation. Not a standalone storefront, but a stall within a bustling market for flora and fauna. She often daydreamed about how to decorate her stall and what flowers or plants to cultivate. Alternatively, she imagined traveling the world after graduation, leaving her mark in various places. Just thinking about it sent her heart racing with excitement. Another reason for her cautiousness stemmed from the nearly 8-digit sum in her bank account, compensation from her parents' tragic accident. Consequently, she was always frugal, never daring to waste even a single dollar. Yet, during moments of melancholy, she would indulge in a solo getaway, camping amidst nature, where it was just her and the boundless beauty of the landscape. Such experiences made her heart race. Of course, this was also the primary reason her relatives had gradually distanced themselves from her. Upon learning that she had no intention of relinquishing her compensation, they cast her aside, ceasing all contact. As for the family group chat, it remained under her mother's name, temporarily preserved. Are you all heading back? Olga sat on her bed, brushing away the shoe prints left on her sheets. She occupied the lower bunk, while the girl above sometimes carelessly stepped on her bedding. Olga had long since grown accustomed to it. Yes, Olga, aren't you going home this year? I will go back, but I need to wait a few days. I haven't secured a ticket yet, I see. What a pity. I actually wanted to invite you to the train station with us. Well then, see you after the new year. The girls in her dormitory had finished packing their bags. Beneath their polished exteriors lay clothing that had gone unwashed for a week, socks and even underwear, piled in the bathroom's plastic bin, uninviting even to flies. Yeah, see you after the new year. Olga symbolically folded the clothes on her bed and placed them in her suitcase by the headboard. As a response to the inquiry about her plans, she understood that even if she walked alongside them, they would find various excuses to cast her off, to erase her existence. Such behavior stemmed from an intrinsic nature that couldn't be altered. It was a manifestation of jealousy. Before long, the dormitory was left with just her. She lay back on her bed, feeling liberated, her silver hair spilling free from her coat, like a beam of silver light. It illuminated the dim space of the dormitory. Phew. She exhaled, realizing how inept she was at communicating with others. She had no desire to compete. She merely wished to lead a good life. Mom and Dad? The new year is approaching, and your daughter wishes to explore a nearby city. I hope you celebrate joyfully there as well. After conversing with herself, she sat up again, having decided that this year, she would not spend the new year in the dormitory, but rather seek a tranquil place in a nearby city to spend this particularly poignant holiday. She had heard of a large urban area nearby that offered an experience of apocalyptic life. Driven by curiosity, she resolved to visit that place, to celebrate a distinctly different spring festival. Outside her accommodation, a cacophony ensued. The sounds were reminiscent of firecrackers, and as Olga peeked out, she happened upon a scene that would remain etched in her memory for life. At least in hindsight, it instilled a sense of dread, A few police officers raised their firearms, aiming at a man who was on the ground, seemingly assaulting a woman. No, the actions could not merely be described as assault. They were frenzied, a loss of all rationality, unfazed even by bullets. The woman's screams shattered the tranquil morning, prompting the officers to pull the trigger once more. Fire! A bullet pierced through the man's back. His arm and his thigh. He did not falter. Instead, he escalated his actions as if the surrounding police and onlookers were utterly non-existent. Was this mere theatrics? Olia understood that this was no ordinary spectacle. This was the Doomsday Experience City. If it were the end of days, it ought to exhibit the essence of doom. Thus, it was indeed strikingly realistic. Olia closed the window and drew the curtains. Having resided there for over a month, today was New Year's Eve, a day she had long anticipated. A glance at her phone revealed her family's group chat filled with wishes for a smooth and happy new year. And they had arranged to celebrate the eve at one another's homes. Such matters seemed wholly irrelevant to her. Olia turned off her phone and lay on her bed. She would only venture out of the guest house once night fell. Finding immense relief under the cover of darkness. Ding! A text message arrived, prompting her to swiftly reopen her phone. ZGLT wishes you a prosperous and healthy new year. IT was merely a message from her phone carrier. Ha! She let out a bitter laugh, realizing that the only entity left to care for her during the spring festival was this emotionless robot. The thought brought tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. Whoa! There were no relatives, no friends. Apart from a carefree existence, she possessed nothing. Why am I the only one alone? An hour passed before she emerged from her sorrow and longing. She propped up her easel, grasped her paintbrush, and clamped a blank white canvas in place. This was her outlet for sadness, an activity that could hardly be termed a hobby. Aside from her penchant for running, it must be a talent. She had never learned any professional painting techniques, yet wielded the brush with proficiency. The cacophony outside made it difficult for her to concentrate, so she donned her headphones, and the soothing melodies instantly enveloped her world. She twirled the brush, leaving a splash of color on the blank canvas. She lost track of time. The lights in the room remained on until she finally drawn back the curtains to discover that night had fallen. Like a spoiled child, she tossed her paintbrush into the box and hastily donned her winter attire. Having barely eaten all day, she felt akin to a ravenous wolf. Stepping out of the guest house, she noticed the promotional poster hanging in front of the artsy CAF across the street, where she often resolved her dinner needs. The only dilemma was what to order tonight. However, as she took a step forward, something tripped her, sending her sprawling to the ground. Ouch! Why can't people put things away properly? How infuriating! She realized her hand was smeared with a viscous liquid. Under the dim streetlight, she discerned that the liquid was red and bore a metallic scent. There, on the grassy sides of the road, lay a dozen humanoid shapes, one of which had caused her to stumble. Hey, are you all right? Hello? She gently touched the woman clad in a short skirt, who appeared to be in her 20s. The girl lay motionless. If this were an act, it was disturbingly realistic, and if it were a prank, it was too cruel. Please. What is going on here? Silence enveloped her. Everything seemed as it had before, save for the body sprawled on the ground and the pools of blood. They appeared far too real to be fake. Something terrible had occurred. Hello? Is anyone there? Please, say something. I can't. Olia attempted to rise multiple times, yet her once envied long, pale legs offered no strength, now resembling mere decorations. The emotions she had long suppressed erupted at that moment. She was terrified, not just of today, but of the fear that had accompanied her since her parents' tragic fate. Help me, Mom, Dad, you. Not far away, a figure finally emerged, staggering as if about to collapse, but managing to maintain balance at the last moment. Approaching Olia, I'm here. Can you help me? What about the others? Only when the person stepped into the glow of the streetlight did she see that this individual could no longer be called human. Their body was almost entirely mangled, like livestock destined for the grill, save for their half-ruined eyes, fixed intently on her. This must be a dream. It has to be. She shut her eyes, awaiting the moment when fear would peak, and she would awaken from this nightmare. The dream offered no respite. A wave of agony coursed through her, as if her shoulder had been struck by something. Sending her crashing to the ground, the bullet had pierced her shoulder, having first traversed the head of the stumbling man before changing course to strike her. "Are you all right? Why are there survivors here? Quickly, get her to safety." A voice emanated from a girl. Olia opened her eyes to see a pair of blue irises captivated by her dark green hair. "You? What just happened? Ah, it hurts." The man who had approached her now lay in a pool of blood, his head shattered, his body twitching uncontrollably. "Don't speak yet. Rest assured, I will get you to a safe place. Point two of you. Take her to the medical area." The absurdity of it all faded as Olia lost consciousness. She was hoisted onto a stretcher, followed closely by the young girl with dark green hair. Surrounding them was an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of a few people running, akin to a scene from a horror film. As her vision lifted, revealing the city, she saw bodies lying motionless everywhere. A segment of people was approaching the tallest building in the city, while aircraft soared overhead, explosions ringing out intermittently. Under orders from higher authorities, bombardment of densely populated areas was underway to curb the spread of infection. A man reported to another, standing on a platform, his eyes filled with sorrow. "I understand. Order the Air Force to take off immediately and carpet bomb the neighboring cities and counties." The university town where Olia studied was among them. Chapter 22. Camp Turmoil 4. Time seemed to freeze for an instant as Wang Wanling beheld her mother standing before her, eyes brimming with love. "Mom, Mom, you?" She yearned to rise, yet her limbs betrayed her. Her mother smiled at her before turning to walk towards the light's end. Wait for me, Mom. I miss you so much. Wait for me." The beam of light suddenly vanished, leaving only darkness surrounding her. She sat alone at the heart of the gloom when suddenly she heard gunfire. Bang, 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 ah! Bullets pierced the floor beside her, jolting her thoughts back to reality. Before her stood a man. Gun raised, smoke curling from the muzzle, and the acrid scent of gunpowder wafting through the IT was merely an employee. The man gazed at her, seemingly speaking to himself, as if he should know her in this base where few were unfamiliar with her. "I thought I struck gold, but alas," he raised a finger, signaling Wang Wanling to remain silent. "Commander, this is just an ordinary secretary." The man turned to report to someone at the end of the corridor. "Keep searching. We must find the commander's daughter. Eliminate everyone else." Upon hearing his voice, Wang Wanling finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "Quickly, follow me, but stay silent." The man extended his hand. "Shui, you don't speak." This man was indeed Shui Tengqing, who had donned the enemy's uniform to save her. Everything had been a performance for that apparent leader earlier. "Did you cry?" The elevator was under control, leaving Wang Wanling and Shui Tianqing no choice but to take the stairs. The priority now was to escape the building as quickly as possible. The situation remained unclear. She had no idea how many were searching for Wang Wanling or her father. In any case, chaos reigned around them, with the command building littered with the bodies of slain employees and soldiers loyal to the commander. "No, I'm merely..." "The dust from your gunfire got into my eyes. I'm sorry. I thought a few shots would enhance the realism of the act. You arrived too late. I apologize. After receiving your father's orders, I rushed over, but alas, I was still a step behind. I asked my father." "All right. I don't know. I haven't encountered him since my arrival. He may have already evacuated to safety. Don't worry, you will see him again. I asked the city. Also, the chaos in the city is merely a feint. This is the true objective. Amidst the apparent chaos of the city, not a single soul committed murder, nor did anyone engage in any egregious acts. Yet, a significant number of military and police forces were summoned to maintain order, resulting in the command building being more desolate than usual indeed. I never anticipated that they would. Another faction within the base had completely seized control of the command building and its surrounding defenses, making escape from this location a formidable challenge. Upon reaching the 10th floor, you changed your attire. The equipment room should be devoid of any onlookers. The uniform? Ah, you mean to disguise myself as one of them? Wang Wanling took the uniform from my hands, which I had acquired from the soldier I had incapacitated half an hour prior. As for the enemy uniform I was wearing, It belonged to a comrade of that soldier who was preoccupied with personal matters. They presumed that the garrison troops and the guard unit had been entirely vanquished, leaving them utterly unprepared. Yes, change here, quickly. Change? What's wrong? You're looking at me. How am I supposed to change? I apologize. I shall. Just as I turned my head, the door to the 10th floor corridor swung open, revealing a soldier stepping out. After a brief moment of mutual recognition, both parties reacted instantly. He spotted Wang Wanling, who had just removed her top, and she looked at him. The scream could certainly not have emanated from my throat. The commander's daughter. Soon, I found myself grappling with him. Naturally, a soldier capable of being selected for a raid would not be an easy opponent. His strength exceeded my expectations, and after one punch, I felt my balance falter. I hurled myself at him down the staircase, blood and sweat mingling. My body crashing against the concrete steps, my abdomen struck by his fist, and my face scratched. He fared little better, with fractured ribs, a wounded wrist, and his helmet nowhere to be found, while his goggles lay shattered. Damn it! Seizing the moment, he flipped me over, pinning me down and brandishing a dagger. Aiming it at me. Be careful. Wang Wanling leapt across 7 or 8 steps in a single bound, gripping his wrist tightly. Perhaps due to his previous injuries, his strength was diminished, allowing even a girl to counterbalance his overwhelming force for a few seconds. He swung a fist, striking Wang Wanling in the face, her back slamming heavily against the wall. How infuriating! She bought me precious seconds, which were more than enough for me. Taking advantage of his distraction, I drew the hand dagger from my thigh strap and swiftly stabbed it into his chest. Once, twice, thrice. 3 gaping wounds appeared in his torso. He roared in rage, screaming in terror as he aimed his knife at me once more. Our movement synchronized. My dagger plunged upward into his neck while his dagger pierced my left hand, intercepting my strike. The man collapsed face down on the staircase, motionless. Wang Wanling. Wang Wanling. The recent skirmish had nearly depleted my stamina. Every part of me ached. I'm fine. She clutched her chest with both hands, her gaze far more terrifying than the dagger aimed at me. I'm sorry. Let us just put on my uniform first. We must leave quickly. Someone may have already noticed us. I understand. A crimson liquid traced an arc at the corner of her mouth. She appeared far from the demure lady of the house. Yet I found this version of her far more appealing. Had it not been for her, I would have long since become a lifeless corpse, perhaps even joining the ranks of the monstrosities. Just then, the door swung open once more, revealing 2 soldiers who, upon seeing Wang Wanling and me, raised their rifles without a moment's hesitation. Bang! The searing sensation of pain did not occur. Instead, 2 dull thuds echoed. Akin to someone striking a table, thud. The soldiers crumpled to the floor, and behind them stood my guardian angel, Su Qingxue. Perhaps it was a bit juvenile to refer to her in such a manner, but I had lost count of how many times she had saved me. You too? Why, Wang Wanling, where are your clothes? Sister Qingxue, please don't misunderstand. Just now, that, and you? Shui Tianqing. Even at a time like this, you still thinking about, wait a moment, let me explain. Su Qingxue, my guardian angel, raised her silenced pistol, aiming it at me. Bang! The gunshot rang out, the bullet grazing past my face. Thud! The mutated soldier behind me collapsed once more. This time truly lifeless. Thank you. Good heavens. I thought my guardian angel had betrayed me. Get out and keep watch. Yes, I will do so immediately. She descended the staircase, helping me up, her gaze conveying both concern and disdain. Girls are truly complex creatures. Thus, wounded as I was swiftly ushered to the stairwell, with Su Qingxue assisting Wang Wanling, draping her own coat over her shoulders. Be careful not to let that lecher succeed. Though her voice was barely a whisper, every word was crystal clear to me. Is your hand all right? In the completely devastated office on the ground floor, Su Qingxue leaned against the desk beside me. I should be able to hold on. Please, you must endure. Otherwise, if we fail to escape, the responsibility will fall on you. Her tone was chilling, colder than the air conditioning. Rest assured, I will ensure your escape. However, for now, we must remain still and act according to the situation. Soldiers occasionally passed by outside the office. This was the closest we could get to the building's exit. Initially, to ensure the building's safety, the back doors, basement, and other such exits had been entirely sealed off, making escape without explosives impossible. We were now waiting for an opportunity, which would present itself after nightfall, perhaps under the cover of darkness. We could escape without firing a single shot. For those soldiers participating in the operation, our principle was to avoid killing anyone if possible, as they were still living humans. The monsters outside the walls were our true enemies. This notion may seem somewhat naive. You see, as night fell, the number of guards dwindled significantly. Through the slats of the blinds, I noticed soldiers in the lobby downstairs beginning to seek places to rest. Some had gone to the second-floor break room, while others had headed to the cafeteria for dinner, leaving only 2 or 3 individuals in the lobby. Bang! The building suddenly lost power. Hey, what's going on? Go check it out, Soldier A shouted to Soldier B, who proceeded toward the power distribution room. Everything seems normal. It should just be a power outage in the entire area. What on earth are those guys doing? Honestly, keep patrolling. I'll need to take a nap soon. I'm exhausted from searching for the commander and her daughter all day. Indeed, it's a nuisance. We're left to patrol in the dark. Soldier C joined in, and at this moment, the door stood wide open, with no one on guard. Our chance had arrived. We swiftly opened the office door, moving as quietly as possible until we stepped out. I couldn't tell if it was just my imagination, but the air outside the door felt remarkably sweeter. Raising my head, I took a deep breath. What is that? On the outer wall of the building. It appeared there was a shadowy figure. Hurry up. Oh, coming. Perhaps it was just an illusion. Upon opening the car door, I discovered that the white shirt I had used for bandaging was now soaked in blood, leading to Wang Wanling naturally taking the driver's seat. Sister Qingxue, you can't drive? This girl, Wang Wanling, must be lacking a few marbles to ask such a terrifying question. I truly apologize. The electric car started up smoothly, its silence strikingly different from the roar of a gasoline engine, devoid of any lighting devices, while the streetlights lay dormant, making driving in the dark quite a challenge. Fortunately, Wang Wanling's driving skills were exceptional. She adeptly shifted gears, maneuvering through obstacles as we approached our destination. The best place to head for now would be the survivors' settlement, where the survivors were prepared and would use all their strength to protect themselves once chaos erupted. This was all thanks to Captain Wang and Zhao Su. Their efforts had united the survivors who had escaped from outside the base. Actually, I did possess a driver's license before, it's just that I haven't really driven much. So, it appears that Su Qingxue is still grappling with that terrifying question from earlier. I'm even concerned that she might take out her frustrations on me. Seated in the back row, if the opportunity arises, I shall teach Sister Qingxue how to drive, if the chance permits. Wang Wanling gazes out at the supermarket and pharmacy, both stripped bare, and the bodies sprawled on the streets, while flames lick at the nearby homes. Perhaps even she herself can hardly believe the very word opportunity that escapes her lips. All right, what? How can you agree to her with such a cheerful demeanor? If I were to ask you why you don't know how to drive, I might have already met a grim fate by now. As the bond among girls truly as unbreakable as rock? The jesting lightened the mood for the three of us considerably, and the physical pain seemed to have lessened as well. The penetrating wound in my palm and the dull ache in my lower back leave me feeling utterly drained. On the verge of slumber. After we pass this narrow alley, we shall reach the survivors' settlement. It seems ahead, Be careful, bang. Wang Wanling slammed the brakes to the floor. The dark space suddenly illuminated by an unexpected noise. A spotlight shining upon our vehicle, its brilliance blinding us all. Boom. A gunshot rang out, followed by a bullet that exploded the left front tire. Amidst the light, I could barely make out dozens of silhouettes slowly advancing towards us. Chapter 23. Turmoil in the Camp, Part 5. People in the Car. Extend your hands out of the window. In what felt like mere seconds, a dozen fully armed soldiers had surrounded us. Our vehicle now immobilized due to the punctured tires. Following their commands, we complied slowly. I lowered the window with great effort, stifling the pain in my palm. and cautiously extended my hands out. Wang Wanling and Su Qingxue mirrored my actions. Don't move. No one is to move. Several soldiers approached, and I then realized that their uniforms were entirely different from those of the assailants we had encountered earlier. They must belong to a different faction. Get out of the car. First, Wang Wanling, the driver, was yanked from the vehicle, followed by Su Qingxue from the passenger seat, and finally, it was my turn. Damn it, he touched my wound, the tearing pain igniting my anger. Yet I had no choice but to suppress that fury deep within. They could shoot us at any moment, especially since we were still clad in the enemy's attire. Wait a moment. The clamor of the crowd fell silent following the utterance of a female voice, which stepped forward to confront us, pinned to the ground. Turn off the lights. With a clang, the spotlight extinguished, and it took us several moments to adjust to our surroundings before the newcomer's appearance became clear. I had seen that girl before. Him? You? Are you not the commander's daughter, Wang Wanling? With her silver hair, blue eyes, and tall, mature figure, she leaned down, supporting Wang Wanling's chin with one hand, of course. Ah, it's actually you. Wang Wanling recognized the girl. Months prior, she had been the one to rush her into the emergency room, nearly succumbing to excessive blood loss. Long time no see, Commander's daughter Wang Wanling. Traitor, even if you capture me, I will never reveal where my father is. Humph, of course, you wouldn't tell me, because you don't even know where your father is, do you? I certainly know. It's just, as expected of the commander's daughter. Even on the brink of death, she refuses to betray her kin. Release them and come with me. The soldiers behind her immediately released us, returning our confiscated weapons. Who exactly are you? Wang Wanling followed closely behind. Grasping her wrist, she wore the same military uniform as before in the elevator, the only difference being an added armband on her shoulder, its base red, adorned with what appeared to be the abstract visage of a fox. Just follow me for now. If I had intended to harm you, I would have shot you down without hesitation earlier. Why waste time? Furthermore, I must clarify that I am not allied with the traitors who seized the command center. So please refrain from shooting me in the back. The girl possessed a sense of desolation I had never witnessed before, as if she had endured unimaginable trials, emerging from the brink of death. Those beautiful eyes seemed to gaze upon us, yet they were hollow and devoid of compassion. Please proceed. Mind your head. Her tone bore an uncanny resemblance to that of an artificial intelligence, leading me to suspect she might very well be one. A manhole cover? We descend from here? Yes, Commander's daughter. It appears that the three of us no longer possess the right to refuse. Although our weapons have been returned, it is not merely the dozen soldiers behind us that elicit concern, but rather the silver-haired woman before us. I sensed an ever-present aura of menace emanating from her. She was far from ordinary, I hope. There are no rats, Su Qingxue murmured behind me, likely suggesting I proceed first. Wang Wanling exchanged glances with her, and after a brief discussion, they reached a consensus, successfully voting for me to venture ahead as their scout, 2 votes to 1. Despite my injured hand, these two are. Silently protesting, I dared not voice my dissent. I could only comply. The space beneath the ground was far more expansive than I had anticipated, significantly larger than the underground parking lot at the university camp. I had expected a world filled with rats and insects, yet instead, I discovered a fortress bustling with soldiers in uniform and civilians alike, all toiling within this vast subterranean realm. Their only commonality was the red insignia on their shoulders. My heavens! I had no idea this place even existed. Wang Wanling exclaimed in astonishment, having never set foot here before, and neither Su Qingxue nor I had ever fathomed that directly beneath our survivors' settlement lay such a vast expanse filled with so many people. This way, your father wishes to see you. Her high military boots echoed against the floor, and a memory stirred within me. Yes, it was the night Wang Wanling had warned me of the dangers within the base when I heard footsteps outside the room. My father is here. Why? There is no time for explanations. Hurry and follow me. The girl, irritated by Wang Wanling's slow pace, seized her wrist tightly, leading her ahead of us into the corridor's end. The defenses here are indeed impenetrable. After descending from the surface via the manhole, we traversed a passage strictly guarded by soldiers, then took an underground elevator to a platform. Counting down from above, we still had 5 floors to descend before reaching the bustling work area. The path twisted and turned like a sewer system, with U-turns and S-bends, and by the end, we were utterly disoriented. Forced to hastily follow the silver-haired girl, finally, she paused before a door crafted from alloy, extracting a card from her chest. After a sensor beeped in response, the heavy iron door swung open. Father? Wang Wanling's father lay in bed, surrounded by several doctors and nurses clad in white garments that seemed suffocating, invoking fear. Lingling, you've come. I'm relieved. The wearied eyes regained a flicker of life, like a light that might extinguish at any moment. Father, what has happened to you? What is the matter? Wang Wanling knelt at the bedside, tears flooding forth as she struggled to comprehend that her father, the commander of this very base, had been reduced to such a state. The commander had been shot 3 times while covering the evacuation of civilians, and despite our desperate attempts to save him, he was beyond help. The robotic tone of the doctor's voice caused Wang Wanling to lose her last shred of patience. She screamed once more upon seeing her father's face, then fell silent again. Shut up. I refuse to listen to you, father. What on earth? My dear daughter, I am running out of time. Knowing you are safe brings me peace. It is all my fault. I failed to resolve the issues within the base in time. I never expected it would come to this. That aged, rough hand clasped Wang Wanling's, and in that moment, he was no longer the base commander, but a father. Thank you for looking after her, Shui Tianqing and Su Qingxue. I am aware of everything. If it weren't for you, my daughter would have. His stiff movements indicated he was beckoning us to come closer. Shui Tianqing, my daughter, can be rather headstrong at times. She has inherited her mother's temper, and often speaks in a way that offends others. However, I entrust her to you. I beg you, please take good care of her. I believe you will recover. Do not give up. The world appears to have suddenly intensified its spectrum of joys and sorrows, leaving one heart-wrenched. Ha ha, I am all too aware of my own condition. Time is short, promise me. Consider this my final command as your commander. Father, please don't leave me. I am frightened. I am truly. Wang Wanling grasped his hand, feeling the strength gradually ebbing away, the warmth of his body slowly diminishing. I understand, Commander, that I vow to protect Wang Wanling with all my might from this wretched world, ensuring her survival until the day it returns to a time of rising suns and setting moons. I shall continue to shield her. I wish for your dreams to come true, that humanity triumphs over monsters and conquers itself. Forgive me, Lingling. Father must depart. From now on, you and everyone else must live well, remember. Monsters are not your greatest foes. Father, no. Don't go, Dad. The commander's eyes slowly closed, his feeble hand slipping from Wang Wanling's grasp, resting beside the bed. Hey, without a ventilation outlet, one cannot survive in this enclosed space. After a prolonged silence, Su Qingxue, occupying the adjacent bed, spoke up. Hey, are you all right? How is your hand? Noticing my lack of response, she stood and sat on the edge of my bed. Sorry, I was lost in thought. My injury is better now. It hardly hurts anymore that I realized she was speaking to me. The recent parting of life and death still left me mentally adrift. I have always dreaded seeing others weep in sorrow, for such sights inevitably stir tears within myself. Oh, that is good, by the way. Is there anything you wish to eat? I can fetch it for you. This was uncharacteristic of her. I understood she was trying to lift my spirits, to help me forget the haunting images from days prior. Thank you, but right now, I know you are feeling down, but you must eat. It's essential, and truthfully, I apologize for worrying you. Who is worried? I merely fear that if you go without food for too long, and something urgent arises, we might be unable to protect ourselves. Anyone who wishes to harm you must first get past me. I didn't mean it that way. Come eat with me. Today they are serving special beef, and if we miss it, we shall have to wait until next Monday. The underground camp, or rather the subterranean refuge, lies beneath the base, transformed from subway tunnels and massive underground reservoirs, with the date of construction unknown. Following the onset of the upheaval, it was only under the commander's guidance that other survivors became aware of such a space. Well, Hearing you say that has indeed made me hungry. For the sake of you and the beef, let us go. What a sight! This was the first smile I had seen from her in days. Oh my, that smile was simply exquisite. Her pearly white teeth and rosy lips, complemented by those bright eyes and lustrous black hair, truly marked her as a genuine beauty. The state of the entire base remained a mystery. No one wished to venture out of the underground refuge to investigate. The dining hall within the subterranean base was teeming with people. Thousands had crowded into this modest space of about 100 square meters, making it a challenge even to find a place to sit. After collecting our meals, we stepped outside the dining hall to a fenced area where the crowd had significantly thinned. This has been the most delicious meal in days. How is it? I didn't deceive you. Did I? She placed the limited beef from her meal into my box. Eat up, she continued, interrupting my intention to return it to her. Thanks. No problem. After that, we exchanged no further words, sitting on a makeshift steel chair. Finishing our lunch. The underground base, devoid of sunlight, was dark and damp, though the temperature was bearable. Having completed our meal, we found ourselves with little else to do, retreating to the room with just 2 beds. Fatigue washed over me. The monotony of the past few days had left me utterly drained. Lying on the relatively comfortable bed, I soon drifted into slumber. In my dreams, I encountered that enigmatic girl from the apocalyptic aftermath. Her hair as dark as Su Qingshue's, yet obscured by a peculiar mask and tactical gear that concealed her face, rendering her countenance unrecognizable. She had bestowed upon me my first weapon, a silenced handgun that had saved our lives on more than one occasion. Where could she be now? Is she safe? In my dream, her visage remained elusive. After pursuing her through an iron door, she vanished, leaving me to behold the empty hospital bed beside which Wang Wanling knelt, still weeping. Upon hearing my footsteps, she ceased her cries, turning to face me, and I was taken aback. It was not her at all, but rather a monster, garbed in Wang Wanling's clothing, bearing the same hair color and physique, lunging towards me with a furious roar. When fear reaches its zenith, dreams inevitably break. I opened my eyes to the oppressive black ceiling, the adjacent bed emptied. Su Qingxue? Had she gone to the restroom? I pulled back the covers, recognizing her handiwork. Opening the door, I glanced at the white clock in the corridor, revealing I had slept for a full 6 hours. It was now around 8 in the evening. Just as I stepped into the corridor, someone tapped me on the shoulder. I hadn't even noticed anyone behind me. Chapter 24. The skyscrapers of the underground base. Is it you? It was that silver-haired figure. Resembling a robot, her expression devoid of emotion. Those beautiful eyes seemed hollow and unfeeling. Are you still adjusting to living here? That hardly seems like your concern. Naturally, if I were to inquire, I would question whether living here has been enough of a concession for you. That would align with your image. Now, tell me, what brings you to seek me out? I didn't wish to come find you. To be frank, I detest men, but it was my benefactor who sent me to find you. Benefactor? Wang Wanling. She felt too embarrassed to come herself, so she sent me instead. Let us go. She certainly wasn't here to request anything. Her demeanor resembled that of a guard escorting a prisoner. She walked behind me, as if I were an enemy captured from the surface. I wasn't sure who first uttered the term rebel. Before long, it became widely used, and everyone referred to the opposing faction above ground in that manner. We traversed the subterranean plant cultivation area, located hundreds of meters beneath the surface. Here, modern agriculture employs artificial lighting, allowing plants to thrive without sunlight, growing more rapidly and yielding greater harvests, though the taste deteriorates. Moving further ahead, we arrived at the most critical department in the underground sector, the Weapons Research Division. Thanks to weapon experts who escaped from the surface, standard weapons and ammunition could be mass-produced in the refuge, encompassing not only conventional arms but also numerous weapons of mass destruction. This was all in preparation for the day we would reclaim the surface base. Continuing on, we reached the food storage area, where the beef served at lunch originated. Due to constraints, thousands of tons of various meats and canned goods were sealed within cold storage, with fresh meat now a distant memory. Ding dong. Finally, we arrived at the alloy door marked with command room. She pressed the doorbell, the clear chime echoing down the dim corridor, or perhaps tunnel, into the distance. By the way, You've never told me your name, I inquired of the girl standing beside me at the door. Why should I tell you? I've mentioned before, I dislike men. Almost the instant the door swung open, she uttered this line and proceeded down the tunnel, ultimately disappearing into the shadows. You've arrived. Did Olga not accompany you? Olga? What a unique name. I hadn't realized the girl was foreign, despite her distinctly Asian features. Please, come in. I have matters to discuss with you. Wang Wanling, dressed in neat military attire, was a sight I had not seen for several days. Her presence, however, brought a tinge of disappointment. She lacked the innocent joy from before, instead bearing traces of dejection and pain, yet she mustered a faint smile. They say time is the best medicine, but we are sorely lacking in time. Suffering offers no respite for healing. Have you eaten today? Observing her evident sadness, yet seemingly unwilling to let me feel sorrow, she intentionally displayed a smile, which only deepened the ache in my heart. The blow of losing a loved one is terrifying, a profound terror that penetrates the soul. I see. I have eaten. Just now. Qingxue came by, and we shared dinner together. She was startled by my question, her voice trembling as she murmured, almost inaudibly, I see. That reassures me. Qingxue mentioned that you were in such a deep slumber that she couldn't bring herself to wake you. Is that so? Then I truly owe her a favor. That fellow's heart is, in fact, kinder than I had imagined. The expression forbidding proximity is merely a facade. Today, I invited you to convey my desire to participate in training, to learn the skills necessary to survive in this world, just like you. That's so. But aren't you meant to succeed the position of commander here? A daughter inheriting her father's legacy is a form of respect for the former commander. Perhaps he could not protect his base, yet because of him, thousands of survivors found their way into this sanctuary. Without him, where would they have gone? In this dreadful world, anyone is adrift, struggling like a kite severed from its string. This place has become our home. That is his greatest achievement. Do you believe I am capable? Certainly. In such times, even if one feels inadequate, one must persevere. Besides, you are not fighting alone. Ha! Her laughter was like the sudden clearing of a long, overcast sky, bringing an overwhelming sense of relief. Ha ha, as expected of you, you know. You are the first to refrain from mentioning that I am the commander's daughter. Isn't that not entirely wrong? Yet, you are uniquely you. No one can replace you. If you assume the role of commander of the base, not only I, but Su Qingxue and Zhao, may he rest in peace, we shall all do our utmost to support you. Zhao Su went missing during the turmoil at the base. Alongside hundreds of survivors, led by Captain Wang. It is said that the rebels executed nearly 1,000 people at the sports field in the city. It is feared they may be among them. Thank you. With your words, I feel much more grounded, and my mood has significantly improved. So, it seems my visit here was not in vain. However, I actually came to discuss something else with you today. Speak. I am committed to fulfilling your request. That's so? Her expression was somewhat strange, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her gaze somewhat dazed. Was there a hint of flirtation? Joking aside, I wish to prepare for a time and venture outside. Outside? You mean beyond the base? Yes, if I were merely a military doctor, I would wish to remain here, attending to everyone's medical needs. However, as the commander of the base, I must strive harder to find a solution to all of this. Her gaze had never been so resolute. The intensity in her eyes made me feel somewhat timid. She seemed no longer the Wang Wanling I knew. At this moment, she embodied the commander of this base. I will support you until you achieve your dreams. It's somewhat unreasonable. In truth, I also feel a bit uncertain. Venturing outside will undoubtedly present many dangers. There will indeed be dangers, and not just a few. But an overwhelming multitude. One could say the world has descended into chaos. Bandits, murderers, monsters, and more severe weather conditions all seem to lash out at us as if we were being punished, and we have woven this punishment ourselves. If one day we are prepared, we will reclaim the entire base and then set forth to seek a solution to the virus. She extended her hand. I understand. For that goal, I too shall strive. Her hand was noticeably smaller than mine, a testament to the delicate nature of her skin. As we clasped hands, it became a silent promise between us. The chilly breeze wafting through the ventilation shafts was a stark reminder of our concealment in this ironclad underground world. oblivious to the happenings above ground. The corridor was desolate, with only the sound of my footsteps echoing in the emptiness. Suddenly, I felt a chill run through me, my hand instinctively resting on the gun holstered at my waist. A silver flash glinted, and a sharp blade struck from behind, slicing through the damp, cold air, aimed at my body. "I at you?" Fortunately, I had anticipated this. Perhaps it was a sixth sense that alerted me to the lurking danger. Standing before me was the foreigner with an Asian visage, known as Olga. As for her true identity, it remained a mystery. Yet, the aura of danger she exuded deterred me from approaching her repeatedly. "Why did you ambush me?" "Ambush. Don't use such harsh terms. I merely wished to test your abilities. You know, if you were a civilian, that knife would have left you either dead or severely injured. What exactly do you intend to do?" Beneath that angelic visage lies a side unknown to most, her blue eyes harboring unimaginable ruthlessness and disdain. She smiled at that moment, yet it was impossible to discern if she genuinely found amusement in the situation. "If you were just an ordinary person, why would you command such importance from a benefactor?" Wang Wanling is always referred to as a benefactor by her. Only when mentioning her name does a semblance of humanity appear in her eyes. Rather than the robotic coldness forged by metal and wires, "Speak. What brings you to me? Is it so wrong to say that I like you? Please refrain from such base jokes. I will ask you once more. What do you truly want from me?" Hee. As expected of someone cherished by a benefactor, you show no reaction to my confession. How disheartening. Well, although I cannot disclose my intentions at this moment, if you wish to follow, come with me to a place. I can assure you that this place will benefit both you and your friends. She sheathed her blade, yet I remained on high alert. Of course, if you choose not to go, you may return to that dark-haired girl's home, but I guarantee you will regret not heeding my suggestion one day. She tugged at the hem of her military uniform, which fit her form impeccably, accentuating her graceful curves. The sound of her high boots echoed against the floor as she turned and walked into the darkness at the end of the corridor. "I see. Such methods are indeed clever." Faced with tactics reminiscent of telecom fraud, I could only acquiesce. Thus, I followed closely behind her as we quietly approached the area marked as a restricted zone. Naturally, I had never been to a restricted zone. Compared to the words restricted area, the sign indicating a biochemically contaminated zone was far more daunting. "What is this place?" "You will find out soon enough, my dear. This term, is there anything wrong with it? After all, I have already confessed my feelings to you. You simply rejected me. Please, do not address me that way. It sounds— How so? Does it not evoke a certain sentiment?" She suddenly halted, turning to face me, her exquisitely dangerous visage drawing alarmingly close, almost touching. "Hey, hee, let us continue. We are almost there. Keep close to me. I do not wish for my unreciprocated confession to meet its end here." Her tone was so nonchalant. As if discussing lunch or dinner, I had no choice but to remain vigilant, my hand never leaving the grip of my gun. After what felt like half an hour of walking, we arrived at a large, rusted door. This door was enormous, towering 2 people high and wide enough for at least 4 to lie side by side. It resembled a nuclear fallout shelter door from a movie. "Please input the password, Apple." The voice of the AI was strikingly similar to hers, albeit lacking her charm. "Antimonic acid." With a clang, the hidden alloy door creaked open, releasing a cloud of dust that assaulted my respiratory system. As I coughed and looked at her, I noticed she had donned a full-face gas mask at some point. Cough. Where did you find that mask?" She did not respond, merely gesturing to the hooks on the wall beside her, where 2 gas masks hung alongside the one she wore, totaling 3. "Damn it, you." Cough. "I apologize. I was primarily concerned that the dust might contain radioactive elements and thought it best not to inhale it." What? Should I have— cough, inhaled that stuff? Who told you to reject my confession? If you were my dear boyfriend, I would never allow you to suffer like this, would I? The grand door swung wide open, revealing an impenetrable darkness within. She removed her gas mask and strode directly inside. This individual truly seemed indifferent to the feelings of others. Upon passing through the extraordinarily thick glass door, the interior space became even more astonishing. A white edifice stood proudly at the center, and the vastness of this area must have been hollowed out to accommodate at least 7 or 8 standard football fields. The structure's exterior resembled a spinning top, tapering at the top, widening in the middle, and narrowing towards the base. What on earth is this place? It was previously a weapons research facility, but what it has become now? She tapped the red emblem on her shoulder with her finger. At that moment, I still failed to grasp her intention. In this unfamiliar territory, I could only follow in her footsteps. To say I was petrified might be an exaggeration, yet it was undeniable that the sight of this magnificent structure instilled a sense of fear within me. Most of the people around were clad in white lab coats, akin to researchers, though armed guards were not in short supply. Their wariness towards my unfamiliar visage was evident on their faces. Without exception, their epaulets bore a uniform red background, adorned with a simplistic outline of a fox's head. Ding! Beneath the colossal white structure, there were merely 2 elevators. Not only were guards stationed outside, but even inside the elevator stood sentinels. We were headed to the 15th floor. The core zoned IT was clear that the soldier recognized Olga, for after saluting her, he pressed the elevator button for US. Why fear of elevators bordered on primal. It wasn't just the claustrophobic metal box, but even this transparent, sightseeing-like lift made my hands tremble uncontrollably. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Claustrophobia, is it? She astutely noticed my slight movements, seizing the opportunity without hesitation. It's not that severe. I'm simply unaccustomed to riding elevators. How unfortunate. Come now, I wouldn't want to frighten you, dear. She extended her hand towards me. The malicious jest coupled with the gesture implied that she wanted me to hold her hand. I've told you not to call me that. It's fine. We'll arrive shortly. Is that so? I truly could not fathom what kind of person she was. Rather than retracting her hand, she pressed the button for the building's highest floor, 75 in a city. That would be considered a skyscraper. Down here, it must surely be the first of its kind. What are you doing? We want to be able to reach that floor. She continued to extend her hand, a mischievous smile gracing her face. I was utterly at a loss with this unpredictable individual. Yet, despite this, I suddenly realized that she seemed less socially anxious than I had presumed. This evening, she had spoken to me more than she had in all our previous encounters combined. Perhaps every socially anxious person has a loquacious side hidden away. Chapter 25. The Queen of the Underground Palace. The white structure was dubbed Builder 1, signifying its purpose of aiding humanity in the reconstruction of their home. It is said that this building was completed before the apocalypse struck, and above it, on the surface, stood another high-rise that matched its stature, which was destroyed during the cataclysm, leaving behind a wasteland. Welcome to Builder 1. Visitors are required to verify their identity and change into sterile work uniforms before entry. A female voice, emanating from an artificial intelligence, repeated incessantly as the elevator doors opened. This way. The changing rooms were just around the corner from the elevator, with separate facilities for men and women. Hurry up and change your clothes, then come out to regroup. Olga's silvery hair was not the only unusual hue in this facility. There were many foreigners here, from Europe and Africa, all impeccably dressed in garments that matched the building's white exterior. Oh, I could only acquiesce to her request, rubbing my reddened hands. Her grip was astonishingly strong, completely unrelated to her appearance. Thus, while it had alleviated my trembling hands in the elevator, they now began to tingle. The changing room was impeccably clean, adorned entirely in white. Even the lockers were constructed from white wood. Please proceed to locker number 001, visitor number 000001. The female voice echoed once more, the electronic screen with white borders being the only dark object in the room. Well, aside from me, as my clothes, to be honest, they hadn't been washed in days and had begun to fade. With a snap, the door to locker 001 swung open, revealing a pristine set of white clothing, still sealed in its plastic wrapping, complete with socks and undergarments, all in white. Just how fond of white was the designer? Such a waste of clean apparel. I might as well stick to my own clothes. What? What are you doing in here? Just as I was mulling over whether to soil the pure white undergarments, Olga had stealthily positioned herself behind me. This girl walks with a remarkable silence. Oh, I forgot to mention, there's a shower here. She stood clad only in her underwear, her tall figure revealing faint outlines of abdominal muscles. Indeed, she resembled an athlete far more than when donned in military attire, drawing far more attention. "I got it. Could you please step outside? Is this really the place for you?" She pressed a button, and a hidden door materialized in the wall, which had previously appeared seamless. I hadn't even noticed there was another room behind it. "Hurry and wash yourself. I need to take you to meet someone important shortly. If you don't clean up, I'll personally come to assist you." "No need for your concern. Goodbye." This girl was truly infuriating. As the warm water cascaded over my skin, I felt an immense wave of relaxation wash over me. How long had it been since I last indulged in a hot shower? Although the base above ground provided water, the absence of gas and insufficient electricity meant that bathing was limited to cold showers. Now, in this underground refuge, the conditions exceeded those above ground. This experience was nothing short of heavenly. Once I return, I must invite Su Qingxue and Wang Wanling to relish this blissful sensation of warm water after such a long absence. It was simply exquisite. I found myself conversing with no one in particular, eventually breaking into song, even forgetting the name of the artist. Perhaps he was no longer among the living. Yet, I could never shake the awareness that danger often lurked closer when one is at ease. With my handgun resting on the nearby surface, amidst my enjoyment, I began to ponder the origins of this facility, known as Builder One. Who constructed such a monumental project without anyone noticing? What was the purpose behind its creation? Most crucially, why was I entirely uninformed about it? Wang Wanling, the daughter of the commander of this base, could she truly be unaware as well? The myriad unknowns instilled a sense of dread within me. Suddenly, the warmth of the water no longer felt so comforting. Ding! The electronic door opened slowly, and Olga was already waiting for me outside. She wore a white sterile work uniform, leaning against the elevator door. To distinguish between male and female attire, the white uniform I wore bore an additional embroidered design on the chest, seemingly crafted by someone rather than produced on an assembly line, and quite crudely done. "Sorry to keep you waiting. It's been so long since I had a hot shower that I'm still adjusting. No worries. You are the shortest staying person I've encountered inside. Usually, newcomers spend several hours in there. You only took, 20 minutes." She seemed somewhat displeased, then stepped closer to me, her nose nearly brushing against my body as she took a gentle sniff. "Acceptable enough. Follow me." Once again, we entered the elevator, where the same soldier assisted us by pressing the button. "Thank you, Dom." My gratitude appeared to fall on deaf ears, as he didn't spare me a glance. His helmet was pulled low, and the thick mask obscured any glimpse of his identity. His attire reminded me of Zhao Su, the military doctor who had saved Su Qingxue's life at the university camp. Aside from their differing heights and builds, the tactical gear he wore was strikingly similar to that of Zhao Su. "We've arrived." Olga walked ahead, her pace significantly slower than before, leading us to the door of a room. 2 soldiers flanked either side of the door, and upon seeing us, they extended their arms to block our passage. "Riddle for entry. LeSure brand potato chips. Please enter." "Hey, what sort of riddle is this? Why is it about snacks?" Upon entering the room, it felt as though I had stepped into a museum. The walls were lined with wooden shelves displaying a myriad of rare treasures, shimmering more brightly than the lights within the room. The decor was of an old-fashioned style, with solid wood materials, and an aroma reminiscent of the forest pervaded the air. This scene does not appear to be a product of modernity, but rather steeped in history. At the center of the room lies a red, intricately patterned carpet, upon which rests a grand piano. Behind the glossy black instrument sits a woman with short, tawny hair, clad in a flowing black gown, her black, red-soled high heels poised elegantly in the air. Her fingers dance delicately over the keys, producing notes that oscillate between somber and piercing, seemingly reflecting her innermost feelings. "Sister Hong," she says, her voice lowered, as if she is transformed into another person, showing utmost respect before the woman in front of her. Yet, there is an unsettling familiarity about her. I feel as though I have encountered her before. "Thank you, Olga. So, is this young lady beside you?" Shui Tianqing. Her gaze fixes upon me, and I am immediately engulfed in a shiver under her piercing scrutiny. "Yes, I am Shui Tianqing. May I ask who you are? Have you not informed her of my identity, Olga?" Indeed, it is not entirely your fault. Our organization has always operated in secrecy, leaving everyone shrouded in mystery. I am Shun Honghong, known within the department as Sister Hong. Since I am already aware of your name, it would be rather unfair not to share mine. She strides over to the wine cabinet, retrieving a bottle of red wine and 3 glasses from what resembles a museum display case. With a decisive pop, she opens the wine, and the distinct, fragrant aroma of the vintage soon envelopes every corner of the room. Please, she offers, handing me a glass filled only to the rim, a customary measure in wine etiquette, one I have never studied. For me, the quantity in my glass feels ample, as I am not fond of alcohol and rarely partake in gatherings with colleagues. Oh, thank you, Olga, please. The second glass is presented to Olga. Let us raise our glasses, to triumph over all adversaries and monsters in the future. Cheers. I merely take a gentle sip, while the other 2 swiftly drain their glasses. So, Shui Tianqing, I presume you have many questions regarding this facility and about me. She sets down her glass, the previous smile replaced by an air of authority. This facility began construction back in 2020 and took a decade to complete. The initial overseer named it Builder 1, a title that lacks any sense of sophistication. However, she refills our glasses and downs hers in one gulp. The primary purpose here is to prepare for potential disasters on the horizon. Ironically, only 5 years have passed since its completion, and it has become a veritable sanctuary to AS for me. I am the current head of this establishment. Who was responsible for constructing such a massive facility? As for that, internal documents have been completely obliterated by unknown hands, leaving us in the dark about the name and details of the initial overseer until I took over 5 years ago. And who was your predecessor? My insatiable curiosity urges me to inquire further. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I do not know. I was appointed through an internal company email upon assuming control. I see. In any case, I have brought you here today to request your assistance, as long as I can be of help. And no wonder Wang Wanling has taken a liking to you. I now understand why. It's not as you might think, but what is your relation to Wang Wanling? The woman named Shun Honghong seems to possess an intricate understanding of our connection, which is not surprising given Olga's significant ties to her. Consider her a person I am tasked to protect, though I fear I have not done enough, allowing her to face danger. Thankfully, you were there. Otherwise, my mission would have failed, a person to protect. My organization is dedicated to safeguarding special groups. You could liken it to the duties of a bodyguard. Wang Wanling, along with your other girlfriend Su Qingxue, are among those we protect. However, since the onset of the apocalypse, our satellite communication tower was utterly destroyed by military bombardment, severing our connection with the outside world. She pushes open a wooden window, and the external light immediately illuminates a corner of the otherwise poorly lit room. Look, she gestures. The concrete dome above bears scars from the bombardment, indicating that bombs penetrated the structures above, inflicting irrevocable damage on the underground facility. As a result, we have been unable to reach the units above ground, nearly putting them in peril, which reflects poorly on our organization. Sister Hong, you need not blame yourself. The chaos at that time made it exceedingly difficult to ensure the organization's normal operations. Olga comforts her, appearing as a docile kitten in front of Sister Hong, a demeanor I have only witnessed when she is with Wang Wanling. I hope you will join our organization, stepping into the roles of those who have perished or gone missing. As you can see, our armed forces are severely depleted, struggling even for self-preservation. The turmoil at the ground base has drained our resources significantly, compelling us to seek external aid. So, you are offering me a position? Haha, your understanding is not incorrect. Before the apocalypse, our organization provided excellent benefits, but as you can see, our current situation is a far cry from that. Upon hearing my response, Shun Honghong's expression shifts, the wrinkles wrought by age diminishing noticeably. However, before I agree, could you tell me who the client is that requested the protection of Wang Wanling and Su Qingxue? All clients for our protection services contacted us via email before the apocalypse, and payments were made in cash. Almost all clients would send cash to our office above ground, which has since been reduced to rubble. Very well, I accept your request. Protecting Wang Wanling and Su Qingxue is indeed what I wish to do, and it aligns with my principles, though I prefer to minimize external influence on behalf of all our staff. I thank you for your decision. Tomorrow, I will deliver the necessary equipment and remuneration to your room. She raises her glass and drains it once more. Even now, I remain utterly bewildered, unable to discern the true nature and intentions of the organization she speaks of. Who are those enigmatic clients, and who constructed Builder One, this subterranean skyscraper? All the mysteries swirl within a dense fog, rendering direction indistinguishable, and the potential hidden perils remain unseen. I am not adept at socializing over drinks, so I hastily sought an excuse to depart. Upon returning to the changing room, I shed my work attire for my own clothes, instantly feeling a sense of relief. This place is fraught with an indescribable conflict. I cannot shake the feeling that the woman named Shen Honghong is spinning a web of deceit. Meanwhile, Olga, seemingly oblivious, gazes at her with naive admiration. If there is one thing that captivates me within Builder One, it is the prospect of hot water in the shower. June 10, 2006. Father is currently at a foreign port. How are you and Mother faring? On the other end of the line is a man's daughter. Mother and I are both well, Father. When will you return? It will be about 3 months from now. Be sure to listen to your mother, and when I come back, I will buy you your favorite ice cream. It takes him a full half-hour to end the call. He gazes towards the port, where a heavy icebreaker stands poised for departure, yet as a security officer for this NJ continent expedition. A sense of inexplicable unease gnaws at him. Chapter 26. The search for the missing reconnaissance team in the dead of night. At 1 o'clock in the morning, I load my weapon and don my 30-pound individual gear, which includes night vision equipment. After a month of recuperation, my injuries have largely healed, and today's mission is to head to the surface in search of the missing reconnaissance team. 5 days ago marked our first venture outside the sanctuary in over a month, aimed at surveying the base conditions above ground. However, due to the near-total destruction of our communication devices, the reconnaissance team lost contact on the 3rd day. Thus, I lead a well-equipped 5-member squad to the surface in pursuit of their whereabouts. Are we leaving now? In these apocalyptic conditions, it is not unusual for men and women to share living quarters. Su Qingxue, who shares a room with me, has spent the night awake, tossing and turning on the uncomfortable bed upon learning of my impending departure to the surface. Her sudden outburst, or perhaps the fear of the unknown, causes my hands to tremble slightly, nearly dropping the ammunition I am loading into the magazine. Yes, it is safer to go out at night. You should sleep. Perhaps when you wake, I will have returned. Actually, She yearned to express something, yet hesitated. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door, and I knew without needing to look who awaited outside. That distinctive rhythm, reminiscent of Morse code, was favored solely by that woman. It sent a chill down my spine. An intrusion. Were it not for our solitude, she would still adopt her robotic tone. Are you ready? I inquired. Yes, I've only been waiting for you. Stay safe. I shall await your return. Just as I had half my body out the door, Su Qingxue sat up, clutching her bedding. I will return shortly, do not worry. As I closed the door, I caught a glimpse of the desolation in her eyes. The metallic sound of the lock grinding shut felt particularly merciless at that moment, and even my footsteps grew heavier. What is wrong? Are you scared? For over a month underground, I had met the girl by my side nearly every day, and her organization occasionally sent what they termed rewards. Beyond weaponry and ammunition, they provided food and drink. In truth, even a salary could scarcely procure anything, as the barter system had re-emerged in the underground base. It was a form of indirect compensation. And then there was Olga, the girl with perfect silver hair and blue eyes yet an Asian visage, who, as my new superior, would always visit when I had just settled down, and of course I'm scared. No one knows what the situation is like above ground. How could one not feel trepidation when venturing into the unknown? In truth, my reluctance stemmed from a new concern that weighed heavily on my heart. So, you too have moments of fear. Lately, your training sessions have been the most rigorous. I had thought you to be the lone hero type. How could I? At the end of the corridor stood a girl before the only entrance to the underground shelter. Her disheveled dark green hair shone remarkably under the brightest light in the shelter. Shui Tianqing. She ran towards me, clad only in her sleepwear, looking as if she had just emerged from a deep slumber mere seconds ago. Wang Wan, I had anticipated a high five or something similar. But to my surprise, she dashed past the soldiers ahead and leaped into my embrace. You liar! You promised to protect me forever. and now you're off on such a perilous mission without telling me. Like a petulant child throwing a tantrum before parents about to leave for work in a distant land, her emotions were genuine and precious. Perhaps the reason survivors still existed in this world was due to those intangible connections we could not touch. I'm sorry. I truly did not wish to deceive you, but in the end, I made the decision. The reason I intended to inform Su Qingshu about my mission to search for the missing reconnaissance team in detail was to leave a safety net. Should I? Should I not return? They could look out for one another, and the organization would ensure their protection. Liar? Liar? I clearly, rest assured, I will return. If you find yourself bored during my absence, go stay with your sister Qingshu. You can chat and keep each other company. I recalled our initial day in this temporary abode when we had first arrived. Initially, Su Qingshu and Wang Wanling were assigned to share a room. But due to Wang Wanling being the commander's daughter, for safety reasons, she was ultimately placed in a more secure area. I want to go with you. I'll fetch my gear right now. No. What? Perhaps my resolute tone startled her. She looked at me as if I had suddenly become a stranger. I cannot take you with me. It is not permissible. Why? Do you think I would hold you back? It's dangerous out there. I am, after all, a military medic precisely because it is dangerous that I cannot take you. Firstly, you have not undergone proper military training, and secondly, I promised your father not to impose danger upon you. Then if you die, isn't all your talk of protection just empty words? Seeing her pitiable and sorrowful expression left me speechless. I could only instruct the guards to escort her away. Take her to room 15 and allow her to remain there for half an hour after we depart. Room 15 was indeed mine and Su Qingshu's shared room. Perhaps even I did not know whether what I was doing was right or wrong, but at this moment, I had no choice but to resort to such measures. In today's world, safety seemed to be a mere illusion. Monsters, humans, and even the creatures that had taken residence in the world built of concrete and steel by humanity posed a threat. Growth for every individual required a pace faster and more perilous than in peacetime. Conversely, those who wished to languish in the shelter for a lifetime would inevitably be left behind. Clang. The doors of the underground shelter were divided into 2 layers. The first opened only to the airlock. As our small team of 6 entered, the door behind us slowly shut. This design bore resemblance to that of an aircraft, only our airlock was meant for air purification and sterilization. Once the first gate closed, I seemed to hear someone knocking against the transparent glass, producing a muffled sound. It appeared that Wang Wanling had already freed herself from the guards escorting her. Now sobbing uncontrollably, yet I could only watch in silence. In the distance stood another figure, one I recognized well. Her black hair always shone brightly, if the day of apocalypse was a form of judgment. Then the scene before me could only be described as hellish. The tallest building within the base, the command center, had been engulfed in flames, visible from over 100 kilometers away, surrounding everything in a fiery hue. The town had been reduced to ashes, charred remains scattered everywhere, and the air was thick with the scent of smoke and dust. A gaping hole of terrifying proportions had been blown open in the base's walls, where a throng of heads surged, as if engaged in a lively celebration point. One could even hear their songs. Clearly, they were not human. That melody was a language unique to them. They wandered in clusters through the now-ruined town. Heavens, what is this? It was nothing short of hell. Who could have done this? To have breached the walls. In my rescue team, there were both men and women, all elite warriors from the shelter, and they belonged to the same organization as our team leader, Miss Olga. In truth, the current underground shelter was under the control of Shun Honghong from Builder 1, though not disperse. Form a defensive formation and advance towards the building. Olga issued the command, and we formed a defensive line, cautiously attempting to traverse the town. The last contact we had with the reconnaissance team was near the skyscraper engulfed in flames. However, if we wished to reach the former command center, we would have to cross this massive town, which, since the apocalypse, had housed nearly 600,000 people. Yet, only a few thousand had escaped to the underground shelter. This meant that the number of monsters would only increase. Naturally, the most concerning aspect remained the rebels. It was their turmoil that had transformed this once luminous city into a sea of fire. The scene before me resembled the nights of Warsaw during World War II. The blissful life had been reduced to ashes, scattered to the winds. Report, Captain, Enemies sighted approximately 100 meters at 11 o'clock. The soldier, a sniper, had long separated from us, occupying a high vantage point as he searched for enemies amidst the raging flames. "Conceal yourselves," Olga, as team leader, gestured to the remaining 5 members. "Prepare for battle. Eliminate those monsters and check your silencers." Hidden within the already charred buildings, we endured the searing heat while taking aim. There was scarcely a patch of land untouched by flames. The floor creaked underfoot. Yet the creatures in the distance remained oblivious to the red dots on their bodies. Each team member had their target, including myself. Crack! The monsters wandering in the distance fell to the ground. Their heads shot through, lifeless. "Captain, another wave of monsters is approaching. Their numbers are substantial. I recommend we take an immediate detour." The sniper occupying the high ground relayed the message. A large group of enemies had emerged before us from an unknown source. Their numbers unclear. Some monsters were even ablaze, yet that formidable power could not hinder their movements. They were unaffected, at least until they were reduced to ashes. "Copy that. You are to relocate immediately and regroup at the A District cafeteria." "Understood. Retreat to the A District." Olga promptly issued the order to retreat. Despite possessing ample weaponry and ammunition sufficient to confront bandits or rebels, the formidable horde of terrifying creatures rendered them powerless without heavy artillery. The 5-member team hastily made their way towards Area A, a commercial hub within the base, where restaurants and shopping centers thrived. It seemed a preferable alternative to the residential district. "Captain, look!" A team member pointed ahead as they reached the outskirts of Area A. The path leading into the area was entirely obstructed by the ruins of a collapsed building. If memory served, this had once been a locale where people enjoyed tea and coffee, indulging in afternoon delights. Now, it lay in utter desolation. "Damn it, do we have to go through the subway station?" Olga found herself in a dilemma. To reach Area A, they could either return to the residential area of Sector F from whence they came or proceed to the nearby subway station. The labyrinthine routes within the station were notoriously complex. Even when the base operated normally, many areas there remained off-limits. "Captain, look behind us." "What? When did?" Without the sniper's reconnaissance, a throng of monsters had inexplicably emerged from behind. Seemingly the remnants of nearby commercial establishments, including men and women clad in suits and formal attire. The uppermost level of the collapsed structure had once housed a luxurious bar. It appeared there was no alternative but to navigate through the subway station to reach Area A. "Everyone, stay alert, let's move." Area A was the closest zone to the command building, and with vehicles absent and most roads blocked by debris, they had no choice but to proceed on foot. The advantage of this approach lay in its stealth, but the downside was that they might take an entire day to reach their destination. With a clang, the iron gate behind them was secured, and the 5 entered the subway station. Remarkably, it seemed largely intact, preserving the semblance of a world before the apocalypse. Trains rested on the tracks, and the lighting, surprisingly, remained operational. The dim yellow glow illuminated the tunnel, flickering ominously as if it might extinguish at any moment. 3 moved ahead, while 2 remained vigilant at the rear, ever watchful of the shadows. Olga exhibited remarkable professionalism. Reputedly, she was one of the most gifted captains within the organization. "Yes." Her voice echoed through the tunnel, fading into the darkness, where untold dangers lurked, unknown to them. With no retreat possible, behind them loomed the gathering horde, and before them lay the abyss of the unknown. They proceeded cautiously, each step laden with trepidation. July 3, 2006, their journey had been delayed for weeks due to inclement weather. The heavy icebreaker had set sail in late June, and today they were a mere few dozen kilometers from the NJ continent. The remainder of the journey promised to be the most thrilling. As a security officer, he had arrived early at his cabin to ensure all equipment was securely fastened. The Atlantic's towering waves caused the cabin to tilt at a perilous angle. Yet his yearning for the NJ continent remained undiminished. As a ramming icebreaker, it needed to rely on its own weight to shatter the ice. The spectacle was both exhilarating and perilous. Chapter 27. The subway station with operational trains boom. An explosion echoed from afar, followed by violent tremors that shook the tunnel. The vibrations made it impossible to maintain balance, and debris cascaded from the concrete ceiling, The air thickened with the scent of earth. Clang! Soon, the lighting in the tunnel extinguished entirely, compelling everyone to activate their tactical flashlights. The feeble beams offered scant comfort in the expansive darkness. This is bad. The explosion had not only severed power but also attracted nearby monsters. From the dark recesses of the tunnel, guttural roars began to resonate, signaling that they had been detected. Why now? They had gleaned some understanding of these creatures. They shunned sunlight and favored the damp. Shadowy corners, possessing superior hearing and olfactory senses compared to humans in nearly enclosed environments. Detecting human presence was not difficult, especially in the subway tunnels, which served as their preferred habitat. Increase your pace. Though Olga may have been young, she exuded an air of maturity, remaining composed under duress as she directed the team towards their objective. Captain, approximately a few kilometers ahead should be a subway platform, from which we can directly access the surface of Area A. Although it is highly likely that it has been overrun by monsters, understood. Let us reach there swiftly. We cannot linger in this perilous environment. Surrounded by impenetrable darkness, even the tactical flashlight's maximum brightness was futile. The oppressive atmosphere heightened their anxiety. Even the faintest sound, such as condensation dripping onto the tracks, threatened to push them to the brink of despair. More dangerous than the monsters were the rebels. They were akin to live targets, easily discernible to hidden foes. Let us expedite our passage through the tunnel and devise a plan once we reach the platform. Olga glanced at me, her blue eyes glimmering in the light of the flashlight. Unexpectedly captivating. Received, I nodded in affirmation of her command and as encouragement for her resolve, knowing that our fates hinged upon her decisions. Despair or dissatisfaction would only serve to dampen the morale of the team and undermine the commander's confidence. The five continued forward, the relentless roars behind them pressing down like an ominous cloud. The growls grew closer, prompting us to hasten our pace. Carrying heavy gear while running was a test for each of us, compounded by the threats that loomed both behind and ahead. Captain, we should rest. If we keep running like this, we won't have the strength to fight if we encounter monsters at the platform. The younger soldier could endure no longer, his lips cracked, gasping for breath, his complexion paling. We cannot stop now. If we do, we'll be caught between a rock and a hard place. Olga, too, was panting heavily, her chest rising and falling almost to the limit. Truthfully, running was inherently more challenging for women, and she was notably more voluptuous than the average female. But then the young soldier stumbled over an unseen object, crashing heavily to the ground. Damn it! Who left obstacles in a place like this? What the hell? As I approached with my flashlight, I discovered it was a corpse, or rather, a remnant of one. Captain, look, this. Not only was it the corpse that had tripped the young soldier, but now we noticed that as we neared the platform, dismembered human remains began to appear sporadically around the tracks. They were everywhere, on the rails above, on the walls, and in the crevices of the drainage system. Do you hear that? Leaning down, I suddenly detected an odd sound emanating from behind us, drawing nearer. What could it be? This is bad. Everyone, be cautious. The subway is coming towards us. It was only upon feeling the tremors that I comprehended the cause of the chaos. Why was the subway still operational? Could it be the rebels? A beam of light sliced through the darkness, revealing a speeding subway train in the pre-apocalyptic world. Anyone who dared to operate a train at such speed would surely have their license revoked. Watch out, run. The subway tunnel appeared to consist of a single track. If we did not reach the platform now, we would be crushed alive. At that moment, it seemed everyone had forgotten the exhaustion from their earlier sprint, and all were now desperately pushing forward. Even reaching a track for oncoming trains would be considered a success. Throw away everything you can. Run. Olga hurled her heavy backpack against the wall, and aside from their weapons, everyone discarded nearly all their supplies into the subway tunnel. Tension, fear, and fatigue tormented everyone. The subway train loomed ever closer, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Evidently, the remnants of the shattered structures were the very train cars pursuing them. My legs had gone numb, and running became a mechanical motion, the distant platform remaining tantalizingly out of reach. Damn it! Find a way to blow that train behind us to pieces. Olga seemed to have reached her limit. She retrieved the grenade from her waist, pulled the pin, and hurled it to the ground in an attempt to obliterate the iron tracks. The explosion behind us failed to halt the relentless momentum of the approaching train. It wasn't until we rounded a corner that we finally glimpsed the subway in motion. The entire carriage was engulfed in flames, resembling a fire-breathing dragon from European mythology. It drew nearer, poised to overtake us. The grenade could not harm the unyielding tracks, and we still bore explosives intended for breaching doors. Yet, if we ceased our flight, the train would surely crush us beneath its wheels. We could already feel the scorching heat of the flames. Heroes often emerge in moments of utmost peril and despair. Run! The young soldier at the forefront suddenly halted, removing his backpack. The explosives within required time to assemble before detonation. No! Wait! Wait! Olga turned back, realizing his intent. But it was too late. The train had already reached him. Boom! The explosives buried beneath the tracks detonated at the last moment, derailing the train's engine while the tunnel collapsed, and the soldier vanished amidst the flames and concrete. No one knew his name, and we had barely exchanged a few complete words. He was a true unsung hero. Have a sip of water, Captain. A female soldier offered her canteen to Olga, who sat upon the tracks. As if she had lost something profoundly significant. Her blue eyes radiated disappointment, her cheeks twitching intermittently, and her silver ponytail had lost its luster, resembling withered autumn grass. Oh, thank you. Startled, she accepted the canteen and took a hearty gulp. Cough, 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 cough. Choked, she coughed violently, tears finally spilling from her eyes. Captain. The female soldier knelt before her, gently patting her back, offering quiet comfort. I shouldn't have let everyone come this way. If only I had chosen the longer route. Perhaps Olga sat on the cold ground, her dejected demeanor tugging at the heartstrings. Yet, it was clear that none of this was her fault. The previous two choices, one to take a longer detour through the town, the other through the subway tunnel, had greater dangers and unpredictabilities in the former, while the latter had now become the optimal choice, at least temporarily avoiding direct encounters with monsters or rebels. Ultimately, in this world, the world itself was inherently flawed. This was the first time I had witnessed Olga's vulnerable side, reminding me that she was merely a 20-something girl, an age typically cherished, yet here she wept in the suffocating darkness of the subway tunnel. Captain, it seems the platform is just ahead. Another soldier pointed forward, where illumination appeared to be functioning normally. Let's move. We need to continue our mission. Olga seemed to recall something, standing to check her weapon. Most of our gear had been lost, leaving us with only the ammunition and food we carried. She brushed the dirt from her clothes, her expression of weakness slightly diminished, perhaps due to independent power supply. The lights at the platform were exceptionally bright, akin to a lighthouse by the sea, illuminating the surrounding tunnel. With a few gunshots, scattered monsters were dispatched, marking the end of the immediate threat. We ascended the stairs, passing through the former security checkpoint, where once bustling crowds had now given way to desolation. The surroundings were eerily silent, the oppressive atmosphere inducing a solemn silence among us. Apart from the beeping warning of low battery on the equipment, it felt as though we had entered the remnants of an abandoned extraterrestrial site. Scout 1, do you copy? My team has arrived in Area A, please respond. The walkie-talkie emitted only static. It seemed we could not reach the sniper who had separated from us unless we returned to the surface. If my legs had felt as if they had vanished before, they now felt as though they were leaden, requiring double the effort to ascend each step. The female team member struggled, her knees beginning to swell. The others were no better off, either wounded by shrapnel from the earlier explosion or nursing sprained ankles. At this point, completing the mission felt like a distant luxury. We must press on. If we find no leads by sunrise, we will have to return. Olga understood that her team was on the brink of collapse. We could scarcely run. Even walking had become a challenge. After several kilometers of frantic sprinting, we were utterly drained. Yes, Captain. Yet, the potential of humanity remained an underestimated force. Under the shared effort and the illumination of heroic determination, at least we still harbored hope. This was evident from our unified response. Tired? The other team members walked ahead while I followed Olga. Who did not turn back as she asked directly, yes, I am a bit tired. In truth, I was exaggerating. Lifting my rifle felt like an arduous task. I'm sorry to have put you in such a dangerous situation. Oh, it's all right. You are here with me. After all, I nearly thought I had misheard. This seemed to be the first time she had apologized to me. Once we return, I'll treat you to a feast. All right, I must return, even if it's just for your feast. The atmosphere lightened somewhat. Even though Olga faced away from me, I could sense she had buried the events of earlier deeply within her heart. And now what mattered most was surviving and completing the mission. I heard you were a soldier before. Yes, I enlisted quite early. I still fondly remember those days, perhaps the happiest time of my life. What about you? Were you a soldier too? No, I only began after the apocalypse. Olga's tone grew somber, indicating this was a topic she preferred to avoid. After a long silence, she spoke again. Do you think my decision today was wrong? Certainly not. Commanders are not deities. They cannot win every battle. However, I can understand your feelings. Sacrificing oneself to save others, such an act is profoundly noble and radiant, leaving those saved feeling despondent for a long time afterward. Is that so? Have you experienced that before? Yes, I recounted the story of a few months ago when Captain Lee and I searched for survivor camps. As the tale concluded, we finally emerged from the labyrinthine subway station into the open air. Thank you for your story. I feel a little better after hearing it. This was her first remark upon exiting the subway station. Captain, I've made contact with the sniper. He's on standby at the A District Gym and has reported a situation requiring us to rendezvous with him swiftly. All right, inform him we will arrive in 10 minutes and request his cover. Understood. The oppressive gloom that had hovered above us dissipated as we stepped out of the subway station, and rain began to fall from the sky. The blazing flames wrestling with the rain for dominance. If possible, could you please stay behind me, dear? Why? Having you behind me gives me a sense of security. After uttering this, Olga resumed leading the team. Waving me to catch up after a few meters, the rain intensified, pelting against our bodies, sending shivers down our spines. It was undeniably early summer. Chapter 28. The Commercial Complex of the Ground Base. Area A, Commercial Complex. I used to frequent this place for shopping. Olga broke the silence. It was just the two of us now, the others having separated to locate the previous sniper, while our task was to search for supplies within this colossal mall. With your boyfriend? Yes, of course. Isn't that the case now? Her mischievous smile brought a sense of relaxation, albeit tinged with sadness, as she still mourned the sacrifice of the soldier. Shopping doesn't seem to suit your character. Is that so? She quickened her pace, stepping onto the escalator that had long ceased operation. Had it not been for the surrounding darkness, it would have felt like a scene from my dreams. Silver hair cascading, blue eyes sparkling, a graceful figure. What's wrong? Noticing my silence, she tilted her head, her silver hair brushing aside to reveal her pale cheeks. Oh, nothing, sorry, I just spaced out for a moment. Hey, what are you doing? Olga bent down to pick up a wallet that someone had dropped. The bills inside had long lost their value, and its owner was long gone. Just a bit of curiosity. She retrieved the photograph from her wallet, illuminating the seemingly blissful image with the last flicker of her flashlight. Beside the man, his wife wore a sweet smile, while several playful children frolicked in the foreground, and the beach behind them radiated with the echoes of happier times. Now all but vanished, along with the easy, carefree life that had once been ours. I have a penchant for collecting such mementos. If you happen to come across any, do be sure to safeguard them for me. She carefully folded the photograph and tucked it into her fabric bag, which contained several others, perhaps a dozen or so. A curious fascination, indeed. Let us proceed. Unexpectedly, she did not counter my conclusion about her, but instead continued onward. Wait a moment. Yet, amidst her indifference, I detected a sound she overlooked, a faint crackling emanating from a shadowy corner of the dimly lit mall. Oh! The escalator beneath my feet suddenly whirred to life, and the mall's lights illuminated in an instant. The music of the carousel, the speakers at the entrance, and the screens displaying culinary delights all sprang back to life, restoring their former vibrancy. Yet, within this mall, aside from myself and Olga, there were no other patrons. What could this be? Perhaps the mall had illuminated itself to welcome us. Her childlike assertion might hold a grain of truth. In this transformed world, the rules have shifted entirely, and that which once seemed impossible has now come to pass. Perhaps the mall has indeed acquired a soul, extending a warm welcome to its long-lost customers. If that were the case, it would be quite a delightful surprise. Hey, what are you up to now? Olga quickened her pace, leading the way to the second floor. By the time I caught up with her on the clothing retail level, she had already stepped into a store marked with English letters. Aside from the dust that had settled everywhere, the place retained an almost identical appearance to how it was just before the end. Under normal circumstances, I would never dare to enter such an upscale clothing store. Dio, you think this dress is beautiful? She pulled a creamy white dress from a hanger and draped it over herself. We didn't come here for such things, did we? The third floor is where they sell food. What about this one? Ignoring my words entirely, she removed another trench coat. I said, sigh. It looks nice. In order to steer her back to her responsibilities as captain, I could only acquiesce, though if she donned that fitted trench coat, combined with her tall stature, it would indeed suit her well. Then this one it shall be. She held the garment and approached the empty counter. Pressing the decorative desk bell to signal for assistance, Ino1 responded from behind the counter, save for a computer with a lit-up screen, as if it too had come to life with the sudden influx of electricity. I glanced at it. Good heavens! It costs 5,000. How exorbitant! Olga, alone at the counter, delivered a soliloquy lamenting the price of the dress. Pack it up. She picked up a dusty shopping bag, neatly folding the trench coat and stuffing it inside. What's next? Perhaps t-shirts and trousers. Let us go. Holding the paper bag in her hands, she approached me, saying, please, just a moment. Her pleading gaze left me speechless. Despite the dire circumstances, I did not feel that accompanying her on this shopping excursion was entirely futile. Have you agreed? Well, you can shop while I handle the supplies. After all, you are the captain. Her arm draped over mine as she pulled me toward the next clothing store, the environment of which was far more perilous than this upscale establishment. Though devoid of monsters or rebels, the difference lay primarily in the merchandise. Aside from the t-shirts and shorts she sought, the store also displayed women's swimwear and lingerie. For a man, such a shop is nothing short of a nightmare, leaving one unsure where to cast their gaze. I think I'll sit this one out. No, that's an order. What kind of order is that? Disobeying an order is a grave offense. I could report you to the shelter and the camp. Fine, I concede. I'll go in, but it's just the two of us. The shelter and the organization are supposed to cooperate. The two entities do not fall under the authority of either side, and the loss of one would spell disaster for the other. It's a symbiotic relationship. Yet this girl is an exception. She is an officer in the shelter's military and holds a significant position within the organization. There's no benefit in her reporting me. I watched as she bypassed the t-shirts she claimed to be interested in and headed straight for the lingerie section. That vibrant world of colors is one that men like me can only admire from afar. How is it? You're asking me. How would I know? The garments, designed to conserve fabric to an almost stingy degree, could hardly be deemed pants. Perhaps strings would be a more fitting term. What about this red one? Please don't ask me. I beg you. So, you seem to prefer black. That has nothing to do with my preferences. At that moment, an unexpected sensation washed over me, a long-lost feeling. Not in the sense of shopping for women's lingerie, but rather a sense of normalcy. The light banter allowed one to momentarily forget this hellish world. I'll give it a try. The fitting room. Over there. Wait. She dashed off, clutching the black garments, and entered the fitting room. Drawing the delicate curtain closed behind her, I was left standing alone amidst the vibrant array of colors. While I had no interest in such fabrics, I pondered that if I were to bring back a few gifts for the girls waiting at the shelter, they might appreciate it. If someone were to give me a few fresh outfits in these trying times, I would certainly be grateful. Yes, that seems just about right. What are you doing, Just as my hand reached for the simple fabrics, Olga's head suddenly popped out from the fitting room. Judging by her expression, this appeared to be a perilous trap. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. She feigned shock, her eyes gleaming with mischief. No. I was trying. Through sheer fantasy? No. I was thinking of giving them as gifts. It wouldn't be wrong to gift oneself. Yet, dear, you are currently in the women's lingerie section. Could you at least listen when someone speaks? Rest assured, I won't tell Lingling or Su Qingxue, but, so, this girl truly possesses a cunning side. I was genuinely thinking of getting them for them. Wait, watch out. From my vantage point, I saw the curtain of the adjacent fitting room being lifted, and a man emerged. Not that he could still be called a man, given his state of decay. He had recently transformed into a monster, and typically, creatures in this phase exhibit heightened aggression. Hit the ground. I raised my handgun, aiming at the creature, and Olaga quickly dropped to the floor as I squeezed the trigger. The bullet soared toward the monster, striking it squarely in the forehead to thud. It collapsed, its corrupted form staining the pristine white tiles with blackened blood, and the mundane moments we had just shared evaporated in an instant. Reality crashing back in, making one yearn for the simplicity of the past. Are you all right? After confirming that the creature was thoroughly dead and that there were no other threats nearby, I hurried to the fitting room where Olaga was. Pulling back the curtain, I quickly realized I might have arrived at an inopportune moment. In the wake of the sudden chaos, she struggled to remove the garments she had tried on, unable to untie the clasp at her back. Leaving her in a rather awkward position against the wall of the fitting room, her hands reaching behind her, straining to grasp the metal hook. Please, go away. She surprisingly maintained her composure, merely uttering a quiet request before drawing the curtain shut once more. As if nothing had transpired. The third floor of the mall had once been a bustling food court, where on weekends, many parents would bring their children to enjoy a meal, alongside young couples in love and friends gathered around school tables. Now, only the two of us remained. The events of half an hour ago had rendered her silent until this very moment. Clutching the paper bag, she seemed to revert to the demeanor she exhibited when we first met. To be frank, if she did not reveal her true nature and merely stood quietly by my side, she would undoubtedly attract many admiring glances, even before the end of the world. Anyone would cast envious looks her way. With her silken silver hair, soulful blue eyes, and an athlete's tall and graceful figure, truly a perfect embodiment of beauty, I said. I'm sorry for what happened earlier. I was genuinely worried about you. With no other intentions, I had repeated this sentiment several times, yet she remained silent, as if the very air around her had solidified. Sigh. How difficult it is to be a good person. Left alone to converse with myself, I found the third floor's ambience starkly dissimilar to that of the second. The merchandise on the second floor retained much of its former appearance, whereas the third floor, designated as the food zone, had been all but stripped bare. Before us, the shelves of the imported goods store were nearly emptied of long shelf-life products, such as canned goods, jams, and biscuits. The rebels, having seized control of the ground base, did not implement a rationing system or engage in free trade. Rather, they opted for the most unsustainable method of plundering and hoarding. This approach might seem tenable in the short term, yet, given a little time, it would inevitably incite discontent among others, leading to internal strife within their ranks. This, perhaps, is one of the reasons the base under rebel control has come to resemble its current state. That moment, I had initially intended to suggest we split up, but upon noticing her dazed demeanor and stiff movements, I promptly abandoned the idea. Sigh. Never mind. Stay close to me, and do not stray away. Understood? Olga nodded in response. What on earth does this person mean? Regardless, seeking supplies takes precedence. Throughout the store, on the shelves, in the storerooms, and in hidden corners, there appeared to be little danger. The only peril lay in my discovery of merely a bottle of ketchup and a bag of bread that had long since succumbed to mold. Oh, and I also found a substantial quantity of cat and dog food on the far shelf. Speaking of which, it has been ages since I last encountered a cat, dog, or even a bird. Calling the captain, please respond, I am the captain. Please proceed. The silence of the store, punctuated only by our breaths, was suddenly interrupted by the crackle of the intercom. Our squad has discovered a military supplies warehouse, where we found a significant cache of resources. Over. Copy that. I, along with Shui Tianqing, will arrive shortly. Maintain position and defend. Over. She placed the paper bag down on the ground and reattached the walkie-talkie to her waist. Let us go meet them. Wait, are you not keeping your belongings? I simply wish to experience the sensation of shopping. It seems I have wasted time, but thank you for accompanying me, Phil. I followed her as we descended the elevator. The paper bag left on the ground toppled over, revealing only a trench coat, while the whereabouts of the black outfit and trousers remained a mystery. On July 10, 2006, the icebreaker Hercules finally docked. The man, having experienced seasickness, now found himself dizzy on solid ground. After a prolonged period of rest, he regained his strength and strolled through the already established base. He could not fathom why the scientists had come to this desolate place. Could their research truly benefit humanity? If so, then he would take great pride in protecting their work. However, such thoughts were not his primary concern. All he truly wished for was to return home safely to his 5-year-old daughter and beloved wife, who had been waiting for his return all this time. Chapter 29. The commercial complex of the ground base continued. Standing amidst the city, the mall was one of the few structures untouched by the ravages of fire. Its electrical systems also remaining intact. He walked ahead of me, his towering figure instilling a sense of safety within me. In truth, from the moment I first laid eyes on him, I sensed that he was not a malevolent individual, but rather someone capable of saving others in times of peril. I imagined he must have felt lost in the subway tunnels, just as I did. Yet, like me, he was not adept at expressing his emotions, instead burying those burdens deep within, never to mention them. As the squad leader, I should not have been so dismissive at this moment. Seeking supplies in this mall was utterly absurd. He likely understood this as well, realizing that the resources here may have long been plundered by the rebels. What surprised me was that they had not set this place ablaze, as destruction was their very nature. Yet, I needed to unwind, and more importantly, I believed he needed to relax as well. He had been holding strong, perhaps to uphold my authority or to tend to my feelings. More significantly, he had probably recognized that I was ill-suited for the role of leader. I struggled to care for my team, vibrant lives that they were. Yet my blunders had wrought irreparable consequences. I felt sorrow, even beginning to loathe myself. Yet, despite this, I could never allow him to perceive my despondency. My sorrow was mine alone to bear. Speaking of which, I used to frequent this place for shopping. With a boyfriend, perhaps? His tone inexplicably made me want to laugh. It seemed so out of character for me to enjoy shopping. Could he possibly possess mind-reading abilities? Or had my expression betrayed me? He was indeed correct. Before the apocalypse, I would never have ventured into such commercial spaces, unable to tolerate the throngs of people or their banter and jest. How did he know that I had always been solitary? To avoid revealing my astonishment, I hastily ascended the unlit escalator, yet the surrounding darkness kept me from straying too far from him. Collecting photographs was one of my interests. I did not wish for the images of those long gone to disintegrate with time, for each photograph was a cherished treasure. However, I had assumed he would understand my passion, only to find him deeming it a peculiar interest, which truly vexed me. Had I not feared drifting too far from him, I would have rushed to the second floor. Just then, the escalator beneath me unexpectedly sprang to life, and the lighting returned to normal. This was my first glimpse of the grandeur within such a vast commercial complex. If he were to accompany me for a stroll, even if just for a few minutes, would he agree? Perhaps the mall had illuminated its lights in our honor. Oh my! Why am I saying such things? Even upon witnessing the mall's magnificence, I should not behave so brazenly. I am such a fool. I must flee, yes, at the very least. Now that the lights have returned, I do not wish for him to see the redness on my face. Moreover, I am certain that wherever I escape to, he would come searching for me. Such thoughts are even more mortifying than before. Ah, my head aches. Why do I think like this? In truth, I do not even like this white dress. However, if he appreciates it, perhaps I might. No, that simply will not do. The trench coat beside me appeared quite suitable for the weather outside, and perhaps it might alleviate the embarrassment of my earlier folly. Oh, my delight. He remarked that the trench coat suited me well. Of course, I realized he merely wished to make me happy, but that was more than enough. The computer screen suddenly flickered to life, startling me. I had intended the dramatic display merely as a means to soothe myself. Did his gaze upon me harbor a hint of mockery? Was it merely my imagination? Perhaps my obstinacy had begun to wear on his patience. Yet I did not want to squander this opportunity. Perhaps at any moment, I might suddenly perish, and before that, I wished to fulfill a few of my desires. Having him accompany me for a shopping excursion was among them. He regarded me, hesitating for only a brief moment before consenting to my request. After that incident, I believed I would never harbor fantasies about men again, yet today, my perspective seemed to shift. His impatience was evident on his face. He made no effort to conceal his emotions, yet even so, he begrudgingly acquiesced to my wish. If I were to link my arm through his as a reward, that would be overly self-important. Even I was unsure why I acted as I did. There was an inexplicable allure about him, not the scent of cologne or anything refined, yet it was undeniably captivating. Perhaps he was unaware of the significance behind my deep breaths after I had entwined my arm with his. Oh dear, what is happening to me? What am I doing? Truthfully, I had not anticipated entering a lingerie store. I had distinctly seen only ordinary tops moments ago. However, now that we were inside, leaving would be far too embarrassing. Thus, I could only muster the courage to pull him into the store. He was reluctant, and to be honest, I felt the same. Given the choice, I would have preferred to visit a decorative item shop, where I would not be surrounded by heart-racing distractions, nor would I be struggling to breathe as I was now. Once inside the fitting room, I felt considerably calmer. Amidst the dust in the air lingered a scent of gunpowder and decay. There was no vitality here, and even the black ensemble in my hands appeared lifeless. It had been so long since I had worn new clothes that I had almost forgotten. With the apocalypse looming, the mundane aspects of life had gradually faded away. Yet, I felt I had no right to voice such sentiments. For me, life before the apocalypse and now had not diverged significantly. Rather, I had chosen to join the organization in pursuit of vengeance. That was perhaps my most profound distinction from my former self. Suddenly, a wave of concern washed over me. Would he, like a lecher, steal glances while I changed? How could that be? He already had a girlfriend, after all. Yet, this strange feeling within me, it seems to be yearning for something. The thought of wanting to be secretly observed compels me to seek a crevice in the ground to burrow into and never emerge. However, as I stealthily peer through the gap in the curtain, I catch sight of his hand reaching toward the lady's undergarments. "What are you doing?" Upon hearing my voice, his body jolts as if struck by electricity, nearly causing him to leap into the air. I almost burst into laughter, for the carefully maintained facade I uphold cannot be allowed to unravel at this moment. I grit my teeth, clench my fists, and exert every ounce of strength to prevent that unfamiliar sound from escaping my heart. I ponder, perhaps he is trustworthy. I consider that maybe I could confide in him. Might he assist me? There seems to be some peculiar noise emanating from the adjacent room, a sound that evokes a sense of danger. Turning around, I find a grotesque creature standing behind me, its outstretched arm, with fingers already grayish-white, nearly brushing my nose. Just then I hear the warning. "Be careful. Get down." Muscle memory propels me into action before I can even think. By the time I realize it, I am sprawled on the cold, dust-laden tiles. Then I hear the gunfire. The sound is faint, akin to the clap of hands. His handgun is equipped with a silencer, making it a rarity among my squad. In these times, silencers are exceedingly scarce, prone to malfunction, yet his weapon has never failed him. It is indeed a fine firearm. As for the model, no one in the military or organization recognizes it. It is likely some imported weapon. Confirming that the creature is thoroughly dead, I hastily return to the changing room to shed my undergarments and don my weaponry. This place is not safe. However, just as I prepare to remove my clothing, he bursts in. "Are you all right?" "Get out." My response is almost instinctive, and he quickly retreats. My legs feel weak, and I ultimately find myself seated on the bench in the changing room. My heart races faster than it has at any prior moment, and I feel my face begin to flush, as if I were feverish. What surprises me even more is that I am not angry. Dear heavens, I even find myself somewhat pleased. Am I truly such a lecherous person? The atmosphere on the third floor feels entirely different from that of the second. Here, there is no pretense of tranquility, only chaos in every corner, each shelf showing signs of looting, and every nook housing long-dried skeletons. This environment is not unfamiliar to me. Once, when I was alone and subjected to humiliation, I wandered through the city, unwanted by anyone, until I encountered Wang Wanling and later, the head of Builder Number 1, Shun Hong. They saved me in every conceivable way, and now, without him by my side, I would have perished half an hour ago. I do not fear death, but I dread the thought of dying alone in a dismal, lightless environment. This time, he saved me, I say. I apologize for earlier. I was genuinely just concerned for you, nothing more. He, of course, harbors no ulterior motives. His explanations are entirely unnecessary. I hold no resentment towards him. Rather, as a woman who has been rescued by him, new thoughts begin to blossom in my heart. These thoughts must be buried deep, for I cannot voice them, nor can I elucidate them to him. Faced with his excessive apologies, I struggle to find the words to respond, resorting to silence as my final weapon. No, a shield would be more accurate. His self-talk amuses me, yet I also feel a twinge of pity. I do my best to avoid letting him see my gaze upon him, so I habitually walk a few paces behind, from which vantage I can observe his entire form and those minute movements. He scratches his head, yet his right hand has not strayed from the holster since earlier. He remains vigilant, ever ready. I, too, refuse to lag behind, mimicking his demeanor. After all, as a novice soldier, I cannot compare to a seasoned veteran like him, which is precisely why I have sought his assistance on this mission. Speaking of which, when I mentioned this to his girlfriend, Su Qingxue, her reaction was unforgettable, as if I were attempting to take from her something more precious than life itself. Her long black hair fell limply, like a plant wilting under the midday sun. Her eyes became hollow, losing the spark they had held when facing me. In retrospect, her treasure is indeed invaluable. As I reflect, he has already darted into the maze of shelves. Weaving through the metal in search of supplies, I refuse to fall behind. Even if the likelihood of finding provisions seems slim, as long as there is hope, one should not give up. The desire to act surges within me like a flood, overwhelming my limbs. I cannot contain it, only follow its lead, plunging into that sea of metal alongside him. Ultimately, the spoils resemble the disorderly environment of the third floor. Cans of cat food, dog food, yet no sustenance fit for human consumption. Though these charmingly sized cans are edible for humans, they are a grave affront to health, taste, and human dignity. Fortunately, I discover a can of fruit preserve tucked away on a corner shelf. The label is faded, but it appears to contain peaches. He carries a bag of ketchup, with a few cans of cat food tucked into his pocket. The sight is both comical and concerning. Calling the captain, please respond, please respond. The walkie-talkie crackles to life.it is for my two other squad members, who suggested we split up due to my earlier mistake. I cannot refuse their counsel as I usually would. I am the captain, please proceed. Our two-man team has located a military supplies warehouse, where we have discovered a substantial amount of provisions. Over. Received. I and Shui Tianqing will arrive shortly. Maintain position and defend. Over. Regardless of whether spoken directly or in soliloquy, uttering his name always feels somewhat awkward. My preferred terms of endearment remain you or similar expressions. Afterward, he and I descend the staircase toward our comrade's location. The black lingerie set in my pocket hinders my movements, yet I cannot bear to discard it in the mall. There are, of course, two additional reasons. One being that undergarments cannot be returned once tried on. And even in this post-apocalyptic world, I wish to retain a semblance of former dignity. As for the other reason, it is simply unspeakable. On July 10, 2006, at 13:29 Beijing time, the research vessel Hercules successfully navigated the obstacles posed by the Yangtze Glacier, anchoring in the eastern Antarctic. The news report on television chronicles this event, and soon the mother and daughter before the screen catch sight of her husband, her father. She pours a glass of milk for her daughter, spreading jam on bread, her adoring gaze unwavering. Little does she know the true nature of her husband's mission, which is ostensibly a scientific endeavor. Yet later, she muses, perhaps it is due to the wildlife and extreme climate of the Yangtze continent that her husband's skills are required. Her trembling hands begin to steady. She gazes out the window toward the south, wondering if perhaps her husband also gazes back toward home. She and her child will wait for his return. Even if the world should perish. Chapter 30. The conspiracy hidden in dark, damp corners. Olga and I traversed the narrow alleyways of the mall. Here, there are no monsters, resembling an ordinary rainy alley from before the apocalypse. In times past, this place would have been bustling with couples enjoying clandestine meetings beneath a perfectly angled starry sky. Pellets of rain, akin to yellow beans, ravaged the city, the flames extinguished, and the dry air now feels damp, pervaded by a stench of decay. Presently, Olga seems like a child, closely following behind me. She used to be accustomed to walking ahead, exuding an air of superiority. We're almost there. Before us stands a large warehouse that, prior to the apocalypse, belonged to a fresh produce market, its expansive area marked by a silver roof glimmering under the lightning. According to the reports from the other two squad members, it has since been converted into a weapons supply depot. Curiously, there are no rebels guarding this place. Aside from scattered monsters within a few kilometers, no other living beings are in sight. Oh, she responds dismissively. Even though it is summer, the night's rain leaves a chill in the air. Olga holsters her weapon, crossing her arms, her silver hair clinging to her cheek, as if to protect her from the cold. Let us hurry. Once we arrive, we should start a fire to dry our clothes. Even offering her my coat would be futile, as both our garments are drenched, soaked through from top to bottom. She nods, conserving her precious energy. With a creak, the rusty door lock clicks open. The other two team members have likely been waiting in the warehouse for some time. The door swings wide, and I am greeted by the scent of gunpowder and oil. Sorry to keep you waiting. Two team members were seated on the ground, their backs turned to me and Olga. You are indeed fortunate to have discovered such a location. Both the captain and I. I reached out to pat the male team member on the shoulder, only for him to collapse straight to the ground. After a flash of lightning, I realized that the clothing worn by the male and female team members was draped over a monster's form. Beneath that helmet, it was not them at all, but a decayed creature. Bang! The iron door behind us was locked from the outside, and figures began to emerge at the far end of the warehouse. They were clad in various garments, wielding weapons. Thud! The man, presumably the leader, wasted no time and fired his gun, as if someone had suddenly delivered a punch to me. The bullet tore through my body, causing me to fall to the ground. Shweh! How infuriating! Olga drew her pistol, but before she could lift it, the man fired again, hitting her weapon precisely and knocking it from her grasp. Her fingers shattered from the immense force of the bullet's impact, and she let out a piercing scream. I tried to reach for the weapon that had fallen to the ground, but just as my fingers were about to touch it, someone stepped on my back, causing a mouthful of blood to surge forth and splatter against the gray concrete floor. Captain, you seem to be well. That familiar voice took both Olga and me by surprise. It unmistakably belonged to the female team member among the other two. You? Why? The female team member raised her gun, and another male team member approached slowly from behind. Olga could hardly believe that her own comrades had turned their weapons on her and me. Why? It appears that you two are utterly oblivious. The female team member drew closer, and as she shed her disguise, she transformed before our eyes. Brutal, fierce, treacherous. These descriptors were entirely fitting for her current demeanor. As a member of the organization, tirelessly undertaking missions day and night, with dangers and meager rewards, anyone would grow weary of such a role. Do you know that a certain individual has offered a price for your lives? She raised her gun, aiming at Olga's forehead, her finger poised on the trigger, as if ready to fire at any moment. Who is it? Olga's voice trembled, unable to comprehend the sacrifices made by her teammates, followed by their betrayal. Out of pity for your impending meeting with Yama, I shall reveal it to you. That individual is the leader of the rebels. The rebels? They are the true traitors. Nonsense! The female soldier struck Olga's head with the butt of her gun, and she collapsed to the ground, blood immediately gushing from her wound, staining her silvery hair. You are the traitors. That kind-hearted leader of the rebels accepted you. Yet you sought no recompense, even fantasizing about standing on equal footing with us. Olga covered her head, blood dripping from her fingers onto the ground. Farewell, dear captain, and you as well. Shui Tianqing, we have never met before. Have we? Her gaze fell upon me, and as the bullet pierced my abdomen, excruciating pain rendered my voice weak, akin to that of an aged man. Of course, but that individual specifically instructed me to ensure your death is more painful. Who exactly are you referring to? You took away that individual S-woman. Surely that jogs your memory. What? When did I? Ah, it was that person. I suddenly recalled the man I encountered outside Wang Wanling's father's command center. He claimed to be a major, the son of the owner who constructed this base, so you understand now. Killing you is not solely for the sake of reward or position, but also for personal vengeance. Speaking so much has proven to be a waste of time. My apologies, farewell. Before her words could fully dissipate, her finger had already squeezed the trigger. Olga looked at me, as if she had something to say. Bang! The dim room was instantaneously illuminated, the dark muzzle of the gun unleashing a tremendous force. Olga opened her eyes, discovering Shui Tianqing sprawled before her. Shui Tianqing. The piercing wail's resonance was unparalleled. That mournful sound reverberated throughout the warehouse, penetrating the walls, reaching even the most distant city, as if the cries could be heard from afar. How detestable! You actually, in that final moment, I chose to sacrifice myself to protect her. Perhaps this act was futile, as the traitorous team members would still end her life. But if it could delay that outcome, in a certain sense, it was worth it. My body began to grow cold. Shivering uncontrollably, I had lost count of how many times I had been injured. I seemed to see Su Qingxue still seated on the bed in that cramped room, quietly brushing her lustrous, ebony hair. I felt I could see Wang Wanling in that office, humming a tune while tapping her fingers on the desk. Bang! The second gunshot rang out, and my consciousness faded, plunging me into an endless abyss of darkness. Within the underground base, Su Qingxue jolted awake from her dream, sitting upright in bed. Wang Wanling, who shared the same room, was startled by the scream. She had nearly jabbed the steel needle into her finger while embroidering. W.S. wrong. Qingxue? She looked at Su Qingxue and realized her forehead was drenched in sweat, and her bedding was soaked. Impossible. Such a thing. Su Qingxue muttered to herself, having completely missed what the girl beside her was saying. In an effort to feel closer, Wang Wanling had suggested pushing the two small beds together, resulting in the spacious bed they now shared. However, the downside was something Wang Wanling had not anticipated. On the very first night of this arrangement, she experienced what it truly meant to be an unsettled sleeper. Is something wrong with Qingxue Jie? Did I just say something? You suddenly sat up and shouted. It seems you had a nightmare. A nightmare? I did have a nightmare, but I suddenly can't recall the content. But it feels like I'll go wash my face. It's so hot. Then I'll accompany you. Wang Wanling got out of bed, slipping on a pair of adorably patterned slippers. Surprisingly, she and Su Qingxue were wearing matching colors. According to her, it was called sister colors. It's all right. No need. You should rest. Su Qingxue pinched her forehead, trying to recall the dream, but no matter how hard she tried, the scenes eluded her. The only certainty was that she had indeed experienced a nightmare. She exited the room, leaving behind a puzzled and slightly disappointed Wang Wanling. The underground base in the early morning resembled a market winding down. Traces of human activity were evident, yet no one could be seen. She traversed the corridor to the communal restroom at the end, only to find it shrouded in darkness, devoid of illumination. Strange. Is the light broken? Placing the scant remaining face wash on the countertop, she turned on the faucet. The moment the cold underground water touched her skin, it stung slightly, but soon turned refreshing. As she reached for the face wash on the counter, she realized it was missing. Where? Looking up and searching around yielded no sign of the face wash, but in the reflection of the wash basin's glass, she saw someone standing behind her. You? Who are you? Sure. The figure was clad in layers, but the voice unmistakably belonged to a girl. Are you Su Qingxue? Of course. Seeing that the other party posed no threat, Su Qingxue lowered her voice yet remained ready to flee. She noticed the newcomer was armed and wore unfamiliar attire. I know you may find it hard to believe me. I completely understand. But I must inform you that you and the girl named Wang Wanling in your room are in grave danger. If I were in your position, I would prepare myself. Grave danger. Does it concern you? It might be somewhat related, but please trust me. I mean no harm. I simply wish to help you. The woman appeared a few years older than Su Qingxue, her figure more mature. She approached the restroom door, peering outside. However, I can't just believe you based on your word. Sigh. I knew it would be like this. Very well, since you insist, I will tell you why. But this matter must remain a secret. You cannot disclose it to anyone, not even Xue Tianqing. How do you know him? Did something happen to him? You wretched person. Su Qingxue disregarded her own safety and image, wrenching the faucet off as a weapon and charging at the woman. Hey, stop. What a troublesome individual. Yet she was no match for the woman, quickly subdued. The woman bound Su Qingxue to the heating pipe with zip ties. If you harm him, no matter where you are, I will find you and kill you. I understand, but rest assured, compared to you, I have no intention of harming him, because he, no? Who are you, exactly? Are you aware that within this subterranean base, there exist spies among the rebels who have received orders from their superiors to eliminate both you and Wang Wanling? Spies. Indeed. Why are you biting me? The woman rubbed her wrist, where a distinct bite mark was evident. As for the mission assigned to Xue Tianqing, it was nothing but a fabrication. The so-called reconnaissance team had long been annihilated by the rebel organization. In his team, apart from himself and Alaga, there was only one other rookie. All the rest had been bribed assassins working for the rebels. What? How could this be? They clearly... Is there a problem? In today's world, should we not expect a few traitors? Then where is he now? I do not know, but I assure you he is safe. The most critical matter at hand is the safety of you and Wang Wanling. I cannot assist you further. But I can give you this. She extracted a handgun from her backpack. Consider this your evidence. Had I intended to kill you, you would already be dead. The woman approached Su Qingxue and severed the zip tie. Remember, in 15 minutes, the assassins will attempt to lure you into opening the door under the pretense of an urgent military situation. Do not hesitate then. Hey, wait, who are you, and why are you helping us? My assistance to you is merely a means of aiding myself, so do not think to thank me. Hey. The woman opened the door and swiftly exited the restroom. When Su Qingxue caught up, she realized the woman had vanished into the shadowy corridor. If what this woman claimed is true, then in 14 minutes, assassins would come to attempt to kill her and Wang Wanling. Su Qingxue was initially skeptical, but by the 13th minute, she chose to believe. Thus, she hastened back to her room, bursting through the ajar door. On July 15, 2006, upon first hearing of someone going missing, the man thought it was a jest. After all, this was in Jay, and there had been no extreme weather conditions in recent days. However, even so, the temperature here was still below -20 degrees. Consequently, under the organization of the supervisor, a search for the missing personnel commenced. The missing individual was a 36-year-old male electrical engineer stationed within the base. The last sighting of him was around 6 o'clock in the afternoon on July 14th. Chapter 31. Bloodstains, and 2 corpses. The sun generously poured its energy, casting blinding rays upon every corner of the city. Approximately 7 or 8 fully armed men and women traversed the city streets, their destination being a warehouse adorned with a silver roof. They disembarked from the vehicle, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Thud! The man in the lead kicked open the warehouse door, which flew outward and crashed heavily to the ground. "Colonel, please." The burly man immediately tempered his fierce demeanor upon noticing the youth behind him. Becoming submissive, it was unexpected that these two could actually accomplish their mission. Quite impressive indeed. Upon spotting the corpses of a man and woman in the center of the warehouse, the colonel was thoroughly pleased. Xue Tianqing, oh Xue Tianqing, you never anticipated that you would meet your demise at my hands. Ha. And by the way, I should inform you that Wang Wanling should be waiting for me at my residence. As for the woman in your household, she is likely already dead. Quite a pity, really. The colonel circled the bodies, speaking to himself, while his subordinates echoed his sentiments with laughter or expressions of regret. However, those two fools truly demonstrated a lack of compassion, showing no mercy towards a silver-haired girl. The colonel crouched, gently stroking the arm of the body on the ground, and when he removed the helmet from the female corpse, He was taken aback. No. How could this be? This individual has blonde hair. I distinctly remember that woman had long silver hair. Quickly. Check, he bellowed, pointing at the male corpse beside him. His subordinates swiftly approached the male body and yanked off the canvas cap, only to realize something was amiss. Crack. What is happening? Colonel, it appears there's a bomb. Run. The canvas cap was attached to a nearly transparent fishing line, one end linked to the cap and the other to the grenade's pin. Boom! Before they could escape the warehouse, the grenade detonated, engulfing the entire structure in flames and igniting the surrounding munitions. Like firecrackers, the explosion shattered the tranquility of the morning. From a considerable distance, a horde of corpses, concealed in the shadows, heard the commotion and began advancing toward the warehouse. Approximately several hundred meters away stood a bank, with a trail of blood leading into its vault. The place had long been emptied, leaving only defunct banknotes behind. Please, you must not die. I beg you. The girl, her voice quaking with tears, struggled to open a transparent box beside her, but her left hand was fractured, and her other hand, smeared with blood, was too slippery to grasp. Damn it, damn it. She tore off her short-sleeved t-shirt, using it as a makeshift towel to wipe the blood from her hands. Stay awake. You must keep alert, she shouted, wholly unconcerned about the monsters that might be drawn to the noise. Smack! Finally, she succeeded in opening the transparent box. Inside lay numerous medical supplies she had never encountered before, but fortunately, they all came with instructions. Until today, she had never been so desperate to acquire knowledge. Suture device, alcohol, confirm if the bullet has passed through. Just hold on. I need to check your back, she yelled at the man lying on a mattress made of banknotes. Fully aware that he could not comprehend her words, at the moment he turned, the man finally made a sound, but she felt no joy upon hearing it as tears flowed from her eyes. I am sorry. I'm sorry. It will be all right soon. Thankfully, the bullet had passed through his body, thus avoiding the risk of a vacuum effect that could endanger his life. Just a moment, a powerful will, or perhaps a sense of responsibility, compelled her to muster all her strength to quell the trembling of her hands, disregarding her fractured fingers. The man's body convulsed. The antiseptic was effective, but equally excruciating. Huff, huff, huff. She struggled to maintain her composure, on the verge of fainting, yet that was absolutely unacceptable. She retrieved the suture device and placed it against the wound. Click! It was akin to a stapler, albeit with medical thread, forcefully pulling the wound together before stitching it shut. The man ultimately could not endure the pain and lost consciousness. I cannot give up. I must not give up. She took out antibiotics, administered an injection at the wound, and covered it with gauze, finally securing it with a bandage. After completing this series of actions, she realized she could no longer stand. Dizziness enveloped her like a hangover. Don't leave me all alone, she murmured to herself, and suddenly, darkness engulfed her, causing her to faint as well. Inside the warehouse, a man and a woman raised their weapons, aiming at Olga, who cradled Shui Tianqing in her arms. Olga did not plead for mercy. She only desperately sought to awaken the man in her embrace. His blood stained her clothing, the metallic scent mingling with gunpowder lingering in the warehouse. Farewell, and if you must resent me, do so in the afterlife. The female assailant aimed her weapon at Olga and pulled the trigger. Bang! After the gunshot, the female assailant stared in shock at Olga before glancing at the male assailant beside her. Huh? The male assailant stared back at her, equally astonished. Hey! You! He noticed blood slowly seeping from her chest, resembling a blooming red rose. Who? With a thud, she collapsed backward, falling silent. Who? Who's there? Show yourself, or I will kill your friend immediately. The male assailant raised his weapon, fear coursing through him. He had no idea from where the bullet had been fired. He searched frantically, yet found no one. Damn it. He fired, the assault rifle's muzzle flaring as it pierced through the warehouse walls, spraying bullets at every conceivable hiding spot until he was out of ammunition. A silver flash surged from behind him. Instinctively, he raised his gun to defend himself, but the dagger sliced his weapon in half. A deep gash appeared on his face. Ah? Before him stood a man whose silhouette appeared hauntingly familiar, while behind him, Olga tightly embraced Xue Tianqing's body, eyes shut, resigning herself to the fate she could not escape. You? Who are you? Are you human? Or a ghost? Certainly, it is indeed a person. However, encountering a ghost would not be surprising with a scoundrel like you. The man's speech was slow, suggesting he was of considerable age, resembling a middle-aged individual in his 30s or 40s. How infuriating! The injured male team member, enduring the pain, drew his knife from the gear belt. Even at this juncture, is one's nature so difficult to change? The middle-aged man sheathed his dagger, an action that further enraged the male team member. How dare you look down on me so? Of course, I have offered you numerous chances, yet you squandered them all, leaving you with but one fate today. The middle-aged man assumed a stance and reiterated, only a terrifying death awaits. With that, the two launched their assault. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man clearly held the upper hand. Almost effortlessly, soon, the male team member was defeated, his abdomen pierced by his own long blade. Rest in peace. The middle-aged man gently nudged the male team member, who collapsed in fear and astonishment. Alas, what was the need for this? The middle-aged man retrieved a pistol, fitted it with a silencer, and delivered a bullet to each of the fallen team members' heads. Only thus could he prevent them from transforming into monsters. You? Who exactly are you? Olga opened her eyes, only to discover that the two traitorous team members had been slain, and a man stood before her. He was fully equipped. His tactical helmet and uniform appeared far superior to her own. His face was obscured by a mask and goggles. His physique seemed somewhat familiar yet largely unfamiliar. Olga? Ah no, you need not know who I am. Here, take this. Saving his life is surely more crucial than knowing my identity. The man placed a transparent box beside Olga. The nearby monsters have mostly been eradicated, so you are temporarily safe. However, I advise against staying here any longer. Find a secure place to save him. I have matters to attend to here, and you may leave with him. The man gestured towards the wheelchair positioned at the warehouse entrance. Why do you know my name? That is of little importance. Hurry now, dawn is approaching, lest he succumb to excessive blood loss. Then, at the very least, tell me your name. Olga placed Xue Tianqing's body onto the wheelchair. Well, you may call me Sun Shizhong. The middle-aged man gathered the bodies on the ground. His skin dark and muscles well-defined, exuding strength. I shall remember this. If the opportunity arises, I will surely repay you. Thank you. Very well, opportunities will present themselves. Olga pushed Xue Tianqing out of the warehouse. The city was littered with the remains of monsters, and that middle-aged man had single-handedly eradicated them without leaving a trace. The sun had just risen, yet its rays already held power. Please, hold on. She continuously reassured the slumped Xue Tianqing in the wheelchair. He did not respond, and she would check periodically to ensure he was still breathing. At present, the most pressing concern was to find a safe haven. Before long, she spotted a red sign at the corner, emblazoned with the words ZG Bank. Meanwhile, the man who identified himself as Sun Shizhong arranged the two team members' bodies face down, covering the female corpse's head with a helmet and placing a simple trap beneath the male team member's cap. It was a white phosphorus grenade, which would engulf the entire warehouse in flames upon detonation. After setting the trap, the middle-aged man picked up a nearby intercom, adjusted the frequency, and began to call. The Black Rat has completed the mission. Xue Tianqing and Olga confirmed deceased. Location as follows. Received. Proceed immediately. You must confirm the bodies before you receive your reward. The man smashed the intercom into pieces, gathered his gear, and departed the warehouse. Sigh. What torment! Xue Tianqing must be in great pain. He rubbed his abdomen, as if empathizing, removed his goggles, took off his helmet, and shouldered his Chaitak M200 sniper rifle, heading towards the nearby charred high-rise. Approximately half an hour later, the sound of car engines echoed on the horizon. About 7 or 8 individuals drove 2 weathered off-road vehicles, stopping before the warehouse. A young man in military attire led the way, followed by subordinates who were vigilantly scanning the surroundings. From Sun Shizhong's position, he could see everything happening around the warehouse. They entered the warehouse in small groups, and Sun Shizhong set up his sniper rifle. aiming at the sole exit. Mere minutes later, a shout erupted from within the warehouse. Instantly, the structure was engulfed in flames, fire spewing from the windows and entrance, along with individuals ablaze rushing out. Their agonized cries echoed like the monstrous wails of creatures attacking survivors. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire was muted by the silencer. Those aflame paid no heed to the source of the bullets, their foremost concern being how to extinguish the flames consuming them. The man fired again, both to alleviate their suffering and to prevent their screams from attracting the horde of corpses lurking nearby. The middle-aged man pulled the trigger once, twice, until there was no longer any creature stirring around the warehouse. Phew! He exhaled softly, and in that moment, the robust man who had kicked open the door suddenly burst forth from the warehouse, followed closely by the young man in tidy military garb. However, his body was now engulfed in flames, and his sole remaining subordinate fought to douse the horrific fire. The middle-aged man refrained from shooting, instead closing the scope on his sniper rifle. He activated his walkie-talkie. Mission accomplished? How about you? Should be considered complete, I suppose. What do you mean by should be? Is there a problem? No, of course not. Wang Wanling and Su Qingsheng will be just fine, rest assured. On the other end of the walkie-talkie was a mature female voice. Imbued with a hint of allure, the middle-aged man ended the call, stowed away his sniper rifle, and gazed into the distance. It seemed many tasks awaited his attention. July 20, 2006. The search and rescue operation yielded no results, prompting the commander to call off the efforts. The weather in NJ mainland had taken a turn, and no one could survive in such conditions. The entire base appeared dejected, with no smiles gracing anyone's face. For the research team, losing a single teammate signified a complete failure of the mission. As security personnel, the man, along with other staff members, searched for answers through the surveillance monitors and automated recording devices surrounding the camp. Nothing was found, no discoveries whatsoever. Chapter 32. The crisis in their underground shelter. In the early hours of the morning, cold condensation dripped from above onto the concrete floor, producing a soft plop. The entire tunnel was eerily silent, with the bathroom faucet seemingly left slightly open, dripping incessantly. The corridor's end was shrouded in darkness, and if one listened closely, faint whispers could be heard. Qingsheng, we, Su Qingsheng placed her finger on her lips, shaking her head. The dim lighting of the corridor was unsettling, the darkness at the end threatening to unleash a monster that would obliterate everything. Su Qingsheng and Wang Wanling hid in a neighboring room, unoccupied, containing only a bed draped in pale, slightly yellowing sheets. The walls, overtaken by mold, bore a message scrawled in red marker. Having experienced the joy of life's end and rebirth. Perhaps this was what the previous occupant had inscribed on the wall. Stomp, stomp, stomp. The silence was shattered by footsteps echoing from the corridor's end, resembling the sound of high heels. Someone is coming. Su Qingsheng brandished her handgun across her chest. This weapon held special significance for her, having never left her sight since Xue Tianqing departed the shelter on his mission. To her, it was a form of hope. As long as the hope remained, he would undoubtedly return safely. I feel as if my heart is about to. Wang Wanling, unarmed, could only wield a rolling pin as a makeshift weapon. The footsteps drew ever nearer, arriving outside the room they were supposed to inhabit. It was a mature woman clad in a traditional qipao, her curves accentuated by the black and red embroidered garment, her short tawny hair highlighting her allure despite the passage of time. Knock, knock, knock. The woman rapped on their door. Qingsheng, could she possibly be the assassin? I am not sure. Let us observe a little longer. The woman outside appeared anything but connected to the notion of an assassin, yet they dared not make a rash move. Where could she be going at this hour? The woman, filled with a sense of disappointment, knocked on the door several times, but there was no response. Ultimately, she surrendered to the silence. Leaning down, her voluptuous yet not overly plump figure stretched the fabric of her qipao. Creating captivating curves, she retrieved an envelope from her small bag and, with some effort, managed to slide the letter through the narrow gap beneath the door. To her surprise, this seemingly trivial action left her breathless. And her complexion, already pale and devoid of color as if from countless sleepless nights, seemed to reflect her fatigue. Nearly, after glancing around, she slipped her hand into the opening of her qipao, tightening the drawstring of her almost loosened underwear. Meanwhile, two individuals observing from the adjacent room absorbed this scene into their minds. Is she a fool? Wang Wanling's words were barely spoken when the woman, who had not yet departed, suddenly turned around. Her expression was inscrutable, framed by the dimly lit corridor behind her. Oh no. Su Qingsu tightened her grip on the door, her other hand firmly clutching the round doorknob. If she were to loosen her hold now, the lock would emit a loud click. The expressionless woman stood just a door away in the corridor, her eyes darting back and forth, her ears seemingly attuned to the source of the previous voice. Su Qingsu struggled to keep the door closed, her hands beginning to ache, praying that the woman outside would leave quickly. If she were a killer, that would be one thing. But if not, it was possible they might come face to face with a murderer, which posed a grave danger. Regardless of the scenario, Su Qingsu wished for her to depart swiftly. Qingsu, sister. Wang Wanling's terrified gaze was fixated on the upper part of the door. Su Qingsu raised her head, following her line of sight, only to discover a face peering through the frosted glass, observing the interior of the room. Thankfully, the glass was mottled, and the darkness inside the room concealed their figures from the woman outside. How peculiar! The woman uttered something before departing towards the other side of the tunnel. Phew, that was close. Qingsu sister, I need to use the restroom, hold it in. After much deliberation, Su Qingsu finally opened the door a crack, confirming that the woman had indeed vanished, and the corridor had returned to its prior silence. Cover for me. Su Qingsu handed her firearm to the still-seated Wang Wanling, whose legs were tightly pressed together. Ah? Wait! In the next moment, Su Qingsu dashed out of the room, swiftly unlocking the door. Although the room was small, it exuded a warmth akin to that of a home, furnished with two single beds pushed together, a steel table, and a chair whose original color was indiscernible. She pulled a suitcase from beneath the bed, filled with firearms and ammunition. Several dozen minutes prior, after encountering the mature woman in the restroom, she returned to the room and pulled the almost slumbering Wang Wanling out, seeking refuge in the now abandoned room across the hall, armed only with the handgun the woman had given her. Qingsu sister, what on earth is happening? Why are we suddenly so alert? Wang Wanling bent down to pick up the letter that the woman in the qipao had pushed into the room. Speaking of which, I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. What? Where? Su Qingsu began reassembling the disassembled rifle from the suitcase when she heard Wang Wanling's words. I can't quite recall, but she seems very familiar. Earlier, when I went to the restroom, I encountered a woman who warned me that we might be in danger. I don't know if what she said is true, but the gun in your hand was given to me by her. Danger to our lives? Who was that person? She wore a mask and helmet, obscuring her face, but I could tell she was a woman, likely not very young. So what should we do now? Prepare our weapons for self-defense. If Shuet Tianqing were here, I understand. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with despondency as they faced a potential threat, their friend outside the sanctuary, and the unknown dread loomed larger. Hand over the handgun you have. All right. Su Qingsu took the gun, comparing it with the one left by Shuet Tianqing before his departure. Both were identical, showing no discernible differences. How strange. Weapons equipped with silencers are already exceedingly rare, let alone two that are identical. However, there was no time for further contemplation. The immediate priority was to ensure their safety. Change your clothes, we must leave, at least to find a place with a larger crowd to hide temporarily. Qingsu sister, hurry and change your clothes, we don't have time. By the way, what does the letter say? Wang Wanling remained silent. What's wrong? Are you upset because I didn't let you use the restroom? Hurry and change. Su Qingsu turned around only to find two men standing behind Wang Wanling, clad in masks and pressing knives against her neck. Who are you? Put down the gun, or she'll lose her life. One of the men stepped forward, aiming his dark firearm at Su Qingsu. Damn it. Su Qingsu had no choice but to relinquish her weapon. At that moment, she noticed the contents of the white letter that had fallen to the ground. Be careful of what's behind you. The note contained only those 6 words, accompanied by a poorly drawn map. Inside the abandoned room, the lack of heating caused the temperature to plummet. With each breath, she could see the mist swirling in the air before dissipating. Time had long since elapsed, and in the underground world, without any means of keeping track, she had no idea whether it was dawn or dusk. The first day or the 15th. Ugh! Su Kingsu's hands were bound and suspended from the beam, the damp and cold room causing her to shiver uncontrollably, compounded by the new wounds adorning her body. Several times, she lost consciousness only to be roused by the cold underground water splashed on her by the man before her. You know, if it weren't for the lieutenant colonel's orders, we would have had our way with you too long ago. Right? Ha ha ha. The two men exchanged lewd and cruel glances. Indeed, both are beauties, and one of them happens to be the daughter of the former base commander, a coveted prize in the past. The man pressed the barrel of his gun against her body. She yearned to scream, but her mouth was sealed. Meanwhile, Wang Wanling was not faring any better, her eyes wide with terror as she surveyed her surroundings. Her legs tightly pressed together. The cold, underground water soaked her nightgown, clinging to her skin. However, the lieutenant colonel's orders were to kill the taller one and bring the shorter one back alive. Since they were to be killed anyway, why not enjoy the moment before death, right? That makes a lot of sense, too much sense. In fact, one hand reached for Su Kingsu's thigh, while the other fumbled with the buttons of her top. Ugh, ugh. She wanted to resist, but bound as she was, she could only watch helplessly. Speaking of which, you're quite the formidable character. The man undid the first button. Just moments ago, when we were caught off guard, you attempted to attack us. Shouldn't you offer us some compensation for that? A few minutes prior, as she was being escorted into this suffocatingly cold room by the two men, Su Qingsu seized the opportunity when one man opened the door while the other was distracted. She used a shard of glass to sever her bindings, freeing her hands to seize the man's weapon. Bang! The bullet struck the man's thigh, causing him to collapse instantly. Su Qingsu raised her firearm, ready to fire again, only to be kicked by the other man, leaving her abdomen aching even now. Furthermore, the other injuries on her body were a result of the retaliation from the man she had shot in the leg. Wang Wanling wished to assist her, but with her hands bound behind her back, she could do little but lower her head and charge at the man, only to be struck unconscious by the butt of his gun. The injured man now sat in the corner of the room, preparing to relish the unfolding spectacle. They wore the garb of soldiers from the underground sanctuary, their equipment identical from their words. It became clear that their intentions extended beyond merely killing Su Qingsu and abducting Wang Wanling. Their primary objective was to locate and open the door to the underground refuge, thereby allowing the rebels outside to enter. What a fine figure! The man's demeanor made Su Qingsu feel nauseous. She wished she could vaporize his entire existence right then and there. Yet, in her current state, she was powerless, forced to watch as this repulsive man laid hands on her. She had no idea how long she had been unconscious. Nor did she know whether it was day or night. Ugh! Wang Wanling sat on the floor, desperately trying to call out, "What's wrong, good grief?" The man halted his actions and turned to Wang Wanling, tearing away the tape that was affixed to her lips. "I need to use the restroom. Just urinate directly." "Urinate directly? What are you joking about? You are truly foolish." Wang Wanling's words astonished the two men. They had not anticipated that she, a woman, would dare to call them fools in such a dire situation. "What? Are you like your friend as well?" "Heh, if that were the case, you would undoubtedly meet a gruesome end." "Oh, care to enlighten us as to why?" "It's quite simple. The lieutenant colonel you spoke of is the son of the owner of the underground base, Su Jintong, correct?" "How do you know?" Upon hearing that name, the men were taken aback, while the injured man in the corner also rose to his feet. "Humph, he's my ex-boyfriend. Can you guess why he instructed you not to harm me and to bring me back to see him?" "It's because he wants me to reconcile with him. In truth, our relationship is quite good. I merely get angry with him at times." Wang Wanling's heart raced as she occasionally glanced at Su Qingxue, suspended in midair, yet she resolved to persevere. "In fact, the injury on my head alone is enough to cost you your lives. However, if you heed my advice, not only can you preserve your lives, but you may also enjoy wealth for a lifetime." She herself was uncertain about how much these two men knew of the underlying truths. "Is everything you said true?" "Of course." brother. Look, the man turned his gaze toward the injured man in the corner, who was equally at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. If you untie me and then free my friend, and also, aren't you looking for the entrance to the underground base? I can assist with that. All right. The two men reached a consensus, preparing to trust Wang Wanling. Chapter 33. The events within the bank vault on the third day of unconsciousness. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows of the bank's hall, casting a myriad of colors upon my face. Awakened by the blinding warmth, I opened my eyes. A sharp pain coursed through my abdomen, a sensation all too familiar as I vaguely recalled its origin. My consciousness gradually returned, and I discovered myself lying atop a bed made of stacks of banknotes, the crimson bills stained with darkened blood. While a metallic taste lingered in my mouth, it dawned on me that I was indeed within the bank's vault. Alone in the confined space, I attempted to sit up, but found myself utterly powerless, as if the muscles in my arms had been siphoned away. My head spun, my vision blurred, and a sweet scent wafted through the air, emanating from a rare chocolate treat. The piece of chocolate, ample enough to be shared by three, lay upon my chest, yet I could not muster the strength to lift it, as though it were laden with lead. Instead, I resorted to scraping at the dark chocolate with my nails, consuming the crumbs that fell into my mouth. They say sweets can bring joy, and in this moment, that notion held true as my spirits lifted slightly. With each painstaking effort, I managed to disfigure the chocolate, yet I was exhausted. Nevertheless, I sensed a modicum of strength returning. At least the dizziness had lessened. The vault door stood ajar, but the steel grating beyond was firmly shut, secured with a chain and a sturdy silver lock, effectively sealing it. Right? That guy. My brain, no longer hindered by pain or vertigo, suddenly recalled the events leading up to my being shot. 2 team members had betrayed me, firing without hesitation, and in an attempt to save a girl named Olga, I had taken the bullet meant for her. But where had she gone? Why was she not here? And who had brought me to this place? A barrage of questions overwhelmed my newly revived mind, and the dizziness surged back, prompting me to close my eyes and strive for calmness. No, I can't. I must find her. I endeavored to sit up once more, feeling a flicker of strength return to my arms. Come on, just a little more. The commands from my brain experienced an unusual delay, and my arms remained unresponsive to the directive. Come on. Finally, after nearly half an hour of arduous effort, I managed to lean against the shelf laden with banknotes, gasping for breath. Each deep inhalation sent waves of pain through my chest. Well, Olga, where are you? I seemed to have endured a long, harrowing nightmare. It was a derelict villa, vaguely reminiscent of my home. It appeared to be a festive occasion. The dilapidated structure was adorned with streamers, artificial flowers, balloons, cakes, and a lavish spread of delicacies. I thought I caught a glimpse of Su Qinxue, standing at a window in the opposite house, sunlight illuminating her face as she waved gently at me, a smile gracing her lips. Wang Wanling was perched on a ladder, hanging lanterns from the trees, while silver-haired Olga steadied the ladder, both of them sharing laughter. I stood amidst a crowd, distant figures setting off fireworks. Every household was festooned with lights. Was it New Year's or some other celebration? I could not tell. In any case, every face bore a smile, and the atmosphere was filled with joy. The apocalypse, it seemed a distant memory, vanished from the shadowy, damp corners, and the monsters had all but disappeared. They gathered around a bonfire, holding colorful drinks, merrily discussing their hopes for the future. Yet, I could not share in their joy. I felt that all of it was but an illusion in the blink of an eye. The surroundings transformed drastically. Those who had just been dancing around the bonfire turned to face me, morphing into grotesque monsters, roaring as they charged towards me. Olga, who had been steadying the ladder, was toppled by a girl beside her, the ladder losing its balance, and Wang Wanling fell to the ground, only to be beset by the monsters behind her. I attempted to draw my firearm, only to realize that what lay in my holster was a bouquet of artificial flowers meant for decoration. The jubilant celebration had morphed into a hellish scene. The stench of blood filled the air as the gruesome slaughter unfolded around me. I turned my head, spotting Su Qinxue. Her expression had become terrifying. Behind her, a monster drew near. I shouted at her, Yet she exhibited no reaction, merely waving her hand. It dawned on me that her earlier gestures had not been a greeting but a farewell. In the next moment, I was overwhelmed by the transformed Wang Wanling and Olga, their crimson blood drenching me. I thought I heard someone screaming. The dream shattered, a soft thud echoed from outside the vault. Resembling footsteps, I had no weapons at hand, only those useless banknotes. The only items capable of serving as weapons were the bags of coins, so I feigned unconsciousness, clutching the bags opening tightly. Of course, I hoped that the person approaching was her, that silver-haired girl. Creak. The vault's blast-proof doors slowly opened, its neglected hinges protesting with a piercing metallic screech. Surely, she hasn't awakened yet. But reality proved disappointing, as a strange man's voice emerged from beyond the door. The footsteps grew nearer, and I squinted, attempting to discern the identity of the intruder. A shadowy figure approached the iron bars, tapping on the solid steel beam, producing a metallic clang. She is still unconscious. "Bring her in," the man shouted to someone outside. Another man entered, escorting a girl through the door. Her rare hair color was striking. Indeed, it was Olga. "Let go of me." Olga's voice was a nostalgic sound. And at least she was alive. My sacrifice had not been in vain. A bandage wrapped around her forehead, tinged with a faint trace of blood. "Sit down." The younger man, who appeared to be of a lesser age, shoved her into a corner of the vault, causing Olga to nearly lose her balance as her hands were bound, crashing against the bars. "Don't harm her. Have you forgotten that we are to present her to that esteemed individual?" "I certainly remember, father, but she is so beautiful. Why can't she be mine?" "Foolish son. Is a woman more important than survival? Precisely because she is so lovely, that esteemed individual will surely take a liking to her. Perhaps you could exchange her for gold, silver, jewels, or a position. With such riches, would you ever be concerned about finding a woman?" So these two were indeed father and son. However, the younger man's gaze fixated on Olga's upper body. Her white shirt, now serving as a makeshift bandage, discarded in a corner of the vault. The protruding curves captivated him, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting fresh meat. "All right, go see if that man has awakened." His father struck him on the back of the head, and only then did he finally cease that nauseating gaze. Extracting the key, he unlocked the padlock hanging on the fence gate in the corner. Olga appeared weak. She sat on the floor, clutching her legs, her head resting on her knees, her face turned to the side. The sight was utterly heart-wrenching. "Hey!" A young man entered, tentatively testing the ground with his shoes. A weapon in hand, I recognized that handgun. It was a relic of Captain It. Seemed they had not only taken her weapons, but also resorted to beating her from time to time. Displaying a complete lack of humanity. Perhaps it was to ensure her obedience, to eventually deliver her to some so-called adult. "Still not awake?" He leaned down, placing his finger at my nostrils, attempting to ascertain whether I was still alive. Thus, I decided to play along, holding my breath. "Dad, he seems to be dead." "What?" The older man hurried over upon hearing this, similarly placing his finger at my nostrils. Olga struggled to rise, her bare feet leaving faint traces of blood on the floor. This was likely a precaution to prevent her escape. How could this be? He was just fine when we went out. His hand moved towards my neck, seemingly to check my pulse. Ding, perhaps seeing Olga, who was covered in bruises, restored some strength in my hands. The bag full of coins struck the older man's head, the bag bursting open, silver coins scattering everywhere. The man fell to the ground, caught off guard, while his son froze for several seconds before remembering to raise his weapon. At that moment, Olga also reacted, seizing the mop propped against the vault and striking the handgun from the ground. Ah! The blow was powerful, as if avenging the injuries inflicted upon her. The man let out a scream, collapsing onto the ground, the handgun falling beside me. I picked it up, aiming it at his body. He supported his right hand. The earlier strike had broken his wrist, leaving his palm dangling as though devoid of bones. "Bastard!" he shouted, utterly incredulous at the scene before him, his father lying in a pool of blood. His own wrist beyond redemption. "Shui Tianqing. You?" Olga discarded the now broken mop, leaning against the fence gate, standing on her toes. "It's all right, Olga. You?" have suffered. I understood her reason for staying. Given her capabilities, it would not have been a difficult task for her to rescue me and escape. Yet, she remained here, likely because the former was unattainable, preferring to engage in some despicable deal with this father-son duo rather than leaving me behind as a meal for monsters. I'm fine. Her appearance was no longer that of the tall beauty I had first encountered. She now resembled someone who had just returned from a battlefield akin to a meat grinder, almost like a beggar on the roadside. The fury within me was uncontainable. My wounds ached, yet my grip on the gun remained steady. Bastard! How dare you go after my captain? Speak. How do you plan to die? Faced with a living human, I always felt a twinge of reluctance, but the lessons of the real world were like a razor's edge, perpetually suspended over the heads of the virtuous. Why, you mustn't kill me. I was wrong. I beg you, don't kill me. I swear I haven't done anything to your girlfriend. Nothing bad. It's just, he shouted incoherently. Damn bastard. The world has turned into this. Why can't we unite? I was wrong. Just don't kill me. I'll do anything. Shui Tianqing. Olga's legs buckled, and she sank to the ground. In the moment I turned my head, that man lunged forward, attempting to wrest the gun from my grasp. Bastard! I grappled with him. He struck my abdominal wound with his remaining hand, while I seized a coin as a makeshift knuckle duster. Landing a punch squarely on his face, the taste of rust began to pervade my mouth once more. His condition was equally dire, his teeth no match for the coin, shattering and bouncing around in his mouth. "Oh!" he screamed, the sound scarcely resembling that of a human. He attacked me with a near-manic fervor, even using his severed hand to strike, having forgotten the pain and the reality of his lost right arm in his fight for survival or vengeance. My stamina plummeted due to my abdominal injury, and I found myself increasingly unable to fend off his onslaught. "You're dead. Your woman is mine." He gradually gained the upper hand. Thud. After a dull thump. His movements ceased. He stared at me in astonishment, then glanced at Olga and his fallen father. When he tore open his shirt and discovered a lemon-sized wound on his chest, he laughed. "Go to hell, bastard." Olga summoned the last of her strength to pick up the handgun and fired at him. Soon, he collapsed, motionless. "Let us go. Get out of here." The recent battle had drained what little strength I had regained. But I could not give up, at the very least. I could not allow Olga to remain here any longer. It's so good to see you awake." "Yes, I thought so too. Come." That I pulled her up from the floor, helping her sit in a chair to rest for a moment. "Just wait a moment. You? Where are you going? Please, don't leave me alone. Don't worry. I'll find you some shoes." It was not particularly difficult to find a pair of makeshift shoes from the feet of the deceased monster. At least not at this moment. August 1, 2006. The missing engineer had still not been located, and during this time, the weather on NJ continent had turned severe, with several superstorms sweeping through every corner of the camp. The command center subsequently decided to terminate the search and rescue operations, concluding that the engineer was deceased. The return home was drawing nearer. Chapter 34. His eyes were filled with evil and kindness. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the sound of chewing echoed within the vault. The young man awakened, startled by the pain, opening his eyes to the sight of a black ceiling and the scent of printing ink. Beyond that, a horrific smell of blood lingered, seemingly emanating from himself. He touched his chest to confirm that this was no dream. Ugh, pain surged throughout his body, intensifying as his consciousness gradually returned. He recalled the man who had knocked his father to the ground, and the image of the silver-haired beauty surfaced in his mind. Hatred surged alongside that pain. He heard the sound of chewing, turning his head toward the source, striving to raise it, only to witness a terrifying sight. It was his father, or rather, his father transformed into a monster, feasting upon his left leg. That pair of eyes, now a ghastly gray, were drawn to the noise, hollow yet filled with terror. The pale, sharp teeth created a horrific wound. The crimson skin reminiscent of an ancient curse, gore. The monster emitted a low growl, preparing to charge at the young man who was also his son. "Help! Help! Oh God! Help me!" The man pleaded incessantly, attempting to comfort himself through his cries. The stench of decay and blood assailed him. The visage of his once father had vanished, replaced by a gaping maw and fetid breath. Thud. The sharp teeth were about to sink into his windpipe. Like a wolf, tiger, or leopard, seeking to end its prey's life before consuming it, a dull thud echoed in the enclosed space as the monster collapsed. Sprawled over the young man's body, a figure appeared before the vault's blast door, holding a rifle aimed directly at him. "Can you tell me if you've seen these two individuals?" The figure spoke, yet the gun never wavered from its target. He raised a photograph. In it, a man was practicing shooting on a training ground, surrounded by several women attempting to mimic his actions, awkwardly lifting weapons to fire. This. The young man certainly recognized the man in the photograph. He was the one who had killed his father, and the girl beside him was the one he had longed for during these past days. "Have you seen them? If you tell the truth, I might be able to save you. I have seen them." "Of course, I have." Grasping at this lifeline, he recounted everything that had transpired over the past few days, convinced that this fully armed man could indeed save him. "So, do you know where they are now?" "I do." He mentioned the need to venture to a certain underground location, which should not be too far from here. "All right, thank you for your assistance," the man stated, pulling a sharp knife from his pocket. "Wait, what are you going to do?" "Well, of course, I am here to save you. You wouldn't want to turn into a monster, would you? Didn't you say you would rescue me?" "Why?" "Naturally, how could I bear to witness your transformation into a monster? Thus, I will assist you in departing early. Wh. The man slowly approached, his shadow enveloping the young man. "I'm sorry, but I must conserve bullets, so this is the only method I can employ. Don't. You promised you would save me. Farewell, foolish young man." With a soft thud, silence fell over the vault as the fully armed man picked up his weapon and exited the bank. He gazed toward the rising sun, where two figures appeared to be laboriously making their way forward. Olga's condition was far from optimistic. Her injuries, compounded by days of malnutrition, rendered even speaking a daunting task. She was frail, resembling an elderly person who had just recovered from a serious illness. Staggering across the sun-baked ground, there were neither monsters nor signs of life around, only a series of burnt-out or collapsed buildings. What mattered most now was a clean water source. With a near stumble, she almost fell to the ground, but I managed to catch her just in time. "Just hold on a little longer. We will soon return to the shelter." This was, of course, a falsehood, as the shortcut from Area A to the shelter, the subway tunnel, had been destroyed days ago, forcing us to take a longer route through the entire town. This endeavor would not only consume a great deal of time, but also expose us to unforeseen dangers. We needed to traverse a once densely populated town, where monsters would surely be in abundance. "Leave me behind, and you can return faster." "What nonsense are you spouting, you fool? Hold on, or I swear I'll spank you." Leave me behind, even if it's a punishment for my poor leadership. If I hold you back, how can I face Lingling and Su Qinxue? She must be waiting for you." "You're right, but precisely because of your words, I cannot abandon you here. If I did that, I would be unable to face either of them upon my return. But, enough talking, let us move." I supported her as we both wobbled down the sunlit road. The buildings on either side had been scorched by flames, their exteriors resembling charred remnants, and everywhere lay abandoned cars and gray-white skeletons. I could feel my abdominal wound worsening, my strength waning as time passed, yet we still had a considerable distance to cover. A solitary monster emerged from the ruins, swaying as it approached us. "Damn it! What are you doing here now?" I endeavored to keep Olga leaning against me, but pulling out my handgun proved difficult. With a resounding crack, a gunshot echoed through the city, and the monster collapsed, having been shot in the calf. "Let us go." There was no time to ponder reloading. I had to forge ahead, hoping to reach the shelter sooner. The earlier gunfire had certainly drawn attention, and I could only wish it was from someone favorable to me. The monster had consumed my last bullet, as we prepared to continue our journey. A bullet struck a nearby car, producing a metallic clang. "What?" Almost instinctively, I pulled the semi-conscious Olga closer and swiftly sought refuge within the nearby buildings. "Hurry!" They say a sleeping child weighs twice as much as when awake. It seemed entirely true at this moment. She felt as heavy as a robust adult man, each step a monumental struggle. The bullets whizzing by us grew increasingly closer, one even grazing my hair. I hoisted her onto my back, stumbling toward the abandoned building, praying that it would not harbor swarms of monsters or hidden dangers. With a crash, I flung open the door just as the third bullet bore down upon us. Both of us tumbling to the ground, narrowly escaping death. Gasping for breath in our temporary sanctuary, I noticed Olga had succumbed to unconsciousness, lying motionless on the cold concrete floor, her chest zipper inexplicably undone, revealing the black lingerie we had bought together during our previous shopping trip. "Hey, Olga, wake up." "Damn it." She remained unresponsive, which oddly instilled a sense of respect within me. I had been much like her during this tumultuous time, unconscious and oblivious to danger. Had she not navigated through various perils on her own, I would not be alive today. Thus, I could not afford to give up. I lifted her onto my back and ascended the staircase. This place had once been an unfinished office building, its renovation halted due to financial constraints. Upon reaching the second floor, I realized what true exhaustion felt like. Just a moment to rest, I'm utterly drained. I seemed to be speaking to myself. The girl beside me offered no reply. Appearing to be asleep, it was a perspective I had rarely witnessed. Observing her features so closely, crack! The sound of shoes crunching on shattered glass echoed from the first floor. Based on the earlier gunfire, I could ascertain the identity of the newcomer. It was the sniper from our team. He had been absent for days and had not made contact, leading me to conclude that he was likely a traitor. The footsteps drew nearer, and I had no better options. I quickly draped a tarp used for construction materials over Olga to ensure her temporary safety, granting me an opportunity to confront him. Sleep well. After my self-talk, I dragged my weary body to the unfinished stairwell, awaiting his arrival. Halt! I raised my weapon, aiming at him as he ascended the stairs. "ITSU? Good heavens! I've been searching for you. Where's the captain? Was that gunfire aimed at you?" Upon seeing that I had not immediately raised my weapon, he lowered his gun as if we were long-lost friends. "Put down your weapon." "All right, I understand and I'm aware of the two traitors. They attempted to lure me into an ambush, but thankfully I escaped." He placed his weapon on the staircase and stepped back, revealing a bandaged injury partially concealed by his shirt. "Are you saying you are not in cahoots with the traitors? Then why did you fire at us? I presumed you two were the traitors, one male, one female. It's fortunate I didn't hit you." "Thank goodness. Where's the captain? Is she unharmed?" The man disarmed himself, raising his hands. His story did not inspire immediate trust, yet I was reluctant to shoot. If he were indeed a traitor, he deserved punishment. However, if he were innocent, I could not bear the guilt of mistakenly killing an ally. "The captain is perfectly fine. She has been lying in wait nearby, perhaps even aiming at you as we speak." "Ah, I thought everyone had perished and I was left alone. I found a drivable car. Why don't we return to the shelter first and then devise a plan?" He produced a set of car keys from his jacket pocket and tossed them between the first and second floors. Stay put. My arm holding the gun was already weary and sore. My stamina had long been depleted. If this man was not a traitor, it presented a splendid opportunity for escape for both Olga and me. "You re-injured, aren't you? You look terrible," he continued. "You're not in better shape yourself," I replied. "Haha, you don't think I'm a traitor, do you? Goodness, you're overthinking it. Ever since we parted ways, I've tried to contact you, but to no avail. I had to make my way to Area A, where I discovered a warehouse. Unexpectedly, the other two team members opened fire without warning. I was injured and fled through a window, hiding in a building until today, when I finally felt somewhat better." His smile did not appear to be feigned. Yet who could still manage to smile amidst such turmoil? Betrayed, shot at, surviving alone. These were not easy feats, and to be able to smile after enduring so much was undoubtedly suspicious. Today, I encountered a man in a bank. He had been shot in the chest, and another man was gnawing at his thigh, using a swift death as a bargaining chip. He quickly revealed the events of the past few days involving you and the captain. "What? That man didn't he die?" "Well, I lent him a hand, ensuring he wouldn't turn into a monster. He had approached me. standing less than 2 meters away. Then, I glimpsed the silhouettes of a man and a woman, mistaking them for traitors. And I opened fire. His expression was sincere. Under ordinary circumstances, I would have been moved by such a demeanor and tone, but in this world we inhabit, the strategies of years gone by have become obsolete. Step back, retreat. Yet, after scrutinizing my injuries, he began to advance slowly. I only wish to help you. You see, according to that young man, both you and the captain are gravely injured. I in such a vulnerable state. How can you refuse assistance? You, retreat? The wound in my abdomen hindered my previous authoritative stance, and it became evident that he had discerned my bluster. Allow me to assist you, as well as the captain. Look, I am unarmed, and it seems you have no bullets left either. His gaze fixated on my handgun, and it appeared he had realized even that. Had I not been devoid of ammunition, I would have used gunfire to shield myself and Olga as we fled towards this building. But my failure to shoot inadvertently revealed my last card. What? You? I clutched my abdomen, retreating step by step, and he naturally seized the opportunity to corner me against a staircase. Tell me where the captain is. Otherwise, I shall push you down that way. It would save some time in descending, wouldn't it? Beside me was an unfinished staircase. Though it was merely the second floor, it was still 6 or 7 meters above ground. A fall from this height would surely be fatal, not just for my battered self, but even for a perfectly healthy individual. Damn. You? He maintained that innocent smile, resembling someone harmless, where friendliness coexisted with malevolence. Chapter 35. The identity of that adult has nothing to do with me. The damp environment was teeming with various insects. They crawled upon the cold concrete floor, brimming with vitality. Compared to the world of humans, they appeared far more vibrant. Wang Wanling and Su Qinxue leaned against the concrete wall, a synthetic blanket spread beneath them. The early summer night still bore a hint of chill, compelling them to huddle together for warmth. A day prior, they had evaded the 2 men escorting them. Amidst the chaos, those two had scarcely noticed the girls who could have elevated their status and wealth. In the face of a tide of corpses, survival always took precedence. Sister Qinxue, for you. Wang Wanling offered her a nearly empty bottle of water, their sole source of hydration at that moment. It's all right. I'm not thirsty yet. You drink? Su Qinxue replied, her cracked lips barely moist, rendering her once pink mouth pale. Sister Qinxue, do you think we should return? Perhaps they have already gone back. But we must locate those 2 men. We cannot allow them to carry information about the shelter back. Su Qinxue set her handgun aside and continued, get some rest. I will keep watch tonight. She forced a smile, hoping it would comfort the terrified girl before her. Yet she, herself, was not in a much better state. Sister Qinxue, let me keep watch tonight. You today? It's fine. Go to sleep. We must conserve our strength for tomorrow's pursuit. That will also assist me. All right, good night. Good night. After several days of solitude, Su Qinxue found herself growing considerably gentler towards the girl before her. In the past, merely seeing this girl with Xue Tianqing would have unsettled her. However, now that feeling had diminished significantly, and the past grievances that had once enraged her were now forgiven. Sighing, she gazed out at the sky. Devoid of stars, the round moon nowhere in sight. How enviable sleep is, she murmured, glancing at the now sleeping Wang Wanling, who lay on the blanket, her breathing steady. What is that guy doing? A wave of drowsiness washed over her. Perhaps it was due to the day's exhaustion. She attempted to resist sleep, yet her eyelids grew heavier, forcing her to rise momentarily and tuck her handgun into her waistband. Wandering through the abandoned former high school building, she found it devoid of monsters. The classrooms were nearly untouched, retaining their former appearance. It was hard to imagine that merely half a year ago, countless students had attended classes here day after day. And now it lay in ruins. Su Qinxue leaned against the corridor wall, gazing out at the city. Suddenly, she noticed a faint glimmer in the darkness not far away. She surmised that it might be the temporary camp of the 2 men who had nearly assaulted her within the shelter. Instinctively reaching for her weapon, she vowed to personally eliminate those 2 men, though that promise unsettled her, as they were, after all, living beings. If that guy were here, I would ensure your safety while seeking you out. Otherwise, I would not spare you. Su Qinxue recalled the moment Xue Tianqing had departed a few days prior, though this day, she could not fathom why, after his departure, she found it impossible to muster the energy for anything. Rendering every task meaningless, at times, tears would inexplicably stream down her face. She pondered endlessly yet found no answers, soon returning to Wang Wanling's side. Perhaps you are like me. She gazed at the slumbering Wang Wanling, gently brushing her fingertip against her nose. Leaning against the wall, Su Qinxue looked up at the ceiling, only then realizing that she was, at that moment, weeping, mourning. Sister Qinxue, wake up, Sister Qinxue? In her hazy state, she felt someone touching her. She quickly drew her gun, warily eyeing the person who had awakened her. Since the incident at the shelter, she had become far more vigilant. What's wrong? Wang Wanling looked at her with wide, innocent eyes. A picture of confusion. I thought it was someone else. My apologies. Wait, how did I fall asleep? Well, I was awakened by distant noises last night and found you sleeping beside me, but you looked so exhausted that I didn't wake you. Is that so? My apologies, it must have been due to yesterday's fatigue. Su Qinxue hastily arranged her hair, her once lustrous black locks now dry and split due to dust, rain, sunlight, and wind. Oh, it seems I am indeed better suited for the night watch. Yes, I may have been negligent, but please do wake me next time. This morning felt the most relaxed in days, as the two of them had emerged from the underground shelter into the city, a period that could only be described as tragic. Being constantly surveilled by strangers was far from a comfortable experience. Thankfully, a day ago, an unexpected encounter with a horde of corpses had altered everything. They had separated from the two men, embarking on a survival journey meant solely for the two girls. Of course, they had two additional objectives: to locate Xue Tianqing and Olga, and to eliminate the two traitors who had learned the location of the shelter's entrance. You mentioned being awakened last night. What was that noise? Su Qinxue stood, shedding her outer garments and shaking them vigorously. She held a deep aversion to insects, wishing to rid herself of any trace of them. It was probably gunfire and quite intense, as if two groups were engaged in battle. Perhaps it was Xue Tianqing and the others. That's what I thought, but last night I truly couldn't stray too far from you. Sister Qinxue, my apologies. Wang Wanling clasped her hands together in an apologetic gesture, reminiscent of the vibrant girl who once roamed the halls of this abandoned school, now long gone, either reduced to bones or transformed into monsters prowling the city. You needn't blame yourself. I did say I would keep watch and then fell asleep. Come, while the dawn is still fresh, let us go take a look. Su Qinxue gathered her meager belongings, which comprised 2 synthetic blankets, a few articles of clothing, several cans, a handgun, and 3 or 4 candles. The lack of drinking water was now their most pressing concern. The city's water supply had long been disrupted, most sources contaminated by the corpses of monsters, and they could only hope to find an untouched convenience store or small shop. As time passed, the available resources dwindled, depleting far more rapidly than they could be replenished. Sister Qinxue, look! Wang Wanling shouted, startling Su Qinxue and nearly causing her to drop the remaining half-bottle of water. You scared me. What is it? On the highest floor of the educational building where they are located, one can clearly observe the events unfolding on the surrounding streets. Not far away on the asphalt road, 2 individuals are struggling to move forward, a man and a woman, both staggering and appearing exceedingly frail, as though they might collapse to the ground at any moment. Suddenly, a gunshot echoes from behind them, causing both to drop to the ground in search of cover. The second gunshot follows closely. Rendering the open area they occupy a veritable target point. One of them pulls the other up, and they flee towards an abandoned building on the side of the road. Emerging from the ruins nearby is a man clutching a rifle. He raises it and fires a 3rd round. So, have you not yet made a decision? Hand over your captain and return to the shelter. I assure you, I will not kill you, nor will I expose your abandonment of your captain. He speaks, reaching behind his back. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I am acutely aware of my own predicament. The wound in my abdomen continues to worsen. My movements have become rigid and slow, and even speaking is a struggle. Even if you wish to play the hero, you ought to first tend to your own injuries. With such a wound, engaging me one-on-one would yield no advantage. His tone grows increasingly contemptuous, and simultaneously, he draws a long knife from behind him, aiming it at me. Even if you speak the truth, I am not yet accustomed to being a traitor at this moment. I find myself lacking in strength, speed, and endurance compared to him. Though we are of similar age, my injuries render me no match for him. Oh, is that so? What a grand dream you possess, however, in this world today. To cling to such notions is, in my view, sheer folly. He raises the dagger, glistening with traces of blood, suggesting it has not been long since its last use. Damn it, come at me then. It appears today remains a brutal game of life and death. I can only strive to maintain my momentum against him. It seems that the only advantage I can hold now is the force of my resolve. Then I shall not hold back. He lunges at me with the dagger, slicing through my coat and cutting into my skin. My abdominal injury prohibits any defensive movement, and I soon find myself overwhelmed. A sudden kick sends me off balance, nearly causing me to tumble down the stairs. Oh ho ho, my apologies. Nearly sent you to your demise, didn't I? My mistake. We should play a little longer. He smirks derisively. You certainly should not have encountered me. How infuriating to have made such a grievous mistake. I never anticipated that the foremost name on the assassination list would stand before me now. What? An assassination list? Ha ha ha. You are utterly oblivious. However, today marks your day of demise. Eternally. His finger tightened on the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. After several gunshots rang out, the man's body was pierced and fell to the ground. Behind him stood a woman at the stairway. Thankfully, I did not arrive too late. Dressed in a black uniform, her feet adorned with high heels, she possessed short, tawny hair that exuded both maturity and sensuality. Age appeared to hold no significance for her. She wielded a weapon, flanked by several fully armed soldiers. Her identity was none other than Shen Honghong, the enigmatic leader of the organization within the shelter. Sister Ching Snow, do not worry, they will be fine. Wang Wanling comforted me at my side. Tiomi, she was my savior. Without her, I would not be here, awaiting the emergence of Xue Tianqing from the operating room. For the moment, we were safe, having successfully returned to the shelter. Xue Tianqing was gravely injured, and this was the first time I felt such profound concern for someone who was once a complete stranger. The girl named Oligia was unharmed and had already been transferred to the resting area. However, as I mentioned, our safety was merely temporary. The soldiers within the shelter were pursuing the two traitors who had escaped. Yet, I surmised that their outcome would surely end in failure. Sister Ching Snow? Noticing my silence, she gently nudged my shoulder. I apologize. I was lost in thought. The experiences of the past few days had given me a newfound perspective on the girl before me. She was not a typical spoiled rich child, but rather a responsible and principled individual. In truth, I should have realized this long ago. Had it not been for her, we might have been swept up in the turmoil within the base much earlier. With an uncertain fate. You should go eat. I will be fine here. You must be exhausted after these past few days. Her complexion was poor, and the harshness of the journey, coupled with the constant danger, posed a challenge for both of us. Shall I bring food back for you? That would be too much trouble. No, that would be even better. Thank you. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed her face, prompting me to retract my words, fearful that her sorrow might linger. It's all right, I said with a smile, her cheerful demeanor reminiscent of a child, and watching her retreating figure brought me a sense of comfort. The sunlight outside could only be imagined in this underground medical room. Creak. The door to the operating room swung open, and a nurse clad in white emerged. Are you Su Ching Snow? Yes, that's me. How is Xue Tianqing? He has awakened. You may go in to see him. Thank you so much. I hurried past the nurse, eager to see him. The sight of him, bandaged and covered in gauze, lying silently on the bed until he noticed my entrance, sparked a glimmer in his eyes. Good afternoon. Xue Tianqing's voice was barely above a whisper. In this quiet space, one had to lean in closely to hear. What? After nearly losing your life, your first words are these? Ha ha. Sorry. His smile tugged at my heart, a painful reminder of how close he had come to losing everything. Does it still hurt? The scars upon him felt as if they were etched upon my own being. It was a strange sensation. Much better. And you? I heard you faced danger as well. His gaze enveloped me in warmth, reminiscent of the sunlight I could only dream of, thanks to Wang Wanling. Otherwise, I would surely. Indeed, those wretched rebels, if it weren't for them, we wouldn't find ourselves in this underground shelter. Yes, the memories of the past few days made me feel ill at ease. I had promised to protect you and Wang Wanling. Yet in the end, it was you who saved me. So how will you express your gratitude to us? I was just joking. Did you take me seriously, you fool? I noticed Wang Wanling entering the room, her presence heralding a flood of words waiting to be exchanged. Oh my, you have turned completely white? Her exclamation elicited laughter from the surrounding nurses and doctors, adding a touch of joy to this otherwise solemn and painful place filled with hope. As long as he was safe, I felt I could continue to endure. The desire for vengeance, the hatred towards those two men, seemed to diminish the moment I encountered him, in the shelter's medical ward. Oligia awoke from her coma, the pale light above causing discomfort to her eyes. She felt ravenously hungry, as if she hadn't eaten in years. Gurgle. The loud sound echoed throughout the ward as she instinctively pressed her hands against her stomach. Her wounds appeared to have healed considerably. She sat up, finding the ward empty. Spotting her gear on the table beside the bed, she realized her body was largely unscathed, though slightly malnourished. Oh, that guy. She swung her legs over the side of the bed, only to discover her feet were wrapped in thick bandages. Oligia, Wang Wanling appeared from behind, enveloping her in a hug. Su Qing Snow stood nearby. Whoa? Oligia jumped in surprise. The events of the past few days had left her on edge. Here's your lunch. It felt like a serendipitous encounter, and without a moment's hesitation, she began her meal, disregarding her dignity as her hunger took precedence. During this time, they exchanged stories of the tumultuous days, and for the moment, it seemed the storm had temporarily passed. Within an abandoned ancient structure, this old countryside villa was over 200 years old. Despite its age, its opulence had not diminished in the slightest. With an eclectic style, it had long been dubbed a haunted house in the area, and no one dared to approach. It appeared to have never been inhabited, at least, that was how it seemed. The creaking wooden floors announced the arrival of a gaunt man walking upon them, the once red paint now faded and glistening with age. Master. He opened the door, dressed in a pristine black butler's uniform that looked as if it had just been delivered from a tailor. He held a silver tray laden with an assortment of fruits and a wine glass filled with a pale green liquid. Set it down. The man referred to as master was not of Asian descent, but rather a quintessential European. With a prominent nose, deeply set eyes, and golden hair that resembled fine art, he raised a toothpick to pierce a piece of apple, bringing it to his mouth. Any new developments, master? According to General He's report, they have located the position of the underground shelter. The gaunt man, appearing to be in his 50s, bore streaks of white hair among his black locks, a sign of encroaching mortality. He leaned closer to the master's ear. Bowing slightly, "Excellent, this is the most gratifying news I have received recently. So, has the plan for the attack been finalized?" The long black robe concealed his paralyzed legs, and his hands trembled slightly, likely indicative of Parkinson's disease. "Yes, master, in 3 days, our forces will completely annihilate everyone within the underground shelter." Very well, very well. Do not forget to bring Shan Hong Hong to me. I wish to kill her with my own hands. Understood, master. The elderly man, now in his 70s, waved his hand, and the gaunt butler exited the lavish yet aging dining room. On the opposite side, a man clad in black military attire stood atop a signal tower. Gazing toward the city, below him, a multitude of monstrous creatures congregated, their numbers immeasurable, a dark mass resembling storm clouds gathering in the sky. Driller 1 to Driller 2, I have successfully assembled the required numbers. Driller 2 acknowledges, per orders from above, the operation will commence precisely 3 days from now, on July 3, 2035, at 21:00. Please retreat immediately. Driller 1 acknowledges. He stowed the walkie-talkie back into his waist strap and retrieved a hook to connect the wire linking the signal tower to the adjacent building. It is time for those survivors to understand our might. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air. The wire emitted a sharp sound as he swiftly glided toward the building that had been bombed to ruins. Well done. A crowd of individuals had already gathered around the man who had just arrived. Prepare yourselves. In 3 days, we will launch our assault, leaving those hiding in the shelter with no escape. Report. Just as the crowd was about to erupt in cheers, the sudden entrance of a soldier altered the course of events. Report, Colonel. The bodies of our scouts have been discovered in the northern part of the city. What? How is that possible? Haven't they already returned to our outpost? Last night, an unidentified group of armed personnel attacked our post, resulting in the death of 35 soldiers, including 2 scouts. How infuriating! The man hurled the wine glass he had just held onto the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. Colonel, should we report this incident to the higher-ups? Absolutely not. Damn it. Our mission is about to commence, and yet we face such slaughter. I never anticipated that there would be such formidable individuals within the shelter. Are we proceeding with our mission as originally planned? Without the scouts' intelligence, we are utterly unaware of the shelter's entrance and must resort to rudimentary methods. Rudimentary methods? You must have heard the fable of waiting by the stump for a rabbit. Correct? Understood. Colonel, at the forward outpost, the corpses of over 30 individuals are nearly all shot in the head. They were struck down without the slightest chance to react. The alarm system within the outpost remains intact, indicating that no one survived to press that red button. Good heavens, who could have perpetrated such an atrocity? Indeed, each individual's magazine was full, leaving them without even the opportunity to resist while alive. The soldiers tasked with clearing the remains examined each fallen comrade's body. Most were slain by gunshot wounds to the head, while a few suffered from neck fractures or knife wounds. This suggests that someone infiltrated the outpost under the cover of darkness and eliminated everyone present. Those 2 scouts, who previously infiltrated the underground shelter for intelligence, were among them. They had been bound to chairs, seemingly having endured immense psychological trauma, far exceeding the fear of death itself. Chapter 37. Side Story. The Darkest Hour. At the end of January 2034 in a broadcast studio. Good day, Dr. Zhang. What is your perspective on this large-scale influenza outbreak? The host, adorned with heavy makeup and long hair, appeared to have had little rest the previous night, as dark circles shadowed her eyes. The symptoms of this influenza are quite severe, with a high transmissibility. The public should don masks in densely populated areas to mitigate the spread of the virus and maintain proper hygiene through frequent hand-washing. Dr. Zhang evidently felt uncomfortable presenting himself before the camera, preferring the confines of his laboratory. There are rumors that this influenza may affect the nervous system. Is there any truth to this? Well, we have conducted relevant investigations in this regard. Currently, it appears that the virus can indeed invade the human nervous system, disrupting normal neurological function. Dr. Zhang rubbed his shoulders, the stiffness from years of desk work causing occasional pain. However, as of now, we have not received reports of any fatalities. The mortality rate of this influenza virus is remarkably low. In fact, our research has yielded a surprising conclusion. This virus possesses peculiar benefits. Benefits? Can a virus truly have benefits? The host gazed incredulously at the middle-aged man in glasses and a white lab coat before her. Certainly, research has shown that this influenza virus significantly enhances skeletal strength, an unprecedented phenomenon. Not only that, but it also improves cardiovascular function. In a clinical study involving 335 individuals, half experienced enhancement of their bodily functions after contracting the virus. You mentioned that this is an unprecedented situation? Indeed, this virus represents a novel entity. Its pathogenicity and transmissibility cannot be described as merely rare. While there have been precedents in nature, for humanity, this is an entirely new concept. Should we be concerned? Dr. Zhang? Yes. But you just stated that the mortality rate of this virus is low and that it enhances human functions, correct? For the virus requires a host to propagate itself, to ensure its own survival. It fortifies the host, thus accelerating its transmission speed. As of now, we are utterly powerless against patients with deep viral infections. Although they have not succumbed to death, they exist in a state akin to the living dead. Dr. Zhang's hands trembled involuntarily, the lack of rest over this period taking its toll. So, how should we respond, or rather, how can we address this influenza pandemic? The virus is currently in its initial stage, which does not pose significant danger. However, once it enters the second stage, the mortality rate will markedly increase, and that is not what we should be primarily concerned about. Will there be a third stage? Outside the studio, a cacophony of voices erupted, suggesting a dispute among individuals. Yes, that is indeed our foremost concern. Once the virus reaches the third stage, it will no longer be content with merely infecting hosts. It will begin to control them. At that point, we may witness scenarios akin to those depicted in dramas, essentially resulting in the living dead. The living dead? Should such a situation arise, our course of action should be bombing, utilizing high-concentration incendiary devices to obliterate cities. Only this can halt the virus's spread. Bombing? What I mean is, if the virus evolves to the third stage, it will require time, perhaps 30 years or even 300 years. Evolution is a protracted process. And currently, the virus's rate of evolution is exceedingly slow. I see. You certainly frightened both our live audience and those watching at home. This is no mere alarmism. However, there is no need for excessive concern. The third stage will undoubtedly arrive, but before that, scientists will surely develop effective medications to impede its progression. Thank you for joining us today. We will now take a short commercial break before continuing our interview with Dr. Zhang. In YC City, a middle-aged couple pushed a shopping cart through a supermarket, preparing supplies for the upcoming spring festival. If only our son could bring back a girlfriend this year. The middle-aged man carefully placed a case of beer into the cart. That's not out of the question. The woman frowned slightly, viewing the beer as akin to poison. Then we should prepare early and purchase more items today. Yes, I've heard that many people have been falling ill lately. It's wise to gather supplies and minimize outings. Indeed, infectious diseases have been on the rise in recent years. With that, she picked up another beer. Honestly, can't you drink a little less? Although the woman was displeased, she still accepted the beer from the man's hands. He, along with their son who was working far away, constituted her few remaining family members. Ha ha ha, the more we buy now, the less we'll need to venture out in a few days. The man chuckled awkwardly a few times, then pushed the cart to the checkout counter. Among the items were various types of alcohol, along with cases of drinking water and toilet paper. The woman's cart, in contrast, held a plethora of juice drinks and fresh fruits, with a small mountain of snacks, her son's favorite delicacies, piled high. You'll be the one carrying all this, having bought so much beer. Yes, yes. How could I make my dear wife carry it? The woman replied, her hand still resting on the man's cart, assisting him as they pushed together. The underground parking lot was sparsely populated, significantly less so than any previous weekend. They loaded the cases of goods into their car and prepared to leave. As the vehicle started and slowly approached the booth, the security guard in a blue uniform appeared gravely ill, coughing incessantly and unable to articulate a full sentence. Please pay 10 yuan for parking. The artificial intelligence voice remained unaffected. Once the middle-aged couple's car exited the parking lot, the guard finally collapsed to the ground. On the bus, the driver, old Zhao, made his usual stop at the station. Perhaps due to the impending spring festival, the number of passengers had significantly dwindled, with only a handful boarding. The route he operated circled the city's outskirts, serving as the sole bus from the old district to the newly developed area. Even with its remote line, this bus was typically packed. However, today was different. Cough, cough. The passengers appeared to have synchronized, as they boarded the bus and began coughing almost in unison. One individual's cough was particularly severe, sounding as though they were on the verge of expelling a lung. Old Zhao had heard about the recent infectious disease and quickly adjusted his mask to cover his nose. The scenery outside was as usual, with the bus traversing a rural road, the only vehicle in sight. After passing the solitary traffic light on this route, an unexpected event unfolded. Someone has fainted. A passenger from the back rushed to the driver's seat to report the sudden incident. Old Zhao slammed on the brakes, bringing the bus to a halt by the roadside, and activated the hazard lights. What happened? Wake up, young man. Awaken. Lying unconscious in the vehicle is a young man who appears to be in his 20s. His hair dyed a striking shade of yellow, clad in light garments despite the deep chill of winter. Moments ago, he was seated comfortably, yet he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Passengers gathered around, and it became evident that the young man had begun to convulse. Frothing at the mouth, I will call the police immediately. Everyone, please step back and give him some space. Lao Zhao retrieved his phone and dialed the emergency number, only to be taken aback when he found that the call could not be connected. What? How peculiar. Why can't I get through? Can someone assist in calling the police? As expected, not a single one of the 7 individuals, including the driver, could get their phones to connect. On the other end of the line was only a cacophony of static. Look, he has stopped moving. Could it be? An elderly man reminded everyone, redirecting their gaze back to the fallen youth. This is dire. Lao Zhao tentatively reached for the young man's neck, seeking to ascertain whether he still had a pulse. And the answer struck him like a bolt from the blue. The young man had lost all signs of life. Lao Zhao was baffled. How could such a young person suddenly perish? He first removed his jacket and draped it over the young man, then rushed to the driver's seat, intent on opening the door. However, unbeknownst to him, the lifeless young man had now opened his eyes. His pupils were devoid of color, leaving only a hollow void. Everyone, please exit the vehicle. The young man slowly rose to his feet. The precinct, Captain Chun, please take a few more officers with me on this mission. Director He's expression was grave, tinged with a hint of pallor. Oh, very well, Director. For Captain Chun, responding to calls in the early hours was not an uncommon occurrence. However, the director's demeanor alerted him to the possibility of a significant case unfolding. The red and blue lights of the police vehicles flashed brightly as they sped along the expansive rural roads. 3 cars and a dozen officers en route to the scene. The country road was shrouded in darkness. Without high beams, it felt as though they were driving through a dream. Visibility was utterly compromised. Director, what kind of case is this? Captain Chen pressed the accelerator, attempting to increase their speed despite the dreadful road conditions. Murder. But, Director, he shook his head. What is it, Director? I've never seen you like this before. Indeed, Xiao Qian. I have investigated murder cases before, but today's case. Let us discuss it further upon arrival. Director, he rolled down the window, letting the biting cold air fill the car, hoping it would help him regain his composure. Minutes later, the police vehicles arrived at the scene, and from a distance, they could see several patrol cars already stationed there. The criminal investigation team and forensic team, follow me. Captain Chun halted the vehicle and simultaneously opened the door. What is the situation here? Hey, what is wrong with you? Captain Chen observed the young traffic officer standing before him, whose expression mirrored that of the director. It's just ahead. It's utterly horrifying, too. Terrifying, I understand. Seal off the area. Do not allow anyone to approach, understood? Why, yes. His voice trembled, as though he had witnessed a scene of utter horror at a bus. A traffic accident? Or, in the distance, the bus had its hazard lights flashing. And even before reaching it, a strong metallic scent of blood permeated the air. Captain Chen approached the bus, boarding it, and what he beheld would remain etched in his memory for life. The silver-gray interior had been transformed into a crimson tableau. Red liquid flowed into every crevice of the vehicle, resembling a small river. Human remains were scattered throughout, remnants of chaos. Yet, even more chilling, there was not a single corpse of a victim to be found within the bus. Even with years of investigative experience, Captain Chen felt his stomach churn at the sight, and tremors of fear coursed through him. Damn it! Who could have done this? The cold wind seeped through the shattered windows. Now tainted with blood, in the distance, the sound of barking dogs echoed from the village, a persistent noise that seemed to never cease. Gradually, as time wore on, that sound began to fade, leaving an eerie silence that felt detached from reality. Captain! We received another report. A suspect has been found in the nearby village. Who could it be? Damn it. What? The perpetrator has been located? All right, quickly, get in the car and head to Village A. Captain Sean fled the seemingly cursed bus. Starting the police vehicle, though he struggled to steady his trembling hands, there was no time for contemplation. He pressed the accelerator, racing towards Village A. Director he, seated in the passenger seat, readied his firearm, disengaging the safety. In Village A, the dogs were inexplicably barking incessantly, their cries reminiscent of the alarms raised by wild animals. I'll check it out. Village head Lou donned a military coat and took a flashlight as he stepped outside. A recent downpour had left the village paths muddy and treacherous. The darkness was particularly oppressive today, and the flashlight's beam was barely a drop in the ocean. What on earth is going on today? Not a sliver of moonlight as Lou trudged along the muddy path. His cotton slippers felt ill-fitting. Honestly, at this late hour, what is all this noise, ah? Turning a corner, Lou nearly collided with Xiao Wang, who was riding an electric bike home. Village head? Why are you out for a walk at this hour? I almost hit you. My sincerest apologies. No harm done. It's fortunate we avoided a collision. Why are you returning so late? I was at the city hospital caring for my father. The roads were quite poor. I heard the dogs barking non-stop, so I wanted to see if any animals had wandered into the village. Lou waved his flashlight. I see, village head. Allow me to accompany you. I can't seem to shake off my fatigue and can't sleep. I truly appreciate that. Xiao Wang, to be honest, I feel a bit uneasy alone. Then I shall keep you company. Wait, village head. I think something just moved behind you. Huh? Where? Xiao Wang pointed to a dark shadow that had darted past not far behind Lou, its size suggesting it was no mere animal. Chapter 38, Side Story. The Darkest Hour, Part 2, Dr. Zhang in the emergency room was preparing to rest his head on the table for a brief nap. He was utterly exhausted. The recent outbreak had overwhelmed the hospital, and only now, in the early hours, could he find a moment of peace to close his eyes. He glanced at his phone. It was 4 in the morning. Outside, the sky was pitch black, eerily devoid of moonlight. Without the rows of streetlights illuminating the way, one could hardly see their own hand in front of their face. He thought of his warm, cozy bed at home and eagerly anticipated the end of his night shift. Yet before that, like usual, he planned to visit the nearby hot spring after his shift to soak for 30 to 40 minutes. Not only would it relieve his fatigue, but he also cherished the deep, childlike slumber that followed. Dr. Zhang, a young nurse, oblivious to his desire for rest, called out just as he was drifting off, shattering his fleeting dreams. What is it? He was but a step away from the realm of dreams. Yet he could not enter that sanctuary of his own. Here is the tea you requested. The young nurse, striking in appearance and fresh from her studies, had been interning at the hospital for about a month. She placed a steaming cup of milk tea before Dr. Zhang. Thank you, thank you. Dr. Zhang felt a twinge of guilt. He had intended to express his annoyance at being disturbed, only to realize her kindness. Moreover, he knew he ought not to sleep while on duty. Dr. Zhang, I heard from colleagues in the inpatient department that there have been many patients lately, and some wards are overflowing. Yes, indeed, it's been quite hectic. This infectious disease seems to be quite serious. I've heard about the shortage of beds, and also that there was an incident on the 11th floor involving a patient assaulting a physician. There was such a thing? I hadn't heard about it at all. The young nurse sat in her chair, acutely aware that her current posture might inadvertently expose her. She quickly adjusted herself. This scene did not escape Dr. Zhang's notice, prompting him to avert his gaze. 30 years of age, still single and consumed by the demands of his profession, he had yet to find a partner. However, he found himself taken by the young nurse across from him at first glance. Her figure was pleasing, and her beauty striking. Nevertheless, he hesitated to approach her directly as a superior or authority figure. Over the course of their interactions in the past month, he sensed she was a remarkable girl, especially when she occasionally exhibited what he perceived as endearing quirks, which he deemed not foolish but rather a reflection of her authenticity. He believed that this young woman was not only a competent nurse, but would also be a devoted wife in marriage. Rumor had it that a patient had suddenly gone berserk, injuring both a doctor and a nurse during an examination. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe, and they had returned home to rest. Oh dear. It seems my profession carries certain risks, Dr. Zhang mused, regretting his choice to share this story as he noticed the nurse's expression of fear. He swiftly decided to change the subject. Fear not, should such an incident occur, I would undoubtedly protect you. By the way, when you finish your shift, would you care to unwind together? My treat. Unwind? How about a soak in a hot spring? A hot spring? But I don't even have a swimsuit. The sudden invitation left the young nurse flustered, a fleeting thought of refusal crossing her mind. Yet, upon seeing Dr. Zhang's sincere expression and tone, she felt a twinge of reluctance to decline. Don't worry, they sell swimsuits there. Consider it a thank you for the milk tea. There's nothing quite like sipping a warm cup of milk tea during this season. In truth, this was not a scheme devised by Dr. Zhang, but rather a routine relaxation plan he followed after night shifts, where he would often visit the hot springs in the early hours to unwind, albeit usually alone, soaking in the expansive pool in solitude. Is that so? Well then, thank you. But it would be too much trouble to treat me. Let's go Dutch. A faint blush crept across the nurse's face, and she began to harbor a flicker of anticipation. One which she herself could not fully comprehend. Dr. Zhang noticed the smile softening her features, alleviating his own fatigue. Suddenly, the wailing of police sirens pierced the air, as if a patrol car had abruptly descended upon the hospital parking lot, its red and blue lights illuminating the surroundings. What on earth is happening? Dr. Zhang pulled down a corner of the blinds to peer outside. The parking lot was now filled with several police cars, and people were shouting, appearing quite distressed. Something must be afoot. Wait here. I shall investigate, Dr. Zhang instructed as he donned his white coat, the nurse nodding in concern. Before he could reach the emergency room, agonizing screams echoed from within. Upon entering, Dr. Zhang was met with a scene of chaos that defied belief. Dozens of individuals lay injured, their blood pooling on the floor, some clutching severed limbs, others missing fingers, and some lying motionless. What on earth has transpired? Before Dr. Zhang could grasp the situation, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Quickly, save my comrades! The man, clad in a police uniform, appeared pale and shaken, his trembling voice unsettling. Yes, yes, get them all to the operating room. Even with 8 years of medical practice, Dr. Zhang had never witnessed such horrific injuries, as if a savage beast had attacked, flesh and bone torn asunder. He wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief and proceeded into the operating room, the cries of the wounded echoing in his ears like an unshakable nightmare. Inside the operating room, the injured writhed uncontrollably on the narrow beds, despite the nurses' and other doctors' desperate attempts to restrain them. As Dr. Zhang donned surgical gloves and disinfected, the nurse who had previously shared milk tea with him and planned to relax post-shift stood at his side, providing him with a sense of reassurance. On National Highway 1009, a young male driver sped along the centerline in his newly acquired car. Beside him sat an underage girl, dressed provocatively, her heavy makeup and the cloying scent of cheap perfume pervading the vehicle. The remnants of their recent revelry lingered, the mingling aromas of alcohol and smoke filling the air. They kissed passionately, oblivious to the shadow lurking on the road ahead. Suddenly, the airbags deployed with a deafening crash, jolting them from their stupor. Ouch! The man touched his face, the dim light revealing crimson stains reminiscent of the girl's attire. What happened? The girl winced, her arm throbbing. I think we hit someone. What? The girl was more concerned about the implications of their actions than her own pain. Oh my God! I was drinking, and we hit someone. If the police find out, I'll be in serious trouble. The man's expression contorted in fear, whether from the prospect of legal repercussions or his own injuries remained unclear. They had not fastened their seatbelts. Had it not been for the airbags, they might have met a far graver fate. Wait, you. When the police arrive, just say you were driving. That'll work, at least I can. His words took the girl by surprise. She understood the gravity of such a decision but hesitated nonetheless. She realized she had fallen for this man. Perhaps if this act could win his heart, she could accept it. Fine. Let us just call the police and say it was me driving. She rationalized her choice as an act of love, yet it strayed far from any true sentiment. Hold on, I'll check to see if it's an animal. The man struggled to open the car door, the frame warped from the impact, necessitating forceful kicks to pry it open. Pain radiated throughout his body. His mind clouded as if filled with concrete, hindering his ability to think clearly. Approaching the shadow on the ground, he confirmed with dread that it was indeed a person. Oh no. The individual lay motionless, clad in a black coat with golden stitching that formed a short phrase. Gathering courage, he leaned closer, illuminating the text with his phone's flashlight. YC City Public Transport Company. Confusion washed over him. Though this was a national highway, the area was desolate, with the nearest village 30 kilometers away and no signs of life aside from the barren wasteland surrounding him. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps no one would discover he had killed someone here. If he could keep the girl quiet, he might avoid this calamity without burdening her with the consequences. Yet, rationality ultimately prevailed. He retrieved his phone and dialed the authorities, providing the precise location of the incident, National Highway 1009. Near lamp post 327, after several tense minutes, he and the girl spotted a police car approaching, its red and blue lights flashing. What happened? 4 officers stood before him, one older officer inquiring. My girlfriend was driving. We were going down the road normally, when suddenly, a shadow appeared, and we couldn't stop in time. The man gestured toward a spot 50 meters ahead. Let us check the scene. Have you called for an ambulance? The officers directed others to investigate while one remained with the man. I did. They should be on their way. Just as they spoke, a rescue vehicle emerged from the gloom, breaking through the darkness. So, you claim your girlfriend was driving. Had she been drinking? No, I didn't drink, but my boyfriend had, so I was just trying to get him home. Whose car is this? It's mine, the man replied. I see. Xiao Zhao. Go fetch a breathalyzer and test him. Then, what happened? The older officer, upon noticing that the patrolman who had just surveyed the scene was now rushing back, inquired, Captain, we found no one. We did not see the victim of the collision. Xiao Lu and I searched for quite some time, and while we discovered a considerable amount of blood on the ground, we could not locate the victim. What? I distinctly saw him lying in that thicket over there. The driver, unable to fathom the officer's words, dashed towards the bushes where he had seen the man. Where is he? The sight before him left him in shock. Apart from the bloodstains, the man who had collapsed in a pool of blood merely moments ago had vanished without a trace. Could it be that you were mistaken? No worries, think it over again. The older officer reassured the man, contemplating the possible secrets swirling in his mind. I truly saw him lying here, just moments ago. When exactly did he? Are you certain you did not misjudge the situation? The collision in a traffic accident can easily distort one's memory. Perhaps you simply misremembered. I absolutely did not misremember. How could this be? I clearly saw him. The gruesome scene was etched into the man's very marrow. He had never witnessed such a sight before. The man on the ground contorted like a gnarled jujube tree. Let us search the vicinity for the victim. Xiao Lu, please call for reinforcements. The senior officer sensed that this matter was far from simple. The young man before him reeked of alcohol, and the girl behind him averted her gaze. The disappearance of the victim instilled in him a peculiar sense of danger. The sky darkened further, and raindrops began to pelt the asphalt road, as the rain intensified amid the rumbling thunder. Lightning illuminated the entire roadway, yet the officers tasked with the search found nothing. Reinforcements from headquarters arrived in waves over the next several minutes. They cordoned off the area and ushered the 2 suspects into a police vehicle. Scores of officers scoured the overgrown terrain, hills, and even the small creek flanking the road, meticulously examining every stone and fallen leaf. Simultaneously, they conducted a thorough inspection of the suspect's vehicle, which bore the marks of a violent collision. The front end was mangled. The airbags deployed, and the structural integrity of the car compromised. This collision undoubtedly occurred at a high velocity. Whether the victim was human, animal, or even another vehicle, the outcome would surely be grim. The abundance of blood and human tissue discovered on the hood seemed to corroborate this grim reality. Yet the lingering question remained. Where had the victim gone? Given the intensity of such a collision, survival was virtually impossible. Chapter 39. Shen Honghong's drinking capacity might be quite impressive. Over a week had elapsed since then. My injuries had healed significantly. At the very least, the pain had subsided, and the wounds had closed. As for the shelter, it remained secure. Aside from the occasional encounters with monsters or rebels whose actions were akin to those of robbers, nothing particularly noteworthy had transpired within the sanctuary. What's the matter? I had just propped myself up from the bed when the girl beside me on the small cot rose in unison. It's nothing, nothing at all. I just lay down for too long and felt the urge to take a stroll. The so-called outing merely entailed a brief walk through the steel tunnels of the sanctuary. I'll accompany you. I felt immensely grateful for Su Qingshue's attentive care over the past week. Due to her lack of adequate sleep, she appeared somewhat haggard. Thank you. Throughout this period, I had expressed my gratitude countless times. Such trivial words could hardly encapsulate my appreciation for her. Let us take a bathroom break first. She swung her legs off the bed and opened the door. Wait. It was a common occurrence for residents of the shelter to find me and her squeezed together in a stall in the men's restroom. The only issue was that during my previous attempts in her presence, I had been unable to relieve myself properly. Thankfully, I was much better now. Dio, you need help with your pants? No, it's fine. I can manage on my own now. Perhaps you could wait for me outside? That won't do. What if you fall? How would I explain that to the others? Fine. I'll be quick. After more than a minute, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. I should drink more water. I feel a bit overheated. Shoo, could you please keep your voice down about such matters? Oh, come on. It's not like you haven't seen it before. I was rendered speechless. The daytime sanctuary bustled with activity. The steel corridors were filled with pedestrians. While it might not possess the leisurely atmosphere of the surface base, at least here one could find safety. My recovery progressed swiftly. Today, I could sense that my legs no longer felt as weak and tremulous as they had a few days ago. How was the weather above ground? This question plagued those living underground. Without a watch or the enormous clock hanging in the shelter's hall, we would gradually forget the passage of time and the years. Shui Tianqing, a familiar voice called out to me from behind. The newcomer donned a red and black dress, her tawny hair glimmering, appearing entirely unlike a typical inhabitant of the shelter. It seems you've healed considerably. Shun Honghong, the leader of a clandestine organization within the sanctuary, exuded an air of nobility in her every gesture. Indeed. I must thank you. Had it not been for the woman before me, I might have perished from excessive blood loss. What are you thanking me for? It was merely my duty. How is Xiao Shui? Her gaze shifted to Su Qingxue, the two women seemingly separated by an invisible barrier. The look exchanged was deceptively calm yet fraught with undercurrents. For reasons unknown, Su Qingxue had always harbored a dislike for the woman before her, stating that they simply did not get along. Shen Honghong, though aware of this tension, greeted Su Qingxue with warmth whenever they met. To an outsider unaware of the circumstances, it would be easy to mistake Shen Honghong for a relative of hers. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Su Qingxue's expression radiated a clear stay away, and her impatience rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward, even for me. Haha, that is good to hear. Dio, take care of your health. Yes, I will if you two have the time. Would you accompany me to see something? I am sure you will find it intriguing, as the saying goes. No one visits the Three-Treasure Hall without a purpose. For Shan Honghong, her perpetually smiling visage was but a facade, a mask to conceal her true emotions. Even Olga, the very person she had rescued, remained entirely oblivious to Shen Honghong's background and origins, only knowing that she had saved her life. Regarding that incident, despite my proactive inquiries, Olga would never broach the subject. For her, it was undoubtedly a painful memory. What is it? It concerns the crisis facing the shelter. Crisis. Like fish lured by bait, once drawn to the aroma of the bait, they find it impossible to resist. Once hooked, escaping becomes an arduous task. Following her lead, we arrived at the organization's location deep within the underground sanctuary. Due to the recent infiltration incident, security measures had been significantly heightened. Armed soldiers lined the path, their glares towards me unfriendly, even hostile. Unsurprisingly, upon entering the experimental facility, I spotted the silver-haired girl, Olga. She was fixated on a screen, her chin resting on her hand, appearing utterly engrossed. Olga, look who's here. She turned her head, her gaze meeting mine. Shui Tianqing, what are you doing here? And Miss Su? Her fingers were still bandaged. Having not yet healed from the injury inflicted by the traitor, I was summoned by the superior for tea. How's your hand? Much better. Ever since the last incident, she had acted strangely whenever she saw me, entirely unlike the mischievous girl I once knew. Let me see. The motion of reaching for her wrist startled her, prompting her to leap back. What are you doing? Her face flushed a vibrant shade of red in mere seconds, akin to an apple. I am sorry. Did I hurt you? Not at all. I have something else to attend to. See you next time. She initially walked briskly, but by the end, she was practically sprinting, darting into the room labeled rest area. Olga had undergone considerable change lately. It was not uncommon to see her smiling radiantly, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Yes, I sensed how should I put it, seems more cheerful, go be honest. I felt a twinge of disappointment seeing her leave. Right? Come, let us head to my office. She led the way, and I followed closely behind with Su Qingxue. For reasons unknown, I always found this place unsettling. Su Qingxue whispered softly in my ear, cautiously observing the mature woman ahead. I shared her sentiment. Somehow, this place felt peculiar. The white floor tiles, flanked by metallic walls, accompanied by the occasional presence of security personnel, evoke an atmosphere reminiscent of the previous underground base, where an unspoken sense of peril always lingers. It is prudent to exercise caution. Observe, Su Qingxue is armed with a weapon. The very handgun I bestowed upon her also serves as a token from that enigmatic girl during the apocalypse. She presents the fully loaded firearm, and oddly, the security checkpoint earlier failed to detect it. Stow it away and remain vigilant. Before long, our group arrives at the familiar office door, watching as Shun Honghong inputs the password. It differs from my initial visit when I accompanied Olga, who employed a signaling method. Please, Commandant. Thank you. I find it somewhat disconcerting when an older individual, particularly a woman, displays such courtesy towards me. Su Qingxue, however, shows no such concern and steps into the room ahead of me. I surmise she wishes to assess any potential threats first. Please, take a seat, both of you. Shun Honghong settles into a rather uncomfortable high-backed swivel chair, crossing her legs, which causes her skirt to part and reveal her long, slender T. Is evident that Su Qingxue beside her is displeased with her posture, glancing down at her own attire. The black tactical pants have faded to a grayish hue, while her white shirt has taken on a yellowish tint. The only aspect she seems to take pride in is her lustrous black hair, freshly washed that morning. Please, his injuries have yet to heal. If possible, could we expedite this? We need to return soon so he can rest. While it may be true that Shin Honghong saved my life and those of others, it does not negate the existence of malevolence. I cannot agree with your remarks regarding Xiaoxue. Shin Honghong's expression darkens, her hand reaching for the cabinet beside her. Wait. Su Qingxue draws her pistol, aiming it at her. Oh? Why have you suddenly drawn your weapon on me? Do I exude an air of danger? Indeed. Ha ha ha, Xiaoxue, I truly admire your character. You are indeed, ha, never mind. Shin Honghong exhibits no fear of the dark muzzle of Su Qingxue's gun, continuing her actions as she retrieves a metal box from the cabinet. The box resembles a cookie tin. Rest assured, I bear no ill will towards you. Had I intended harm, I would have acted long ago, especially during your moment of distress. Or do you believe I was aware of your armed status? Ah, I find that naivety quite endearing. She opens the box to reveal nothing but ordinary biscuits. By the way, it was your subordinates who accompanied Xue Tianqing and Olga on their quest for a so-called reconnaissance team. The mission was issued by you. In the end, the reconnaissance team was a fabrication, with 3 infiltrators among your supposed allies. Who would believe that this has nothing to do with you? Su Qingxue tightens her grip on the weapon instead of lowering it. Well, you are correct. I invited you here today to discuss this matter. Please eat. Rest assured, it is not poisoned. Shun Honghong casually selects a cream-filled biscuit and takes a bite. I am curious to hear what excuse you have. Su Qingxue sits opposite her. Excuse? No. I'm here to reveal the truth. Listen closely. Sending Xue Tianqing and Olga to search for a non-existent reconnaissance team was my idea. I knew all along that no such team existed. What? You truly knew? Why would you do this? Coughing violently, I am startled by her direct admission, her demeanor disturbingly calm. I rise abruptly from the sofa, aggravating my wound and prompting a fit of coughing. Please, allow me to finish. Do not act impulsively, for you must be wary of your injuries. If anything were to happen to you, it would sadden more than just one person. Shun Honghong casts a meaningful glance at Su Qingxue, who is assisting me back into my seat. We recognize that since the turmoil at the underground base, leading to a flood of survivors into the subterranean research facility, the atmosphere was rife with suspicion. The organization exerted considerable effort to identify the infiltrators lurking among them but yielded no results. Even those suspected lacked definitive evidence. Shin Honghong raises a wine glass and retrieves a bottle of fine red wine from the cabinet, the cork popping open with a resounding sound. Thus, we decided to adopt an alternative strategy, one that may result in the loss of innocent lives. but to safeguard the subterranean research facility, we had no other recourse. Now, I have a question for you. Do you know the reason behind our inability to confirm the suspects? She fills 3 glasses and hands 2 to us. How would I know? Perhaps it is due to your lack of competence. Su Qingxue pushes her glass aside. And you, Xue Tianqing? I have no idea. While I remain unaware, I believe we should not casually sacrifice others' lives, regardless of the objective. It is somewhat peculiar to hear such words from someone who constantly seeks to save others. In light of that statement, I shall share the rationale with you. She downs the contents of her glass in one swift motion. Consider the mission of infiltrators. If they are not sowing discord from within, they are transmitting confidential information to their faction, such as the location of the underground laboratory or details about key personnel. However, do not forget that the underground base was entirely sealed off from the moment you entered, leaving no one and no information to be conveyed to the outside world. Shen Honghong fills her glass again. She does not appear to be a heavy drinker, perhaps merely possessing a good tolerance. Without motive, only concealment remains. As long as they remain hidden, they cannot be discovered, and thus there is no evidence. Consequently, to catch their tails, a fabricated rescue team narrative was concocted, and lo and behold, the infiltrators concealed within the base fell into the trap, initiating their long-desired plan. She drains her glass once more, and you are among the few individuals I can fully trust within this base. As for the reason, it requires no further elaboration at this point. Therefore, I can only use you as bait, unable to provide covert protection. If other infiltrators were to discover you, all would be in vain, and your danger would only escalate. I can hardly believe it. To think we have been treated as bait, the realization that my seemingly unwarranted invitation to join this so-called organization was merely a ploy to draw out the infiltrators is staggering. However, the mysterious middle-aged man or woman you mentioned has no connection to me. Frankly, I have no leads regarding them. She raises the bottle and drinks directly from it. Despite the persistent threat of the gun barrel. Chapter 40. The rebels' offensive commences. The confrontation between Su Qingxue and Shen Honghong, after nearly half an hour, finally reaches a semblance of tranquility. Of course, this calm is largely due to the effects of alcohol, as Shen Honghong, unable to handle her drink, collapses onto the European-style sofa. The ongoing discussion is interrupted, yet we glean a basic understanding of her intentions. She fabricated the disappearance of the reconnaissance team to expose the infiltrators hidden within the shelter. This maneuver resulted in my severe injuries, nearly costing me my life, and left Olga, who accompanied me on the futile search for the non-existent reconnaissance team, injured, along with the sacrifice of the unnamed male team member. Additionally, Su Qingxue and Wang Wanling, due to the infiltrators, nearly lost their virtue and lives. From a purely outcome-based perspective, one might deem Shen Honghong's plan successful, for 3 hidden collaborators within the shelter were eliminated. Regrettably, 2 remain at large. To this day, we are unaware of their whereabouts and the potential repercussions for the shelter. May the deceased rest in peace. The doubts and anger stemming from Shen Honghong's admission seem to have subsided somewhat as the 2 of us exit the research facility and return to our respective spaces. Where have you been? The girl at the door leans against the wall, having waited for quite some time. We visited Shen Honghong. Su Qingxue releases her grip on me, maintaining a distance. There's something amiss? You both appear somewhat. Wang Wanling remains her usual self. Regardless of what transpires, she quickly regains her vibrant demeanor in the days that followed. It's nothing. What brings you here? If there's something to discuss, please come inside. The 2 girls step into the room first, leaving me alone in the corridor. You, come rest. Upon entering the room, I receive the command. I have little reason to refuse Su Qingxue. This past week, I have relied on others to maintain a semblance of normalcy in my life. I shall recline for a brief respite now. Please continue your conversation without me. If I find myself unable to sleep within 10 minutes, I shall face a penalty. Yes, indeed. I shall endeavor to comply. As for the nature of this penalty, it likely involves physical discomfort, such as pinching my thigh. After a few hours, I finally awoke from slumber, and I must admit, I rather enjoy having someone to converse with before drifting off to sleep. Somehow, it seems to facilitate my descent into dreams more swiftly. The 2 individuals who were by my side have long since vanished, and upon awakening, I find myself feeling rejuvenated both in spirit and body. It is now 6:30 in the afternoon. The dinner hour has elapsed, and I discover a meal neatly placed on my small wooden table. Accompanied by a sticky note bearing the words, "Eat well, I have gone to the movies with Lingling." I see. Today is designated as Movie Day in an effort to provide some amusement for those sheltering within the refuge. Various entertainment activities have been arranged, including the occasional screening of classic films using an antiquated projector. I am not particularly fond of crowded spaces, hence I seldom attend these screenings. More often than not, it is Su Qingxue and Wang Wanling who partake. Their bond has significantly evolved since the last incident, akin to that of sisters. Not bad at all, why appetite has begun to return. The meals that were once difficult to swallow are becoming increasingly palatable. After quenching my thirst and satisfying my hunger, I resolve to venture outside for a stroll. Although the air is hardly fresh, it is undoubtedly preferable to the confined space I currently inhabit. Most of the pedestrians in the corridor are en route to the screening room, which also serves as the main hall of the shelter. Regardless of age, both adults and children harbor a sense of anticipation for the films. After all, the entertainment options within the refuge are exceedingly limited. Aside from eating, sleeping, and the occasional leisurely walk, there are scarcely any activities to engage in. Reflecting on how effortlessly one could enjoy a film before the apocalypse only serves to underscore how little we appreciated such simple pleasures. There she is. Olga is perched alone at the railing outside her room. Engrossed in a hefty tome, she reads aloud in hushed tones. In this day and age, books have supplanted smartphones. With insufficient electricity and no signal or internet, those devices have become utterly useless. Are you reading? I inquire. Startled by my voice, she drops the thick book, which crashes onto the metal floor with a sound akin to a gunshot. Why, apologies. I did not mean to startle you. I hastily retrieve the book, noticing the bandage wrapped around her finger, evoking a pang of sympathy within me. No, you did not scare me. I am not easily frightened. Is there something you need? If not, I would like to continue reading. Although I truly have no pressing matters, encountering her naturally presents a situation to address, does it not? My perception of Olga, with whom I have shared numerous experiences, has undergone a significant transformation. What do you mean? Give it back. She extends her uninjured hand, requesting the return of her book. Are you not going to watch the movie? Today is Movie Day. I would rather not. I dislike crowded places. A faint scar adorns her forehead, a testament to the marks we have all begun to bear after less than a year in this post-apocalyptic world. Our previous lives have faded away, and now we must continue bearing these loathsome reminders, hoping for a return to normalcy one day, to that past which is both nostalgic and contemptible. Indeed, I too share your aversion. I have always preferred solitude over the company of throngs. Being in such an environment induces an odd sense of dizziness within me, yet I am certain I do not suffer from social anxiety. I simply relish my own company. But Su Qingxue and Wang Wanling are going. Did they not invite you? She clasps her arms behind her, clutching the thick book, which appears to be a science fiction novel, given that the tale of the Shieling spacecraft on the moon is hardly historical. I fell asleep. Otherwise, I would have surely been dragged along. How unfortunate, but it seems quite fitting for you. What do you mean? I have no inclination towards masochism. Cheers erupt from the shelter's main hall, likely in response to the screening of a new film. Haha, perhaps not. But look, you are conversing with me now. Have you not noticed that aside from you, I rarely engage with anyone else in conversation? Joking or storytelling? Perhaps I possess discerning eyes. Our previous discussions were quite amusing. Since you feel that way, I find myself at a loss against your reasoning. Your injuries have yet to heal properly, have they? Does standing and talking not tire you? Come inside. She practically leaps to open her door. May I? This marks my first visit to her room, and of course, if you truly are a masochist, then it is no issue. When did I ever claim to be? Nevertheless, I step into her room, which exudes a unique ambience. The furnishings are unlike any I have encountered in a girl's room before. There is merely a wooden bed, covered by a thin sheet. In contrast to other girls' rooms, which are often adorned with feminine items, such as Su Qingxue's nearly empty hand cream or almost depleted shampoo, Olga's space is filled with an array of firearms and gear. The air thick with the acrid scent of metal and gun oil. Please, take a seat. She sweeps the shells from the bedspread onto the floor, producing a crisp sound. Oh, what do you think? I told you that you are a masochist. Are you disappointed by such an environment? She tidies a few blades resting on the stool before settling onto the creaky wooden bed. The sounds dissipate. Disappointment is not quite the sentiment, but do you truly find rest amidst such surroundings? Surely the overpowering stench of gun oil and metal, not to mention this oppressive, cramped space, cannot be conducive to comfort. Indeed, for me, having these weapons nearby allows for a more secure slumber. Should an intruder, perhaps a detestable traitor, burst in, I would possess ample firepower to obliterate them. Her confidence is somewhat reassuring. I genuinely worry that the previous incident might have driven her further away from me. Is that so? Oh, by the way, regarding the traitor, yes, Hongjia has already informed me. Although it is disheartening, I believe she has her own reasons for resorting to such measures. She retrieves her handgun, inspecting the magazine. That may be so. I had anticipated you might be furious upon discovering the truth. Of course, there is frustration. However, as her subordinate, coupled with the gratitude I owe her, I can only forgive her, despite my anger. She chambers around and places the handgun within the drawer of the wooden table. Forgiveness? Is that so? It seems that is all we can do nowadays. By the way, how is your injury? May I take a look? Huh? My injury? It has nearly healed, though there are times I experience a slight ache, possibly psychological. Then I must see it. She leans closer, intent on lifting my shirt, and oh, it is truly nearly healed. You need not. What are you saying? After all, it was for my sake that you sustained your injuries. If I were to act as if nothing had happened, how could I justify your sacrifice in shielding me from the bullet? She disregards my feeble protest and swiftly lifts my shirt. It appears the abdominal wound is not visible. It should be further down, right? Why are you looking at me that way? Is there something strange about me? Ah. She seems to realize the impropriety of her actions, exclaiming and retreating hastily. Her face flushes crimson, reminiscent of the moment she first saw me in the experimental facility. I did not wish for you to see. What do you think I meant? A pervert? Certainly not. Have you ever encountered someone forced into such behavior? The atmosphere shifts abruptly, and silence envelopes the room. Even the distant sounds of the moviegoers fade into the background. After what seems an eternity, she finally speaks again. Truthfully, when I witnessed you shielding me from the bullet that day, I thought for certain you would perish. Do you not harbor any hope for me? Although I shared your sentiments at the time, so I implore you, please protect yourself moving forward. If anything were to happen to you, I would inevitably assume it was due to your attempt to shield me from a bullet that compromised your health. So do take care. She turned her back to me, presumably to shield her expression from my gaze. Rest assured, while I cannot guarantee perpetual safety in the future, I can assure you that no one can casually inflict harm upon me or my friends from this moment onward. Alas, the nature of being a good-natured person is, after all, futile. She shook her head, her silver hair swaying with her motion. In that fleeting moment, I felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation, and she appeared significantly more at ease as well. However, neither of us anticipated that above the shelter, at that very moment, a group of armed personnel was unloading explosives from vehicles. They were none other than the self-styled freedom fighters, whom we referred to as rebels. There were approximately 70 of them, all fully armed, dispersed around the vicinity of a nearby abandoned building. The explosives were placed directly on the ground. A deafening explosion shattered the windows within a radius of several kilometers. Inside the shelter, those still engrossed in the film perceived a tremor, initially mistaking it for an earthquake. Continue. Next group. The rebels on the ground unloaded larger homemade bombs, positioning them on the freshly blasted earth, which had now transformed into a crater nearly 10 meters in diameter and 3 meters deep. Prepare to detonate. With a second resounding blast, the already damaged structure in the distance collapsed, and the occupants of the shelter finally comprehended that the sound and tremor were not of natural origin, but rather the commencement of an assault. On the night of August 10, 2006, I heard a scream, a sound unlike any I had ever encountered, infused with terror, despair, and a poignant sense of impending death. During this time, I had kept a handgun tucked beneath my pillow, Though it was against regulations, I deemed it a necessary precaution. I chambered around, the metallic clink providing a modicum of comfort. Yet it was insufficient to mask my dread. It was a female team member. Her blood splattered throughout the chamber, a horrific wound marring her porcelain neck. After struggling for a mere half-minute, her last vestiges of vitality faded away. From her contorted expression, it was evident that she had experienced unimaginable terror before her injury. Judging by the nature of her wound, it appeared to have been inflicted by a bite. Chapter 41. The fall of the shelter and their story within the confines of the underground shelter. A young boy with black hair gathered his courage to invite the girl he adored. "Would you like to watch a movie?" Let us go together. I heard there's a new film today," the girl replied, her spirits lifted. Since she had narrowly escaped into this underground facility, she had never felt as joyful as she did now. Her family had been lost amidst the turmoil above ground, and despite her prolonged search in the shelter, she had not caught even a glimpse of them. The initial hope had gradually morphed into despair. She began to accept the reality of being utterly alone. It was an afternoon, or at least that's what the clock on the wall suggested. While eating alone in a corner of the cafeteria, she was about to open the book in her hands when a boy sat across from her. He was quite handsome. Even now, the sunlight on his face made it difficult for her to keep her eyes open. Behind his thin lenses, his large eyes appeared flawless. "Are you alone?" the boy inquired cautiously, his hands nervously rubbing his thighs, a mix of excitement and apprehension evident in his demeanor. Do you mind if I sit here?" "If it bothers you, Not at all," she replied, stealing glances at his face, their eyes meeting almost every time. He wore glasses, and his refined demeanor endeared him to her. She could feel her cheeks growing warmer, her heartbeat quickening, her hands trembling slightly as she held her chopsticks, the plot of her book no longer captivating her attention. This was the first time since arriving at the shelter that she engaged in a conversation that transcended mere obligatory exchanges, such as speaking to the elderly man serving food or reporting her health to the male soldiers. Their dialogue was rooted in the delicate feelings that existed between them, creating an atmosphere both relaxed and tense. "You often come to the cafeteria to read at this time. I see you every time I'm here. What book are you reading?" "Oh, just a novel, one that belongs to a friend in my room." The female friend she mentioned had received orders days ago to search for a missing reconnaissance team. As of today, she had yet to return, and none of those who had set out with her had come back either. "Is that so? I enjoy reading as well, though in these times, that hobby seems—" The boy's disappointment was palpable, and she felt a twinge of sympathy for him. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't be sharing such things with you. I have a few novels of my own. If you have time, perhaps we could exchange books and discuss our thoughts on them. If you wouldn't mind, of course." The boy's face flushed as he often noticed the girl sitting alone with her book during the quietest hours of the cafeteria. He felt that she was his destined companion. "At least for now, I certainly wouldn't mind. In fact, I've always wanted someone to share my interests with." She made a concerted effort to appear calm and composed. Yet her flustered demeanor betrayed her. The boy mirrored her actions, occasionally clearing his throat and adjusting his glasses. "Shall we meet again at this time tomorrow?" he ventured tentatively, fearing she might decline. His courage was waning. All right." Upon hearing her agreement, he bid her farewell with satisfaction. Time passed swiftly, and their relationship deepened considerably. Until today, they planned to reminisce about their past lives by watching a film together in this moment. The boy had long awaited her at the end of the corridor, waving to her through the layers of people. "Sorry to have kept you waiting. I had a sudden matter to attend to." The girl felt a bit embarrassed. She had made a special effort to prepare for their gathering. "Not at all. I just arrived myself," the boy lied, a fib easily discerned by her. She understood the kindness behind his words. "Let us go. Wow, there are so many people." Without the boy's invitation and companionship, she would never have compromised her preference for solitude merely for a movie. "I know the projectionist. He saved us a good spot." "That's wonderful." The sunny boy before her always reassured her, and throughout their time together, his thoughtful gestures had bestowed upon her a warmth she had not felt in ages. He brought her rare snacks, a warm coat, and a pair of well-fitting hiking boots, in a world turned upside down. These tokens of affection touched her far more than fleeting roses with their ephemeral life. The girl, in turn, endeavored to reciprocate his kindness, offering the last remnants of her love to care for him. She kept him company during late-night guard duty, brewed him a cup of tea with her dwindling supply of tea leaves, and read him his favorite novels until he fell asleep, slumbering soundly in the tender embrace of her soothing voice. Additionally, she bartered some of her remaining jewelry with a neighbor for yarn. Intending to knit him a sweater, she had noticed that the t-shirt beneath his coat had become worn and tattered. If winter were to arrive, that coat alone would not suffice to ward off the biting cold. This endeavor had become her most significant undertaking, and she found herself staying up late in her room nearly every night. Furthermore, a few days prior, several soldiers had come to her room and taken away all of her roommate's belongings in woven bags. She suspected the reason. It was rumored that her friend was a spy planted by the rebels within the underground shelter. In truth, she had not been particularly close to that female friend, but living in close quarters had fostered a bond between them. Perhaps she was a spy, perhaps a villain, yet to the girl, she remained a rare and cherished companion. Indeed, sharing a room with a stranger did cultivate one's social skills, which also elucidated one of the purposes of military training in junior high. She and the boy had not yet reached the intimacy of cohabitation, allowing her ample time to knit that sweater symbolizing her affection and gratitude. Sister Qingxue here, him? Oh, thank you.